Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Chapter 501 Onoki, Shadow, Shadow of Life. Even if Konoha is willing to help the Third Reikage and the Cloud Village, Onoki must go on this trip. There are some things that it is useless to escape from. After making the decision, Onoki took charge of the village's affairs, then left the Uegakure with a group of guards and flew towards Konoha. Even though Onoki set out the latest, he was the first to arrive in Konoha. Even the third Kazekage was a step slower than Onoki. Although the third Kazekage could control iron sand to fly in the sky, his flying speed could not compare with Onoki's, so he set out earlier than Onoki, but arrived in Konoha after him. Konoha sent invitations to 3 villages at the same time, and Onoki and the third Kazekage had already arrived in Konoha successfully. Only the 4th Mizukage Yagura of the Mist Village was still on his way. When Onoki and the third Kazekage arrived, it was Shizuichi who came out to greet them. After the two sides met, they walked into the Konohagakure together. After a few polite words, Onoki couldn't wait to ask. Shizuoka, did the Reikage arrive in Konoha first? Yes. Jingai did not hide anything and replied with a smile. The Reikage is resting in the residence arranged by the village. Senior, do you want to meet him first? Humph, there's no need to meet. It'll be fine as long as you and Konoha don't favor him. At this moment, Onoki didn't want to see the third Reikage at all. Of course, he just personally doesn't want to see the other person, but he will still see him when the time comes, it's inevitable. After the third Reikage tactically withdrew from the Uegakure and sent Laoshi's body to the land of Earth, the relationship between the two became even worse. The third Kazekage would not listen to Onoki's complaints, so he changed the subject. Shizuichi, your village is anxious to invite the leaders of each village to come to Konoha. Is it because something important has happened? How about eating and talking? Jingai would tell them everything that needed to be said in advance, and even if the third Kazekage didn't ask, he would take the initiative to tell the two of them about Uchiha Madara. It is good. The third Kazekage and Onoki looked at each other and nodded at the same time. So, under the leadership of Jingai, the 3 of them and a group of guards came to the barbecue restaurant of the Kayamichi clan. They each sat down in the largest, safest and most hidden private room in the store. When everything they needed was delivered, the room was guarded by the Umbu people, and Jingai started the conversation. She picked up the chopsticks and placed the marinated meat on the grill. Jing turned the grilled meat, which gave off an alluring aroma, and repeated what she had told the third Reikage before. The grilled meat smelled delicious, but the third Kazekage and Onoki no longer had any desire to eat. The third Kazekage had a look of shock on his face, and Onoki's emotions were even more exaggerated than his. After all, Onoki was severely abused by Uchiha Madara when he was young. After that, Onoki, who was abused to the point of doubting his life, asked Uchiha Madara why he didn't kill them. However, Uchiha Madara had an unhappy expression, which adult would argue with a child. The implication is, Uchiha Madara, just look down on your Uegakure and reject your village's request for an alliance. Then I will take action to teach you a lesson and let you know the difference in strength. As for killing? Not really. In my eyes, you and your disciple are just 2 children. Which adult would kill children for no reason? This incident became a nightmare in Onoki's heart and it took a long time to go away. Now Jingai said that Uchiha Madara is not dead, and that the other party possesses the Sage's Eye, the Rinnegan, which only the 6th Sage possesses. The greedy Uchiha Madara is not satisfied with the status quo. He wants to capture all the tailed beasts, become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and become the 2nd 6th Sage. These words could not help but bring back the unbearable memories that Onoki had always hidden in his heart. Bump! Suddenly, Onoki stood up, slammed the table and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Act quickly and destroy that Samsara Eye as soon as possible. Uchiha Madara is a terrible conspirator. We must never let his conspiracy come to fruition." Was there such a big reaction? The third Kazekage looked at Onoki, who was anxious and angry, and didn't understand what was wrong with Onoki. Although such a major event requires the 5 major ninja villages to unite and fight together, it is understandable that they are a little emotional, but your emotions, Onoki, are more than just excitement. Ahem. Jin glanced at Onoki and kindly explained, when Tsuchikage-senpai was young, he seemed to have followed the second-generation Tsuchikage to Konoha to seek an alliance. However, they were unlucky. Before they met the first-generation Hokage, they ran into Uchiha Madara and were beaten up. Is there such a story? The third Kazekage finally understood why Onoki had such a big reaction. With such twists and turns in the story, no one would be able to remain calm upon hearing Uchiha Madara's name. How do you know this? Onoki looked at Jingai with a frown on his face. Could it be that Uchiha Madara said that? Because it was embarrassing, Onoki and his teacher, the second-generation Tsuchikage-mu, chose to keep this matter to themselves, but it was exposed by Shizuka today. Jingai, stop talking nonsense, what are you going to do in Konoha? Onoki's face rarely turned red and he tried to change the subject. He didn't want to discuss how he and his teacher were beaten and ridiculed by Uchiha Madara. This is really embarrassing. No rush, eat something first and then we'll talk after Yagura gets here. Jingai calmly picked up a piece of meat, blew on it, and then put it into his mouth. What time is it? Can you still eat? When Onoki, who was in a hurry, saw this scene, he wanted to curse. Senior, please be patient. Our 5 major ninja villages need to unite and negotiate, and formulate a reasonable plan before we can act. Acting rashly will only alert the enemy. Once Uchiha Madara goes into hiding, the consequences will be. Just imagine how beautiful the scene would be if Uchiha Madara, who possesses the Rinnegan, was hiding in the dark and doing something. Konoha is not afraid, because Jingai is in charge here, and other villages. The emotional Onoki froze and immediately changed his mind. He was a little lacking in confidence and could only say weakly, then wait for the Mizukage to arrive and discuss the plan. Uchiha Madara without the Rinnegan was able to hang up and beat Master Onoki and his disciples. Wouldn't it be easy for Uchiha Madara to defeat them if he had the Rinnegan? If it were any other opponent, even a tough guy like the third Raikage, Onoki would have dared to go for it. But his opponent was Uchiha Madara, so Onoki had no choice but to feel guilty. It seems that the psychological trauma left by Uchiha Madara on Onoki is quite large. Jingai was already laughing to his heart's content. Onoki, lacking confidence, could only sit down dejectedly and start dealing with the delicious barbecue. Since he couldn't start in advance, he would eat and drink his fill first, and then think of a solution when Yagura came. At this time, Onoki no longer had time to argue with the third Raikage about the trivial matters between the Uegakure and the Kumagakure. Conversely, the third Raikage thought the same. Chapter 502 Finding the target is useless. Compared with Uchiha Madara's conspiracy, the conflict between the Cloud Village and the Uegakure is nothing and can be resolved at any time. After eating and drinking, the third Kazekage and Onoki were still digesting the news about Uchiha Madara's conspiracy. After Jingai brought them to their residence, he no longer paid attention to the two of them. As for whether Onoki will quarrel or fight with the third Raikage, this worry is unnecessary. If it were in the past, even if Onoki and the third Raikage could not fight, at least they would not be able to escape from the verbal battle. However, Uchiha Madara is like a knife hanging on everyone's neck. With such a knife hanging on their necks, no matter how great the hatred between Onoki and the third Raikage is, they will endure it first. Look at the original work when the Fourth Ninja World War broke out. Didn't the fourth Raikage team up with Onoki, the murderer of his father? If they could let go of the hatred for their father's murder, how could they let go of such a small matter as slapping each other in the face? You slapped me in the face and I slapped you in the face. Neither of us got anything out of it, so naturally no one was at a disadvantage. Then, when Onoki arrived at his residence, he looked up and saw the third Raikage standing in the yard and smiling at him. Humph! Onoki paused for a moment, swallowed the sarcasm that was about to come out of his mouth, and ignored the third Raikage next door and walked straight into the house. You have quite a bad temper. The third Raikage just laughed and didn't continue to pick on Onoki. 4 of the 5 major ninja village leaders have gathered at this time, and another one is working hard on his way. Yagura wanted to come to Konoha earlier, but he couldn't fly, so he could only take a boat to the port on the coast of the Fire Country, and then set off from the port to Konoha. It would take at least several days to successfully reach Konoha. Master Spot. It's still that hidden underground base. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and looked at White Zetsu who was standing not far away with a grin on his face. Have you found your target? Uchiha Madara spoke slowly, perhaps because he hadn't spoken for a long time, causing some problems with his old vocal cords. Uchiha Madara's voice sounded dry and hoarse. Does a child count? Zetsu put away the smile on his face and said weakly. Mr. Ban, although I have tried my best to find one and rarely slacked off, unfortunately there are too few suitable candidates among the new generation of the Uchiha clan. Oh, what kind of kid? Successor, no, to be more precise, the selection criteria for puppets are very strict. It is impossible to just pick anyone to make up the number. In addition, Nagato is still nurturing the Rinnegan, and Uchiha Madara is not in a hurry to launch the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Baizetsu tried hard to recall, a good kid who is kind-hearted, willing to help others, and never takes it to heart even if he is laughed at by his tribe members. Whitezetsu racked his brains, not knowing how to describe this child. In fact, he even suspected whether the other party was a member of the Uchiha clan. Are there kind-hearted people in the Uchiha clan who like to help others? It's really weird. Really? Uchiha Madara, who was originally leaning lazily on the chair, suddenly sat up straight, and his aura changed. Although he was just an old man, he brought terrible pressure to Whitezetsu. Yes, this child is called Uchiha Obito. He is a very pitiful child. His parents died, leaving only his grandmother. They depend on each other for survival, but he is very stupid. He has a tragic life and only has his grandmother as a relative. He is kind-hearted and likes to help others. He never takes it to heart even if he is laughed at or bullied. He also seems stupid in dealing with people. It is really puzzling that such an inconsistent person appears in Uchiha. Ha ha ha. After listening to Whitezetsu's story, Uchiha Madara laughed excitedly. Isn't this the puppet he is looking for? It's not easy for him to be Uchiha Madara's puppet. There are too many people with good talents and extreme personalities in Uchiha. Uchiha Madara simply looks down on such people. He needs something with a big contrast. For example, Uchiha Obito is kind-hearted but stupid, and his life experience is pitiful. If such a child is guided, once his reverse scale is touched, his strength after turning evil should not be underestimated. As for whether Obito will successfully turn evil, Uchiha Madara doesn't care about it at all. It's too easy to make a person evil. Not to mention that Uchiha Obito is still an Uchiha. When it comes to knowledge on how to make the Uchiha people turn evil, Uchiha Madara is the most knowledgeable person. Family, love, friendship, all are fine. Ha ha ha, keep an eye on this kid. Ah, yes. Looking at Uchiha Madara who was laughing non-stop, Whitezetsu, who was originally about to say that something was wrong in Konoha recently, swallowed back his unfinished words. I don't know when it started, but Baizetsu always felt that once he got close to some areas of Konoha, he would feel like someone was watching him. This also caused Baizetsu to not dare to act recklessly and he could only move around in the Uchiha clan area. He was going to say it, but Uchiha Madara didn't seem to want to listen. After laughing for a while, he closed his eyes again. What can I do? Do you want to talk to Black Zetsu? Forget it, it's more important to find a way to poop comfortably. Whitezetsu has collected enough information and is waiting for him to conduct the experiment himself. So, in a simple toilet in the base, Baizetsu sat on the toilet, holding his semen in, like a victim of constipation, trying hard to hold it in, trying hard, hoping that his sphincter could give him some strength so that he could defecate comfortably once. However, no matter how hard Baizetsu tried, his efforts were ultimately in vain. On the Konoha side, Shizuka didn't know yet that Uchiha Madara had already set his sights on the naughty boy Uchiha Obito. Even if I knew, I wouldn't take it to heart. Because Uchiha Obito wants to become Uchiha Madara's pawn, he needs to grow up and then turn evil. Jingai couldn't possibly give Uchiha Obito time to grow slowly. After a few days of waiting, Yagura finally arrived in Konoha. Chapter 503 Yagura, I have 10,000 reasons. Jingai still showed up to receive Yagura, but this time they didn't talk while eating. Yagura was taken to the conference room of the Hokage's office building before he had time to rest. The third Raikage, the third Kazekage, and Oniki have been waiting here for a long time. When Yagura walked into the meeting room, the third Raikage couldn't help but complain. Mizukage, you are really slow. Can't you find a ninja with a flying summoning beast in your mist village? Am I slow? Yagura didn't expect that he would be greeted with such complaints. Yes, there is, but Konoha didn't explain clearly why they invited us here. Yagura said, I won't take the blame for this. Although some ninjas in our village have flying summoning beasts that can rush here as quickly as possible, the problem is that Konoha didn't make it clear why they wanted us to do so. If you knew there was an emergency, I would definitely rush over as soon as possible instead of taking a boat and then taking bus number 11. Where's the Hokage? Yagura didn't want to talk more on this topic, so he glanced at the people in the conference room and asked a question. It doesn't make sense that the 5 Kage Council was held in Konoha, but Tsunade, the Hokage, did not show up. I will fully represent Konoha in this matter. Please take a seat, Mizukage. Jingai walked to the main seat and sat down, motioning Yagura to sit down first and then talk slowly. Hearing this, Yagura said nothing. Seniors like Onoki, the third Reikage, and the third Kazekage had no objections, so what could Yagura say? Even if I have an opinion, I can't express it at this time. After Yagura sat down, Jingai didn't waste any time and told him the story of Uchiha Madara. The others drank their tea and listened calmly. Yagura stood up in shock. You all know everything. Otherwise why would I complain that you were too slow? The third Reikage leaned back in his chair and said something that left Yagura speechless. Shikura ignored the third Reikage and asked Jingai about the authenticity of these things. Jingai, although I want to believe that everything you said is true, are you sure that you didn't say anything wrong and that everything about Uchiha Madara is true? These things sound somewhat unbelievable. People who should have been dead for decades are still alive and well, and have even more powerful powers than before, and are secretly carrying out a conspiracy against the 5 major ninja villages. If these words hadn't come from Jingai's mouth, Yagura would have really thought he was a lunatic. Believe it or not. Before Jingai could speak, Onoki couldn't wait to ask, Jingai, the Mizukage is here, we should let him digest it first. Now can you tell us where the Samsara is? Yagura, am I redundant? Can I ask 2 more questions? What if it's fake? The land of rain. Jingai did not hide anything and said frankly, when the Sand Village was at war with Konoha and the Rock Village in the Rain Country, our village's elite Jonin Jiraiya met 3 poor war orphans in the Rain Country. He chose to stay in the Rain Country to protect and educate these 3 children. Among these 3 children, there is one named Nagato, who is the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and the Samsara eye is in Nagato's body. And many more. As soon as the words fell, Yagura couldn't help it. Jingai, since you said that the legendary sage's eye, also known as the Samsara eye, belongs to Uchiha Madara, why do these eyes appear on a child? The other party also has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, don't you think it's strange? Because Uchiha Madara is not dead, but is already very old, he needs to find a warm and nurturing place for his eyes. The people of the Uzumaki clan have huge vitality and chakra, which just fits Uchiha Madara's choice. The third Reikage, who had been ignored by Yagura before, retorted to Yagura in annoyance. Jingai, just continue talking, you don't have to pay attention to him. Yagura. The third Kazekage looked at Yagura and the third Reikage with strange eyes, while Oniki just gave an expression that said I saw nothing. Poor Yagura. After 3 seconds of silence for the little guy, Jingai finally gave a reasonable explanation, because the power of the Samsara eye is too strong, Uchiha Madara's body can no longer bear this pair of eyes, so he needs a breeding ground to nourish these eyes. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is the most suitable target. I went to the Rain Country during that time and saw this child. Although he covered his eyes with his hair, I didn't associate these eyes with Uchiha Madara at that time. After I read a lot of family documents about the Senju and Uchiha clans, as well as the stone tablets in the Uchiha shrine, I realized that the owner of these eyes was Uchiha Madara. The Senju and Uchiha are both descendants of the Six-Path Sage. As their ancestor, the Six-Path Sage left the Uchiha a stone tablet that requires a powerful eye technique to read the moonlight. Uchiha Madara read this stone tablet, which records that when the power of the Senju and Uchiha is combined, they will be able to gain the power of the universe. The so-called power of all things is actually the Samsara eye, or the eye of the immortal. The village's first generation fell out with Uchiha Madara because of this incident. The 2 sides fought a great battle, which ended with Uchiha Madara's death. In fact, Uchiha Madara did not die. In Uchiha, there is a forbidden technique called a Zanaga. The price is to pay a Sharingan and then get a chance to avoid death. Therefore, I conclude that Uchiha Madara faked his death, and his battle with the Shodaime was aimed at obtaining the power of the Senju from the Shodaime Hokage. As for Uchiha Madara's conspiracy, it is also easy to understand. He has obtained the legendary Sage's Eye, but he only has the Sage's Eye and cannot become the second Six-Path Sage. So he has set his sights on the tailed beasts in each village. Only by capturing all 9 tailed beasts together and making them the 10 tails, can he become the 10 tails Jinchuriki like the Six-Path Sage and gain supreme power. It can even be linked to the Six-Path Sage. That's really bullshit. Senju and Uchiha are descendants of the Six-Path Sage. Why does the Six-Path Sage only love Konoha? Why would he leave all his bloodline in the Fire Nation? The more Yagura thought about it, the more confused he became. Onoki and others, who had already been mentally prepared, did not care too much about these things. They were more concerned about how the 5 major ninja villages would target Uchiha Madara and break his conspiracy, and preferably kill Uchiha Madara. As for the legendary Immortal's Eye, if there is a chance, we must take control of it. After a while, Yagura finally let out a heavy breath. In this case, our 5 major ninja villages should indeed unite to target Uchiha Madara and destroy his conspiracy, but I have a question. Yagura raised his head and looked at Shizuichi. Since Konoha had already discovered these problems and the Samsara Eye, why didn't they take these eyes away from the child named Nagato in advance? Chapter 504, Forbidden Magic, Divine Magic, who can tell the difference? Are we alerting the enemy in advance? Do you have any brains, Yagura? At this moment, let alone the third Raikage, even Onoki wanted to roll his eyes at Yagura, asking why didn't he use his brain. Forehead. Seeing everyone looking at him with strange eyes, Yagura realized that he had said the wrong thing again. He had no choice but to explain with a wry smile. Because this news is too shocking, my mind is a little confused. I will not say anything next. I will calm down first. Since entering the conference room, Yagura has spoken out of turn several times in a row. Once or twice is okay, but 3 or 4 times, who will tolerate you? If you have a brain, use it. If you don't, just shut up and keep quiet to avoid being laughed at. Is Yagura brainless? No, he does. On the contrary, he is very smart, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sit in the position of the 4th Mizukage. As for why he frequently made gaffes and said some ridiculous things, it was simply because he was too shocked inside and too emotionally excited. Let's continue. Shukura said that he would not speak anymore, and the third Raikage reminded Shizuichi to continue speaking and everyone should just ignore the Mizukage. The people in the Mist Village are not very smart, so don't pay any attention to them. In fact, I am struggling with whether or not to take action in advance. Jingai leaned against the back and uttered his thoughts. What the hell? We all sat together, waiting for your plan, but you told us that you were struggling over whether to start early. Is there any need to worry about this? Jingai, is there any need to worry about this? The third Raikage yelled in dissatisfaction. Since we know where the Rinnegan is hidden, let's get it first. No matter what Uchiha Madara's conspiracy is, we can deal with it together. If all else fails, destroy the Samsara Eye. I don't believe that if this pair of eyes is destroyed, Uchiha Madara can grow another pair. I also think that we should strike first. Onoki didn't know what Shizuka was worried about, but his idea was the same as the third Raikage's. Since he already had this information, it would be better to strike first instead of waiting for the enemy to attack. That's because you don't know that the dead Uchiha Madara is more terrifying than the living Uchiha Madara. The living Uchiha Madara will die, get injured, and his physical strength and chakra will be consumed during battle. And what about the dead Uchiha Madara? A reincarnation mode can scare people to death. I agree. The third Kazekage didn't have so many ideas, he was simple and straightforward. Since Uchiha Madara wants to become the second six-path sage, then let's cut off his path. Without the Rinnegan, let's see how you can jump around. Even if you jump up, how can our 5 major ninja villages combined be afraid of you? The third Raikage, Onaki, and the third Kazekage have all expressed their opinions, but Yagura, he remained silent. The 3 of them agreed that it is better to strike first, so even if Yagura spoke up to object it would be useless. Besides, among the 5 people in the group, Yagura has the least say. It is obvious that Onaki and the third Raikage will not listen to him. The third Kazekage, who is also a senior, is unlikely to listen to Yagura's advice. Oh my god, it turns out Yagura is the one at the bottom? What does the Mizukage think? Adhering to the principle of fairness, Jingai still asked a question. Yagura was silent for a while, sorted out his thoughts, and asked, if Uchiha Madara wants to become the second six-path sage, then the Samsara Eye is the key, right? Correct. Quietly nod. This is true. If you want to bring out the 10 tails, the Rinnegan is indeed the key. Although Uchiha Madara in the impure world reincarnation mode can also control the 10 tails, it is still unknown whether he can become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Then let's take action first. No matter what happens, we must first master the Samsara Eye. Since the Rinnegan is the key, let's get it first. It's 4-1, what do you think? Now everyone was looking at Jingai, and Jingai could only spread his hands. You can strike first, but I want to remind you that Uchiha Madara is in control of a forbidden technique of the village called Impure World Reincarnation Technique. In other words, people who are resurrected by this forbidden technique are in the Impure World Reincarnation mode and are not afraid of injury or death. Uchiha Madara is very difficult to deal with in this state. Why do you guys in Konoha always research some weird forbidden techniques? The third Raikage couldn't help but frown. Not afraid of getting hurt, not afraid of dying, is this a forbidden technique? It's clearly a divine spell. You'll have to ask the Nidaime Hokage about this. Jingai said that I am not responsible for this. The Impure World Reincarnation Technique was not invented by me and has nothing to do with me. Is there no way to crack it? Any ninjutsu has flaws, and as long as you find the flaws, you can definitely break it. Jing-ai turned around and said to Onoki, yes, the person resurrected by the impure world reincarnation technique can be sealed, and the person who casts the technique can also remove this ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan also has a forbidden technique that can break this forbidden technique, but currently no one in the Uchiha clan can complete this task. Then we can only find a way to seal it. Let's first gather the people from the 5 major ninja villages to form the sealing teams. Onoki is also a decisive person. As long as we can restrict him, let's not worry about other things for now. Wait until we get the Rinnegan before worrying about it. How can Uchiha Madara really cause such a big upheaval? In that case, I have no objection. When do we leave? As long as he can block the activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi, everything will be fine. To put it bluntly, even if the sky falls, there will be people from the 5 major ninja villages to carry it together, although he himself is one of the taller ones. There is strength in numbers. Let's leave tomorrow to avoid being noticed by the enemy. Onoki was anxious, and the third Raikage was even more anxious, so the plan was set. There was only one preliminary plan, which was to summon the sealed ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages, and let all these sealed ninjas come to Konoha and make all preparations. Secondly, it is better to strike first and get the Rinnegan first. As for the matter of the impure world reincarnation technique, I will wait until I get the Rinnegan and then deal with the situation accordingly. After the plan was finalized, the 4 Kage left the Hokage office building and returned to their residence to rest and prepare to go to the Rain Country. Shizue arrived at the Hokage's office. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are all here, and besides them there is also a Midaman N. As for the 3rd Hokage and Yuditen Koharu, I'm sorry, you just need to stay at home. Have you decided? As soon as Shizuka walked into the office, Tsunade was the first to ask questions. Jing nodded slightly and answered, yes, gather the sealed ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages and start tomorrow to go to the Rain Country. First, get the Samsara Eye, and then see what happens next. It's just a matter of adapting to circumstances. As long as the Samsara Eye is in our hands, Uchiha Madara won't be able to hold back. What about me? What about me? Since Jing-ai didn't call out anyone by name, Jiraiya got a little anxious. He kept winking at Jing-ai, indicating that Jing-ai should tell him his name so that he could go to the Rain Kingdom with him. Are you sick? Orochimaru subconsciously moved away from Jiraiya. Shizuka almost laughed at Jiraiya's suggestion. This guy was making faces, afraid that he would be forgotten. Don't squeeze, be careful of cramps. Rest early tonight and gather before the sun comes out tomorrow morning. Jiraiya must be brought along, as well as Orochimaru. I'll make sure to arrive early. Jiraiya shouted excitedly, rubbing his hands together like rattling. Don't be too outrageous. Jing-ai didn't bother to say anything and just nodded to Orochimaru, saying everything. Orochimaru smiled slightly to show that he understood. Chapter 505 Chapter Terminator. What are you laughing at? I didn't ask you to go to the Rain Country with me. Noticing the smile on Orochimaru's face, Jiraiya felt unbalanced. Why did I have to make faces for a long time before Jing-ai paid attention to me and asked me to go to the Rain Country with him? You, Orochimaru, didn't say anything and yet you're laughing? How dare you laugh? Was your name called? The smile on his face froze. Orochimaru wanted to call Jiraiya an idiot, but after hesitating for a moment, he chose to ignore this idiot. Which eye of yours saw me going to the Rain Country? A neurotic. Come to me to find a sense of existence. Orochimaru decisively turned around and left. The best way to treat Jiraiya was not to quarrel with him or beat him up, but to simply ignore him. Arrogant Orochimaru, don't leave. Are you feeling guilty? Orochimaru tried to leave, but Jiraiya had no intention of letting him go and chased after him. Jiraiya, you idiot. Tsunade, with a frown on her face, clenched her fists and had the urge to catch Jiraiya and beat him up. Mizuto Minion shook his head helplessly. Others have started to mature after they became adults, but Jiraiya is still the same as before, without any change. Especially when it comes to Orochimaru, he is so childish. Jing Yuxiao's smile is not good. It all depends on Jiraiya. I'm going back first. I have to leave for the Rain Country early tomorrow morning. Go. Tsunade waved her hand at Shizuka and told him with her eyes that nothing would go wrong as she was in charge of the village. You can go to the Rain Country with confidence and teach the conspirator Uchiha Madara a good lesson. After Jing-ai left, Tsunade glanced at Midaman N who still had an expression of disbelief. Senior still can't believe that Uchiha Madara is still alive. It's not that I don't believe it, but I don't dare to believe it. Midaman N smiled bitterly, took off his glasses, took out a silk scarf from his pocket and wiped the lenses carefully. Once upon a time, we all thought that Uchiha Madara died in the Battle of the Valley of the End, but now we know that all this is just a conspiracy. It seems that I am really old. This sentence sounds so familiar. The plan against Uchiha Madara began, but Uchiha Madara, the real boss, knew nothing about it and was still sleeping in the underground base. After all, his age is there. Even with the help of the Outer Path demon statue, Uchiha Madara's health is getting worse day by day. As rampant as he was in the past, as miserable he became in his old age. Especially after various injuries occurred, it was even more painful. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara was not an ordinary person. He endured the discomfort of his body and waited for the opportunity calmly. If it were someone else, let alone enduring it and waiting for an opportunity, they would be lucky not to roll around on the bed and scream in pain. The next day, the group left Konoha under the cover of night and headed straight for the Land of Rain. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, everyone chose to travel light. Onoki, the third Raikage, the third Kazekage, Yagura and others did not even bring guards with them. Their guards all stayed in Konoha. Sachikage, it's up to you. After getting away from Konoha, everyone stopped. Onoki didn't say anything, and directly took everyone into the sky and flew towards the Land of Rain. Although Jingai and the third Kazekage can fly, who would be willing to fly by themselves without someone to lead them? No wonder an old fellow like you has great mobility. Flying is indeed a great advantage. The third Raikage, who was being carried into the sky for the first time, looked at the ground and sighed, which caused Onoki's body to shake. If you can't speak, just shut up. What does it mean that this old guy has great mobility? You can't fly, so you blame me? Humph. Not wanting to argue with the third Raikage, Onoki snorted coldly and chose to ignore him. The two old guys started again. Can you quarrel while on the road? Not wanting to see the team atmosphere become too tense, the third Kazekage took the initiative to praise that Sachikage's flying ability is indeed very strong, faster and easier than magnet release. Magnetic escape can also be used for flying, but it consumes too much energy, the flying speed is slow, and it cannot fly too high. These are all limitations. Onoki's flying is different. I have to say that the Uegakuer has really pushed the earth escape technique to its limit. That's more or less. After receiving praise from the third Kazekage, Onoki felt much better. Giving the third Raikage a look that urged him to learn, Onoki curiously asked Jingai. Jingai, I remember that flying is also something you are good at. Would you like to demonstrate it to me? We're not going to fly to the moon. There's nothing to demonstrate. Jingai replied nonchalantly. Everyone was silent. Being able to fly is already amazing, but you just said you wanted to fly to the moon. Is the gap between people so big? It was a good topic, but Jingai ended it right away. So everyone fell silent and hurried on their way in silence. Of course, Onoki was the only one who worked hard, while everyone else just lay down. Among the crowd, Jiraiya remained silent. He usually talks the most, but today he said nothing, his eyes full of worry. They are about to go to the Rain Country and meet his former disciples. Jiraiya is worried about their safety and feels a little uneasy. He didn't know if Nagato could survive after his Rinnegan was taken away. Will the angry Uchiha Madara target Nagato? Will Konan and Yahiko be affected? All kinds of messy thoughts filled Jiraiya's mind, causing him to remain silent all the way. If possible, Shizue also wants to save Nagato's life. Once Nagato dies, if Uchiha Madara or Black Zetsu performs the Impure World reincarnation technique again, Nagato will also become a big trouble. When alive, one cannot control the power of the Rinnegan and will be drained of it. But after death and being resurrected by the Impure World reincarnation, there will be no such concern. Once someone takes advantage of him, Nagato will become a problem. Nagato himself is nothing, the Rinnegan is the big problem. This thing can cause a lot of trouble for anyone. Therefore, under the premise of being possible, Jingai doesn't mind saving Nagato's life. If he can't, then he can only say sorry, it's your bad luck to become Uchiha Madara's puppet. The Land of Rain has arrived. I have to say, flying is really fast. Especially when Onoki concentrates on flying and flies at full speed, his speed will only be faster. Where is Nagato? When they arrived at the Rain Country, everyone looked at Jingai. Chapter 506 White Zetsu, the sky is falling. Jingai led the way in front without saying a word. The Rain Country was still in chaos at this time, but a little order began to appear in the chaos. This was not enough to change the chaotic order of the Rain Country, and it was the Akatsuki trio that brought it. The organization Sha was still established, and under the leadership of Nagato, Yahiko and Konan, many young people and ninjas joined this organization. Officially clean up some bandits who have cholera in the Rain Country, or some weak wandering ninjas, or even rebellious ninjas. Akatsuki's original intention was good, but unfortunately, the 3 members of Akatsuki have not yet fully grown up. As a result, this organization has limited strength and is unable to quell the chaos in the Rain Country. Everyone, please wait a moment. Arriving not far from the Akatsuki organization's underground base, Jingai chose to go alone. He didn't want to bring too many people, because Nagato would definitely be watched by White Zetsu, or even Black Zetsu himself. If he wanted to take away the Rinnegan, he had to catch the other party off guard. Bringing too many people will make the other party alert. It is good. Oniki, the third Reikage and others did not object to Shizuka going alone. They don't even need to worry about Jingai taking the Rinnegan for himself. After all, everyone still needs to join forces to fight a terrible enemy, Uchiha Madara. Inside the Akatsuki base, members of the Akatsuki organization had just risen, including the three founders of the Akatsuki organization, Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato. Among them, Yahiko is the leader of the organization, and Nagato is a silent fighter who doesn't like to talk. He is only responsible for taking action and protecting Yahiko and Konan. Zionin becomes the external brain within the organization, responsible for making plans and strategies. The girl who could only cry when something happened in the past has now grown up. In the base, Yahiko was discussing important matters with members of the organization. Konan stood beside Yahiko, occasionally helping out or offering some suggestions. Nagato sat in the distance, with his back against the wall, silently watching his two companions. Everything is moving in the right direction. Yes, we will quell the chaos in the Rain Kingdom and build a home without war. Thinking back to Yahiko's lofty goals, Nagato silently clenched his fists. At this moment, a hand appeared beside Nagato without warning and pressed on his face in front of Nagato's astonished eyes. What? Following Nagato's cry of pain, the entire base fell into chaos. Oops. White Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark and was responsible for keeping an eye on Akatsuki and Nagato, felt his heart skip a beat. It's over, it's over, it's over. Someone attacked Nagato. Who are you? Why did you attack Nagato? Yahiko, who could hardly control his emotions, rushed forward with a roar. Konan was a step slower than Yahiko, while the other members of Akatsuki were still standing there in a daze. What a scary pair of eyes. Looking at the Rinnegan in his hand that was still stained with blood, Jingai could feel the terrifying power coming from the Rinnegan. Bump! Shizuka, holding the Rinnegan in his right hand, raised his left hand and hit Nagato's neck. Nagato, who lost his eyes, fainted instantly and fell softly to the ground. After knocking Nagato unconscious, Jingai moved his numb left hand, and when he suddenly attacked, the Rinnegan automatically launched a counterattack. These eyes also have the ability to fight back autonomously. It's you. At this time, Yahiko rushed forward and saw clearly the person who attacked Nagato. He remembered what Jingai looked like because Jingai had come to see Jiraiya and had seen them before. Jingai shook his numb palms, and two green lights flew out and landed on Yahiko and Konan. The two people enveloped by the green light seemed to have lost control of their bodies, and all the chakra and physical strength in their bodies were sucked away. After putting away the Rinnegan, Jingai left the base with the three unconscious people under the horrified gazes of the Akatsuki members. Something terrible has happened. Watching all this happening before his eyes, White Zetsu dived underground at the fastest speed and disappeared quickly. He needed to report this matter to Uchiha Madara. Someone attacked Nagato, took away his Rinnegan, and captured the three leaders of Akatsuki. For by Zetsu, the sky has fallen. Orochimaru, who was far away in Konoha, was leaning against the wall idly, looking at the mini puppet in his hand. When he saw the puppet's eyes light up, Orochimaru smiled. We can finally start. Shizuka once promised Orochimaru that he would take him to capture a special experimental subject, and Orochimaru has always remembered this. Needless to say, the special experimental subject is White Zetsu. There were not many White Zetsu following Uchiha Madara at the beginning, only a few of them, but the strength of these White Zetsu was far stronger than the mass-produced White Zetsu later. If they were used for experiments, I believe Orochimaru would be satisfied. Uchiha Obito, carrying a small skull bag, walked towards the ninja school listlessly. He didn't sleep well and kept yawning while walking, as if he could fall asleep at any time in the next second. The White Zetsu who was lurking in Konoha had been following Uchiha Obito. Since Uchiha Madara chose Uchiha Obito as his chess piece and black glove, White Zetsu must follow him closely. Surveillance is also a disguised form of protection. It took a lot of effort to find a suitable target, so I can't just give it up in a muddle. When White Zetsu followed Uchiha Obito all the way to the ninja school, just when he wanted to run towards the toilet, he was surprised to find that he could not burrow underground. What happened? Could it be a seal? Baizetsu's mind was in a mess. Who the hell would put a seal near the toilet? Who are they protecting against? Baiju was so angry that he wanted to curse. If you can't even peek at others going to the toilet, is there any point in living like this? Have it? It is indeed an interesting experimental material. Orochimaru's laughter filled with surprise reached White Zetsu's ears. Not good. Baizetsu cursed in his heart and realized something was wrong when he heard this. He was being targeted. Where are you going? Around the open space of the ninja school toilet, figures with glowing green eyes appeared and surrounded White Zetsu. Seeing himself surrounded, Baizetsu only had one complaint in his mind. Jueju, I'm afraid. I can't go back this time. Interesting guy, is that plant life? That's really interesting. Orochimaru was shaking with excitement, and he wished he could capture White Zetsu immediately, tie him to the test bench, and study him carefully. Chapter 507, Three Little Ones Deep Love. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? White Zetsu gave Orochimaru an awkward and nervous smile. Letter. Orochimaru smiled and nodded considerately. I believe everything you say, but that won't stop you from being my test subject. Just follow me obediently. Teacher, why? In the hidden cave, Yahiko knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. He couldn't believe it even in his dreams that his teacher's friend would suddenly appear, attack Nagato, and dig out Nagato's eyes. That was not all, the other party also kidnapped all three of them. What made Yahiko feel most devastated was that the moment he woke up, he saw his most beloved teacher, Jiraiya. Like Yahiko, Konan also sat on the ground in a daze, her face full of tears. Nagato lay on the ground like a corpse, motionless. He wasn't dead, he just fainted and hadn't woken up yet. Yahiko and Konan were woken up by Jiraiya, but as for Nagato, let him remain unconscious for now. Otherwise, the child would definitely feel bad when he wakes up. The teacher doesn't want to either. Jiraiya looked at the two disciples and smiled bitterly. According to the village's investigation, Nagato's eyes do not belong to him, but to a guy named Uchiha Madara. He transplanted the eyes to Nagato and used the blood of the Uzumaki clan to help warm the eyes. Uchiha Madara is a scourge to the ninja world. In order to deal with him, we have no choice but to take away these eyes first. In order to calm the two disciples, Jiraiya immediately explained the matter of Nagato's eyes. He was afraid that the two disciples would mistakenly think that Konoha was doing this to target them, or maybe he came here intentionally to seize the Rinnegan. Hateful. After being stunned for a while, Yahiko pounded the ground angrily and roared, "Why did this guy named Uchiha Madara do this? The eyes are not Nagato's, but transplanted from Uchiha Madara. That means that when Nagato was very young, Uchiha Madara dug out Nagato's eyes and then transplanted his own eyes to Nagato. Bastard, how could you have the heart to do that to me? Who?" The disciple had not yet lost his mind, and Jiraiya sighed. He arranged all of this in order to become the second legendary sage of 6 paths. In fact, you have been monitored by his people. If Jingai hadn't told me all this, I wouldn't even know it. Teacher once naively believed that the Samsara eye belonged to Nagato, but he didn't expect that Nagato was just a pawn in the hands of others. Teacher, will Nagato be okay? Losing an eye won't kill a person, but Konan is still worried. After learning the whole story, Konan and Yahiko's hatred for Shizuka also dissipated a lot. I do not know. Faced with his disciple's question, Jiraiya could only shake his head helplessly. He really didn't know whether Nagato would be okay. There is a special curse seal on his heart. This curse seal should have been left by Uchiha Madara deliberately, using the power of the Samsara eye. As long as this curse seal is still there, Uchiha Madara can control his life and death at any time. Jingai walked in from outside the cave. Will die? Konan and Yahiko's eyes widened. Jingai, can Nagato still be saved? Didn't you say that the Samsara eye and the Rinnegan are of the same level? Since it is the curse mark left by the Rinnegan, then the Samsara eye should be able to remove it. As long as I can save my disciples, why not ask for help? Besides, asking Jingai for help would be shameful. You are just dreaming. Jingai was speechless. It can't be lifted. Jingai shook his head and gave Jiraiya and his two disciples a cold answer. In theory, the Samsara eye and the Rinnegan are the same level of eye techniques, but there is a huge difference between the two. For example, if someone is under the Sharingan illusion, there is no way to remove it with the Byakugan. Although the analogy is a bit crude, the logic is correct. I can't save Nagato, but I can use the power of the Samsara eye to protect his heart, then destroy his heart and forcibly break the curse seal. No. Yahiko jumped up excitedly. We can't do this. His heart is damaged, how can he still be alive? Konan did not object at first, but looked at Jiraiya expectantly. Jiraiya's scalp numbed and he could only look for Jingai with a bitter face to confirm. Shizuchi, won't Nagato die after his heart is destroyed? Meeting. Jin glanced at the sad Zionin and answered solemnly. But he won't die completely. He will only enter a state of suspended animation because his heart is destroyed. If a normal person's heart is destroyed, they will definitely die. But I used the power of the Samsara eye to protect his heart in advance. Even if the heart is shattered and turned into meat paste, as long as the power of the Samsara eye is not dissolved, Nagato will not really die. As for whether he can survive in the end, it depends on his luck and your attitude. If the heart is destroyed, under normal circumstances, a person will surely die, but don't forget that the Rinnegan is the eye of destruction as well as the eye of creation. I can't say anything else, but with the power of the Rinnegan, it is still possible to keep Nagato alive and prevent him from dying completely. When everything is over, I just need to find a way to give Nagato a new heart. Replacing a heart or transplanting a new pair of eyes, such operations are not difficult in the ninja world, and even cloning a brand new heart or eyes is no problem. Orochimaru is very good at these. My attitude? Jiraiya pointed at himself subconsciously, and after a few seconds, he came to his senses and asked excitedly, "What do you need me to do?" "I can too." Yahiko immediately jumped up from the ground, bowed deeply to Jingai, and begged, "As long as you can save Nagato, I will do anything for you." "Me too." Xionin wiped the tears from her face and stood up. "Do you know how to ask for help now? What did you do early?" Jingai asked without much interest. "You can do anything, even if it means sacrificing yourselves." "If sacrificing myself can save Nagato's life, then please kill me, senior." Yahiko lowered his head, indicating that he would never resist. "What about you?" Jingai looked at Xionin. "Me too." Xionin answered without hesitation. Chapter 508 Uchiha Madara. If you mess with me, you will regret it. Due to their experiences since childhood, the relationship between the three members of Akatsuki organization has reached the point where they are willing to give everything for each other. If the death of one of them could save Nagato's life, they would choose to sacrifice themselves without hesitation. "I have no interest in your lives. Pack up and get ready to go." After staring at Konan and Yahiko for a while, Jingai squatted down and a green halo appeared on his right hand. The halo followed Jingai's hand and fell on Nagato's body, merging into his body. Following a muffled sound, Nagato's body began to tremble violently. The tremor quickly disappeared, and his heart almost disappeared, leaving only a ball of green light at the location of his heart. After doing all this, Jingai stood up and left the cave. Jiraiya quickly took out his raincoat and wrapped Nagato's body. When he wrapped Nagato's body, he reached out his hand tentatively to feel it, and found that Nagato had no breathing and heartbeat. Just as Shizuka said, his heart was shattered, allowing the power of the Samsara eye to remain in Nagato's body, forcibly keeping him alive and putting him into a state of suspended animation. "Wait until everything is over, then find a way to save people." Jiraiya came out carrying Nagato's body, and Konan and Yahiko followed nervously behind. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Instead of thanking me, you should think about how to ask Orochimaru for help and ask him to help Nagato make a new heart and a pair of eyes." "Forehead? Should I ask for it?" Jiraiya's face suddenly turned red, and when he thought about asking Orochimaru for help, "No, Orochimaru," he tapped his toes on the floor in embarrassment. After the misunderstanding about Princess Orokai broke out, Jiraiya, who felt wronged, actually wrote a novel about Princess Orokai, as a revenge against Orochimaru. "It was very exciting when I was writing it, but now I have to go and ask Orochimaru for help, which is a bit embarrassing." "Beg, face is just a request. As long as Nagato can be saved, let alone asking Orochimaru for help, even asking Princess Orochimaru for help will do. I, Jiraiya, have decided to hold on to your, Orochimaru's stronghold, and no one can stop me. Everyone, let's go." I believe it won't be long before Uchiha Madara will respond. "It is good." Oniki, the third Raikage and others had no intention of staying in the Rain Country for too long. Since the mission had been completed, it would be better to hurry back to Konoha. Uchiha Madara, who is hiding in the dark, might give them a big surprise at any time. In the dim underground base, White Zetsu crawled in through the wall and screamed, "Master Madara, something terrible has happened. Something has happened to Nagato." Sitting on the chair, Uchiha Madara, who looked like a stone sculpture, slowly opened his eyes and stared at Baizetsu with cold eyes, as if saying, "I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words, think carefully about what you want to say." A black figure emerged behind Uchiha Madara. The black figure was none other than Black Zetsu. Something happened to Nagato? At this moment, Black Zetsu's heart was already filled with huge waves. What happened? Nothing can happen to Nagato. Something happened to him. What should we do with the infinite Tsukuyomi plan? We can't let Uchiha Madara go into battle himself, right? It seems possible, but it's impossible. If something happened to Nagato, it meant something happened to the Rinnegan as well. If there's something wrong with the Rinnegan, then there's nothing you can do about it. If it weren't for the need to act as the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will, Black Zetsu would definitely jump up at the first moment. But he couldn't move. Not only that, he also had to try hard to stay calm. Cough cough. Perhaps Uchiha Madara's eyes were too terrifying. White Zetsu was frightened, and he took several steps back, saying guiltily, "Just now, someone sneaked into the underground base of Akatsuki and attacked Nagato. Not only did they take away the Samsara eye, they also took away the 3 leaders of Akatsuki. Nagato was attacked and his Rinnegan was taken away." Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on the chair with his whole body stiff, took a long time to relax. He was already old, and his body functions were maintained by the Outer Path Demon statue. Now, his body function was directly broken. Who did it? Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Madara tried hard to keep his emotions stable and not let himself get angry. Having experienced countless storms over the past decades, he would not go berserk over a small matter. The most important thing is that his health is not good and he cannot get angry easily, as this will affect his lifespan. At least you can't get angry until you think of a way to deal with it. It's Hayagashaizuka from Konoha. Hinata Shizuichi? A very unfamiliar name. Uchiha Madara knew this man, the man of Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, who was good at strange puppetry. Judging from these superficial strengths alone, Uchiha Madara did not take Jingai seriously. Although the puppet controlled by Jingai is indeed very strange and powerful, however, compared with the powerful Six Paths technique, puppetry is simply not up to par. As a result, a kid who he didn't take seriously actually attacked his people and took away the Rinnegan. This was something Uchiha Madara never expected. Jingai had met Nagato before, but he didn't seem to notice anything wrong with Nagato. Uchiha Madara didn't think much about it, because Jingai went to see Jiraiya. Who would have thought that this person who didn't take it seriously would go around and rob his own home? It seems that things are getting interesting. Has the plan been leaked? Or? Uchiha Madara glanced at White Zetsu, who shuddered in fear. What does this mean, master? I hope he doesn't think I betrayed him. There is no way I would do such a thing. It must have been another guy who did it. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and thought. The importance of the Rinnegan is self-evident, but now, the Rinnegan is gone, taken away by the people of Konoha. The other party might already know what he wants to do. Why did Uchiha Madara hide in various places? The purpose is to ensure that the infinite Tsukuyomi plan can proceed perfectly. If it cannot proceed, it doesn't matter. As long as Nagato is sacrificed and resurrected, it will be enough. Unfortunately, with the Rinnegan taken away, all the plans came to nothing. Resurrection is even more nonsense. There is no point in resurrection if you don't have the Rinnegan. It seems that I can't hide it anymore. That's good. It's good to be able to move around. For many years, Uchiha Madara has been hiding in the dark for the sake of the Rinnegan. At first it was for the Rinnegan, and after having the Rinnegan it was for the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. At this moment, the plan was devastated and Uchiha Madara could not continue to hide. You must take back your own eyes. Black Zetsu, how's your mastery of that technique going? Slowly opening his eyes, Uchiha Madara looked up at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu said slowly, Madara-sama, you have mastered it. That's good. Although I'm a little unwilling, but... Exhaling heavily, Uchiha Madara raised his hand and cut off the tube behind him, but they will regret it. At this time, Uchiha Madara's body had already decayed, and he was relying on the energy supplied by the Outer Path Demon statue to survive. Chapter 509, Who Cannot Be Moved by the Rinnegan? Cutting off these tubes would mean the end of Uchiha Madara's life, but he had to choose to do so because his body was too old and he could not regain the Rinnegan. He could only die early and return to the ninja world in another way. Haha, the tube broke, and Uchiha Madara fell into a chair, like an old man at the end of his life, or suffering from severe asthma, breathing heavily, with the number of inhalations and exhalations seriously disproportionate. As Uchiha Madara's breath became heavier, his vital signs gradually disappeared, and his life slowly came to an end. It's time to start. Black Zetsu looked at White Zetsu and said, Go get some information for Madara-sama. Yes. White Zetsu immediately ran away. If White Zetsu hadn't been afraid of being punished by Uchiha Madara if he ran away, he would have wanted to run away long ago. To him, Black Zetsu's order was like an imperial decree. White Zetsu turned around and ran, running very fast. After White Zetsu left, the underground base became quiet, with only a huge statue sitting cross-legged, the corpse of an old man, and Black Zetsu. Damn, you all deserve to die. Why do you do this? Do you know how many years I have worked hard? Without any outsiders, Uchiha Madara turned into a corpse, and Black Zetsu finally didn't have to control his emotions anymore. He lost control of his emotions and couldn't help but start cursing. After so many years, it took a lot of effort to guide Uchiha Madara to come out, it took a lot of effort to get close to him, and it took a lot of effort to make him put down his guard and have the little trust he had in himself. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. The sudden attack broke everything. How can Black Zetsu accept this? How to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi plan without the Rinnegan? Even if you capture all the tailed beasts, it will be useless. Even if Uchiha Madara is resurrected using the impure world reincarnation technique, he cannot be compared to a living person. Those who are resurrected by the impure world reincarnation can control the outer path demon statue, absorb the tailed beasts, and control the 10 tails. The question is, how to resurrect his mother Kagaya at Satsuki? Impure world reincarnation is impure world reincarnation and cannot be compared with a living person. When he thought of this, Black Zetsu became furious. For countless years, he was used to hiding and suppressing his personality, and now his defense was broken. Why? Do you have to wait until Nagato activates the Infinite Tsukuyomi project? Do you enjoy watching ants struggle so much? According to Black Zetsu's idea, the best way is for Uchiha Madara to control Nagato, let Nagato sacrifice himself, resurrect him, and then directly declare war on the 5 major ninja villages and forcibly launch the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan. With Uchiha Madara's strength and the Rinnegan, who in the ninja world can stop him? 6 Paths Immortals? Stop being funny. The 6 Paths Sage has such interference ability. He would have jumped out long ago when Uchiha Madara obtained the Rinnegan. Why would he wait for Uchiha Madara to appear before showing up? But Uchiha Madara was not happy. He liked to watch the struggle of ants and their resistance to fate. That's right, he was just watching the show. Looking for a puppet to replace himself as the White Zetsu in public is also for the sake of joining in the fun. After reading Naruto carefully, you will find that many steps of the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan are useless and dispensable. As long as Uchiha Madara appears, whether in the impure world reincarnation mode or by sacrificing Nagato to resurrect him, they can easily sweep across the 5 major ninja villages, capture all the tailed beasts, and give birth to the 10 tails. But there is no such script. The Akatsuki organization has misery, struggle, hard work, despair, and then Uchiha Obito's blackening. Both sides come together for a goal. In the end, Nagato got out of control, and then the only thing left was Uchiha Obito's line, and the game continued. In the end, Uchiha Madara himself was a little dissatisfied as to why it took so long to bring him up. It seems that Uchiha Madara himself likes to watch the struggles of small people, and Black Zetsu has the same problem. Heike cursed at Uchiha Madara's corpse, unaware that he and Uchiha Madara were the same kind of people. They were the same, no one was better than the other. After cursing for a while, Black Zetsu finally calmed down. Now he needs to gather the materials and then resurrect Uchiha Madara, but the problem is that the impure world reincarnation technique has not been perfected yet. Thinking about the flaws of the impure world reincarnation technique, Black Zetsu became even more confused. I had been planning to continue improving it, but now that it's done, I'll have to push through even if it's not perfect. In short, it is treating a dead horse as if it were alive. While Black Zetsu was still struggling to perfect the impure world reincarnation technique, Shizuichi and others had already returned to Konoha. Inside the conference room of the Hokage's office building, the group of people looked at the eyes in the glass jar, and their thoughts varied. Some found it incredible, some were amazed, and some were greedy and wanted to take the eyes for themselves. These eyes are so strange. Tsunade stared at the Rinnegan for a while and felt her eyes a little dizzy, as if the Rinnegan was releasing some kind of illusion or mental pressure all the time, making people who stared at these eyes feel uncomfortable. There's a strong sense of oppression. Uniki expressed his feelings. The third Raikage thought for a moment and said, "My spirit seems to be affected." As the legendary immortal's eyes, it is normal for them to have such characteristics. When I tried to seize them, these eyes even fought back. Jingai glanced at her left hand. The counterattack power of the Rinnegan was not light. If it were someone else, he would probably be skinned alive. All I can say is that the legendary immortal's eye is indeed not simple. I'm afraid these eyes are not so easy to destroy. The third Kazekage, who was usually a man of few words, said something that cheered everyone up. Yes, it shouldn't be easy to destroy such eyes. What are you thinking about? Jingai couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. The Samsara eye was very powerful when it was on the host, but it would definitely gradually weaken if it was separated from the host. After all, no matter how powerful the eyes were, they were just a pair of eyes. Otherwise, how could the 6 Paths Sage's Rinnegan disappear in the ninja world? After leaving the host, the eyes will become weak, so there is no need to worry about that. That's good. The third Kazekage nodded slightly. What he was afraid of was that when everyone wanted to destroy the Rinnegan, they would find that it was difficult to destroy. That would be an embarrassing situation. The conditions for using these eyes are very strict, right? Yagura suddenly said. Everyone looked over subconsciously. Are you interested? That's right. facing the legendary immortal's eye, how many people can resist greed? It's normal for Yagura to have such thoughts, and probably other people have the same thoughts, but everyone just knows it and won't say it out loud. Because this will affect unity and will not be conducive to everyone uniting to fight against foreign enemies. Chapter 510 Want to die? Then give it a try. It's very harsh. The entire ninja world, well. Jing-ai thought for a while, and finally said something quite pertinent. In this ninja world, there are probably 2 people who can withstand the power brought by these eyes. 2 people? Only 2 people? Yagura showed a surprised expression. Although it is the legendary eye of the immortal, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Could it be that even the Uchiha clan can't withstand it? Wouldn't that be a bit of an exaggeration? Yagura's first reaction was disbelief. Onoki couldn't help but laugh. Jing-ai, the 2 people you are talking about, aren't they you and Uchiha Madara? Yes. Jing-ai didn't have any modesty thoughts and nodded frankly. The Samsara eye is Uchiha Madara's eye. It is an organ in his body. It is normal for him to be able to withstand the power of these eyes. As for me, I am an exception. Although the Samsara eye and the Rinnegan are 2 different eyes, these 2 eyes are of the same level, and the Sharingan is derived from the Byakugan. Theoretically speaking, Jing-ai can completely replace the Rinnegan with the Samsara eye and is not afraid of being drained of its powerful force. On the other hand, if Uchiha Madara stuffed a pair of Rinnegan into his own eye sockets, he would most likely be able to withstand the terrifying power of the Rinnegan. The Uchiha Madara that Jing-ai was referring to was his prime time, not his old age. Can't the Uchiha clan handle it? The third Raikage asked curiously. According to the information you have collected in Konoha, the Uchiha are descendants of the Six-Path Sage, and Uchiha Madara is also of the Uchiha clan. Logically speaking, these eyes should be able to accept the Uchiha bloodline. It depends on the strength. It's really hard to evaluate this. Just look at Uchiha Obito in the original work. This guy only gave himself 1 Rinnegan, and used his other eye to use his Mangekyo. Shinwei is indeed a good eye technique, but can Shinwei be compared with the Rinnegan? Moreover, even after Uchiha Obito installed the Rinnegan, he did not use the power of the Rinnegan. He was using his Mangekyo from beginning to end. A lot can be seen from here. Jing-ai placed the glass bottle on the table and said to the third Raikage's curious gaze. The Samsara eye is a powerful eye technique that evolved from the Sharingan. These eyes will definitely not reject the Uchiha bloodline. The reason why I excluded the Uchiha people is because the conditions for using these eyes are too harsh. Even if they are Uchiha people, once they use its power, they may be squeezed into a mummy immediately. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Jing-ai is really not afraid of someone seeking death, so he tries to use the Rinnegan. He wouldn't care even if the third Raikage tried. As long as you can bear it, feel free to try it. I, Hinata Shizuka, have absolutely no objection. He had no intention of possessing the pair of Samsara eyes. No matter how good the Samsara eyes were, they were not his own eyes. Besides, the Samsara eye is no worse than the Rinnegan, and in some aspects it is even more terrifying than the Rinnegan. Even if he could use his eyes, they would have various side effects if they were not his own. Jing-ai didn't want to cause trouble for himself, but I wouldn't test the cost of using the Rinnegan for no reason. Mummy? Is it so terrifying? The third Raikage blinked, coughed lightly, and asked curiously, Jing-ai, are you sure the cost of using these eyes will be so serious? Please feel free to do as you please, senior. Don't worry about me. As long as you don't take the Rinnegan for yourself, anyone who wants to try may do so. I don't care anyway, as long as you don't regret it. Jing-ai made a gesture of invitation. A simple action immediately calmed the third Raikage's inner restlessness. He didn't dare to guarantee whether Jing-ai's words were true, nor did he dare to take the risk. Besides, eye transplantation was a troublesome matter. Not everyone can do what Uchiha Madara did, dig out one eye and then put another one back in. If a normal person does this, he will become blind. Even if you stuff a good eye into the socket it won't help. Ahem, Mizukage, are you planning to give it a try? The third Raikage kicked the ball to Yagura's feet. Yagura frowned and felt a little moved. Do you think he dares to try? Oniki and the third Kazekage exchanged glances. The third Kazekage shook his head secretly. He didn't think Yagura was an impulsive person. Even though these eyes would make people want to snatch them away, what if Jing-ai was not lying? Squeezing them directly into a mummy is scary to hear. Neither Oniki nor the third Kazekage had any intention of trying. Oniki felt that his old bones could not withstand the torment, and the third Kazekage's idea was even simpler. He didn't think Jing-ai would use such a thing to deceive others. Looking at Jing-ai's attitude, it is clear that he is not afraid that someone will really try it, in case someone tries and ends up dying. Still can't take risks. Then why did Uchiha Madara transplant these eyes to Nagato? Why is Nagato fine? Yagura was obviously still a little unwilling. Jing-ai was so amused. The Mizukage just needs to recall the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. As for other questions, I'm too lazy to think about them. If the Mizukage is unwilling, you can give it a try. Konoha has many medical ninjas who are good at this type of surgery. If the Mizukage feels it's unreliable, Tsunade and I can help you. Why say so much? If you want to die, come and try. I can fulfill your wish. Tisk. The third Raikage burst out laughing. Mizukage, if you want the power of the Rinnegan, you can tell us directly. We all have no objection to you transplanting these eyes, as long as you are not afraid of death. Among the 5 Kage, he, the third Raikage, had never taken Yagura seriously. Seeing that Yagura was unwilling and kept asking questions, the third Raikage couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. Hee, I think we can give it a try. What do you think, Kazekage? Onoki chuckled and pulled the third Kazekage along. The third Kazekage raised his eyebrows but said nothing. After looking at Yagura twice, he nodded slightly. Is Yagura really that bad? Tsunade was speechless for a moment. Chapter 511. Do you really think the Samsara eye is cabbage? Among the 5 Kage, the third Raikage and Oniki seemed to have some strong opinions about Yagura, and they were targeting him both overtly and covertly. The third Kazekage did not target Yagura, but judging from the look in Yagura's eyes, it did not seem like he treated the other party as someone of the same level. These 2 old guys have bad intentions. Yagura looked a little unhappy, but he was really unwilling to accept it. But if I do it myself, I'm afraid I'll really die if I try. How about we choose a suitable person for an eye transplant? You definitely have to try it, but you can't do it yourself, you need to find someone to try it for you. Oh, this is a good idea. The third Raikage suddenly sat up straight. They were definitely not able to try it themselves. Since you can't go up yourself, just find someone else. This is the suggestion made by Yagura. Let the Mist Village choose someone to try. Yes, I agree. However, since it was proposed by the Mizukage, it would be more appropriate to select talents from the Mist Village. I agree too. Oniki was happy to watch the show and stood on the side of the third Raikage. Although he and the third Raikage do not get along, at least on the point of pitting Yagura, the 2 can get along. The third Kazekage still said nothing, but he nodded in approval of the suggestion. Anyway, the suggestion to try it was not his who proposed it, and there was no need to select people from the Sand Village to try it out. In that case, why object? It's good to give it a try, just in case someone can really withstand the power of these eyes. Tsunade looked at Shizuoichi, who gave her a reassuring look. Feeling relieved, she decided to just give in. Since everyone wants to try it, then let's give it a try. Let me be frank first. Although I have no objection, the people of Konoha will not participate in the test. At most, they can help with the operation. We can help with the surgery, but no one from Konoha will try it, not even the Uchiha can. As long as the villages don't stop him, Yagura doesn't mind giving it a try. It's just selecting 1 or 2 people to test, it's a small matter. This sacrifice is nothing to the bloody butcher Yagura. Since Yagura wanted to try it so much, Jingai didn't bother to care and just reminded him. Then please ask the Mizukage to arrange for someone to come to the village to perform the surgery as soon as possible. We don't have much time. It is a question how much time Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu will give them. Under the current circumstances, the most likely backup plan for Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara is to arrange the Impure World reincarnation technique as soon as possible, revive Uchiha Madara, and then take back the Rinnegan. Without the Rinnegan, the infinite Tsukuyomi cannot be activated, and even if it is activated, you cannot reach the end. As for when Uchiha Madara in the Impure World reincarnation state would take action, Shizuka couldn't tell for sure. It is good. Yagura said that he would immediately send a message back to the Kurogakure, asking the village to select a suitable person, and then ride a flying summoning beast to rush to Konoha for surgery as quickly as possible. Look for me when the person arrives. Jingai put away the glass bottle containing the Rinnegan. He couldn't let anyone else take care of this thing. He would only feel at ease if he kept it himself. The third Raikage, the third Kazekage, Oniki, and Yagura had no objection to this. I thought everyone could work together, but I didn't expect that they would have different intentions after just getting the Samsara eye. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade couldn't help but complain. It's okay if you have ulterior motives, but don't be stubborn. The third Raikage, Oniki, and the third Kazekage must have had ideas about the Rinnegan, but none of them expressed them. Only the young man, Yagura, seemed to have the intention of not retreating until he hit a wall. Everyone is greedy. If he wants to try, then let him try. We just need to not get involved. It's not our people who will die. Jingai smiled nonchalantly. Try? You can try it at will. As long as the elite members of your Mist Village are not afraid of too many deaths, and as long as Uchiha Madara gives us time, I have no objection if the ninjas of your mist village line up to try it. Tsunade raised her head and stared at Shizuka. What if it succeeds? Jingai's face was full of black question marks. Woman, do you know what you are talking about? What if it succeeds? Do you really think that the Rinnegan is as easy as cabbage and you can succeed with just a casual try? Just don't scare yourself then. After saying this unhappily, Jingai stood up and left the Hokage's office. He was not worried at all that the ninja from the Mist Village would try to transplant the Rinnegan and would succeed. If you are not afraid of death, come and try. Senior, is there something wrong? As I walked out of the Hokage office building, I saw the third Kazekage standing on the side of the road waiting for me. The third Kazekage stepped forward and invited, "Would you like to have a meal together?" "Okay, barbecue or something else." Jingai readily accepted the invitation of the third Kazekage. Barbecue. The third Kazekage was not a picky eater and was too lazy to think too much about it. He invited Jingai to dinner just to find an opportunity to chat, and what to eat was not important. So the two of them went to the barbecue restaurant. "Thank you for last time." As soon as we sat down and ordered our food, the third Kazekage mentioned the matter of Scorpion. Although he had no dissatisfaction towards Scorpion for this, the thought that he had trained Scorpion as a genius of the village, while the other party was always thinking about killing him, the third Kazekige's heart sank to the bottom. "It seems like you are targeting me alone. Why did the war break out? Your grandmother and your great-uncle did nothing wrong, your parents did nothing wrong either, I am the only one who is guilty." The third Kazekage is not a talkative person, but that doesn't mean he doesn't think about many things in his mind. The war was instigated by the Kazekage and the pro-war faction of the village. Various provocations from the Sand Village eventually led to a war with Konoha. He, the third Kazekage, had half the credit, but the other half definitely went to Cho's family. Scorpion's parents sneaked into the Fire Country to carry out the sabotage mission, and it was they who volunteered, not the third Kazekage who sent them out. In fact, the third Kazekage himself only found out afterwards that the couple had sneaked into the Land of Fire, because the one commanding the battle on the front line was Cho. In other words, it was Cho who agreed to let her son and daughter-in-law carry out such a mission. As a result, the shit ended up getting all over the third Kazekage. "You're welcome, he's just a child. He should be able to be saved with some education." Jingai couldn't help laughing. Can it be saved? Difficult. Children in the ninja world grow up very fast and mature early because of chakra. Maturity early means that the shadow or hatred left in their hearts during childhood is difficult to eliminate. Under Cho's various educations and guidance, Scorpion seems to have changed a lot. At least that's what it looks like on the surface, but what about him and his heart? Who can guarantee that Scorpio has let go of all this? Maybe. Upon hearing this, the third Kazekige's mouth twitched a few times. In fact, the third Kazekage himself did not believe these words. Because he had been secretly observing Scorpion, his guess was not ideal. On the surface, Scorpion has indeed changed, but in reality, I really want to stab him twice. If he didn't still need to rely on Cho and Ebizo, the third Kazekage would really want to find an opportunity to kill Sasori. The barbecue on the grill kept making sizzling sounds, and Jingai was turning the barbecue calmly. After drinking a few glasses of wine, the third Kazekage exhaled heavily and changed the subject. He didn't want to talk about Scorpion's problem right now. Can the transplant of the Samsara be successful? Chapter 5:12 If you fail, you will die. Jingai paused for a moment as she picked up the barbecue, smiled, put the barbecue into her mouth, and replied casually, "Is it possible to succeed?" The third Kazekage was slightly stunned, as if he had not expected Jingai to ask such a question. Is it possible to succeed? One word difference, but the meaning is completely different. The topic ended there, and the third Kazekage did not continue to ask questions. The conversation between the two also became much less. After eating and drinking, they left the barbecue restaurant and returned to their residences and homes. As soon as the third Kazekage returned to his residence, Oniki came, and the third Raikage also came. Both of them knew that the third Kazekage had gone to find Jingai, and since he had found Jingai, he would definitely ask something about the research on the Rinnegan. Therefore, they only need to find the third Kazekage, and there is no need to look for Jingai one by one. If Jingai is willing to tell, the third Kazekage is the insider, and it would be the same to ask the third Kazekage. If Jingai didn't want to, they would take turns looking for her but would not get any results. Looking at the two people who obviously don't get along but came here together, after brewing the tea and pouring hot tea for Oniki and the third Raikage, the third Kazekage said succinctly, "Is it possible to succeed?" These are Jingai's exact words. It's not something to be ashamed of, and there's no need to hide it. The third Kazekage directly conveyed Shizuichi's original words to the two of them. Is it possible to succeed? Uniki lowered his head and drank his tea. The third Raikage lowered his chin with his hand on the table with interest. After pondering the meaning of this sentence, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, quite interesting. Looks like Yagura is going to be disappointed. I wonder who the Mist Village will choose to transplant the Rinnegan. To make such an attempt, we must select elites. Since they are elites, it means that the death of one of them will be a huge loss to the village. Considering that the casualties were not from the Uegakur, Oniki also began to look forward to it. Little Yagura, do you really think that you can jump sideways just because you become the Mizukage? You are still too young. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the third Raikage seemed a little harsh, and even the serious third Kazekage smiled. What Oniki said was really interesting. So the 3 generations of old men gathered together, waiting to see the excitement in the Mist Village with a gloating look on their faces. The 5 Kage should have united at this time, but the 3 old guys, Onoki, the 3rd Kazekage, and the 3rd Raikage, looked down on Yagura. In addition, Yagura's personality problems made it difficult for him to integrate into the group. As for Tsunade, there is no need for her to integrate. Yagura sent a message back to the Kurigakur, asking the master to help select 2 elite soldiers. Although the master didn't know what Yagura wanted to do, he still helped select 2 people. In order to prevent Yagura from deliberately retaliating, Master Yuan put some effort into selecting the candidates. So Mizukage-sama, do you want me to go to Konoha with Senpai, or do you want us to go there the quickest way possible? Mainjutsu Kazuki didn't quite understand the intention of Yagura's action. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it stands to reason that Yagura would not choose only him if he needed to mobilize the 7 ninja swordsmen. This is the order of the Mizukage-sama. I don't know the details. Master Yuan had no answer to Gue Dangmanyu's question. Qing, who was standing next to Yuanqi, acted very calm. He didn't need to worry that Yagura was seeking revenge or deliberately harming him. The person who should be worried should be Mainjutsu Kazuna. After all, in order to compete with Yagura for the throne of Mizukage, the Kazuki clan had conflicts, fights, and assassinations. All available means have been used. After becoming the Mizukage, Yagura often took revenge on the families and forces that he once competed with, and the Kazuki clan was one of them. As a genius of the Kazuna clan, it is understandable that Kazuna Mainjutsu was targeted. Don't underestimate Yagura because he is a short guy. He doesn't get the title of Bloody Butcher for nothing. If he really sets his sights on Mainjutsu Kazuna, he can really kill him. I understand. Manu Kazuna was unhappy but didn't show it. After all, Yagura is the Mizukage, and even though he knows that Yagura wants to kill him, there is nothing he can do. When the order comes, you have to obey and execute it. Then I'll have to ask Senior to take good care of me. It's all for the village. You don't have to thank me. Qin would not accept Mainjutsu Kazuki's thanks for no reason, so as to avoid Yagura raising the knife and cutting him as well. He did not accept the thanks, and even looked at Kitano Mainjutsu with some sympathy in his eyes. If I had known what would happen today, why bother? As ruthless as the Hojiki clan was when they were fighting for the throne of the 4th Mizukage, they are just as miserable now. It's a pity that Mainjutsu Kazuna's talent and strength are lacking. Not only Yuanqi, but even Qin felt that Yagura had set his sights on Mainjutsu Kazuna and wanted to kill him. The 2 of them boarded the flying vehicle provided by the village, left the Mist Village, and headed towards Konoha. Without flying tools, it would take at least several days to travel from the Mist Village to Konoha, even if you rode at full speed. With flying tools, it would only take less than a day to arrive. When he arrived in Konoha, Mainjutsu Kazuki's face was tense. He didn't know what dangerous mission was waiting for him next. After the 2 arrived, the people from Konoha took them to the residence where Yagura lived. Mizukage-sama. After entering the house, the 2 of them bowed and greeted Yagura together. Yeah. Yagura, who was sitting on the chair, had no intention of standing up. After taking a deep look at Mainjutsu Kazuna, he signaled Qin to close the door. Qin cooperated and turned around to close the door, then returned to his original position and stood. Don't worry that I will retaliate against you, at least not now. Yagura gave Mainjutsu Kazuki a reassurance. Although I, Yagura, am not a good person, I will not target you, Mainjutsu Kazuna, at this time, even though I really want to kill you. Won't you retaliate against me? Manu Kazuna looked up in surprise. Ignoring Mainjutsu's surprised look, Yagura went straight to the point and said, I have asked you to come here to do an experiment. This experiment is very dangerous. If it succeeds, you will be able to gain incomparable power. What if we fail? Qin said nothing, and Kitsune Mainjutsu asked, You'll die. Yagura looked at him. Although this experiment is not mandatory, if you are willing to accept it, I can promise that I will not target the Ghost Lantern clan again in the future. The 2 sides have a blood feud. However, in order to stabilize Mainjutsu Kazuna, Yagura doesn't mind giving him some benefits. If you go and do the experiment obediently, the grudge between me and the Kazuki clan will be written off, and I, Yagura, will no longer target the Kazuki clan from now on. It sounds very tempting. So, Mizuki-sama, may I know what kind of experiment it is? There is no doubt that Manukazuna was moved. Even though this experiment is very dangerous, even though he, Manjutsu Kazuki, will die, he doesn't mind giving it a try if it can get Yagura's promise. What experiment? Manu felt that she had not lost out, but Ching felt mixed emotions. Chapter 513, Squeeze it into a mummy. Gue Dang Manu still had a chance to bargain, but he had none at all. So, Mizuki-sama, what kind of human experiment will Ao-senpai and I conduct? In Manjutsu Kazuki's opinion, Yagura selected them with such fanfare and came to Konoha specially under the banner of doing experiments. This so-called experiment must be not simple. It is most likely related to human experiments. It's not a human experiment, although it will have some effects on your body, and you might die. Yagura glanced at Manjutsu, who was smiling and curious, and said calmly, the 5 major ninja villages joined forces to snatch a pair of very unique eyes from an old antique, and your mission is to transplant these eyes. White eyes? Or the Sharingan? Ao and Manjutsu Kazuki's first reactions were the same. Since it was an eye transplant and they came to Konoha specifically, the probability of it being a Byakugan or a Sharingan was very high. It's neither the Byakugan nor the Sharingan, but it has a certain relationship with the Sharingan. Both of them will participate in the experiment, and it is not certain who will come first. Yagura has no intention of hiding anything. Tell them directly. It's the legendary Eye of the Immortal. Immortal eyes? Ching and Manukazuna said in unison. Both of them had expressions of shock on their faces. Did Lord Mizukage say something wrong, or did we hear it wrongly, about the legendary Eye of the Immortal? Isn't that a legend? Wait, is there any connection between the Sage's Eye and the Sharingan? Ao and Manjutsu Kazuki's minds were full of doubts, but no one would explain to them, including Yagura, unless one of these two people can successfully transplant the Rinnegan. Otherwise they are destined to become just a tool. The Mist Village acted quickly, and Konoha could not let others down, so the operating table was quickly ready. In the operating room, the 5 Kage gathered together. The Mizukage is really willing to give. Looking at the 2 people who came to participate in the experiment, Jingai really wanted to give Yagura a thumbs up. You are worthy of being Yagura. You directly brought the genius of the village to do the experiment. There is no need to say much about Manjutsu Kazuki. He is a genius of the Manjutsu clan and a great man who can summon 7 ninja swords at the same time. There is no need to say much about his strength. Except for his bad luck, this guy has top-notch conditions in all aspects. In the original book, his death was due to illness. Judging from the bad relationship between the Hojiki clan and Yagura, it is probably a big question whether Hojiki Manjutsu died of illness or was killed by a strange trick. Not to mention Ching, this guy is an intelligent genius, a ninja like Nara Shikaku who is good at using his brain. In the original work, Ching also transplanted a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, successfully putting himself on the must-kill list of Konoha ninjas. Unfortunately, Konoha was very weak at that time. Not to mention killing Ao and taking back the Byakugan, even its own position seemed precarious. They did it voluntarily. Yagura didn't really want to discuss this issue, because he, the Mizukage, is suspected of cheating others, including his own people. Okay, who's going first? Yagura didn't want to talk about this topic, and Jingai didn't want to keep poking at other people's sore spots. He will perform today's operation. Originally, Shizue was planning to give the surgery opportunity to Orochimaru, but Orochimaru had no interest in this kind of surgery because he wanted to study White Zetsu. Since Tsunade was unable to perform the surgery, Shizue had to perform it himself. Fortunately, his medical ninjutsu is completely trustworthy. I'll go first. Gue Dang Manu walked out first, and Ching, who had just raised his foot, had to put it down. Please come in. Jingai shrugged indifferently. To him, the result would be the same no matter who came first. He was not afraid of someone transplanting the Rinnegan, as long as that person was not an Uchiha. Mr. Mizukage, I hope you can remember your promise. Manjutsu Hojiki lay calmly on the operating table, tilting her head to look at Yagura. Yeah. Yagura nodded slightly, indicating that he would not forget. Interesting. Onoki, the third Reikage and others probably guessed that the agreement between Manjutsu Hojiki and Yagura was nothing more than Manjutsu Hojiki participating in the experiment, and then Yagura would let go of his hatred for the Hojiki clan and no longer target the Hojiki clan. After getting the answer he wanted, Manjutsu smiled and said, let's get started. Relax. Jingai picked up the anesthetic needle and gave Gaidang Manu an injection. After the anesthetic took effect, the operation officially began. Although such operations are not performed often, eye transplantation is really just a minor operation for a medical ninja like Jing-ai, and the operation is not difficult. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 eye beads were placed on a tray beside them. Jing-ai took out the Rinnegan and transplanted it onto Manjutsu Hojiki. Uchiha Madara can use his eyes at will because he has transplanted cells from Hashirama Senja, so the wounds can heal quickly. Even if the eyeballs are roughly stuffed into the eye sockets, the nerves connecting to the brain can be repaired quickly. Uchiha Madara can play like this, but others can't. Only those who need surgery can help repair it. Soon, the first Rinnegan was successfully transplanted. It seems there is no problem. The 5 shadows wearing white coats and standing by looked curiously at Manjutsu Kazuki lying on the operating table. The first Rinnegan has been transplanted, and the next step is to use medical ninjutsu to treat it, and that will be the end of it. Something interesting is about to happen. Noticing that the Rinnegan suddenly moved twice, Jing-ai couldn't help but put down his raised hand and took a few steps back so that the 5 Kage who were watching could see more clearly. If the Rinnegan moves, it means the operation is successful. What is the first reaction after a successful operation? Something interesting is about to happen? What do you mean? Before the 5 Kage could react, they saw Manjutsu's body twitching slightly. Soon, he opened his mouth and let out a low roar, as if the effect of the anesthetic had disappeared. Wasn't it anesthesia? At this time, the Rinnegan in Manzuki's eye sockets turned quickly a few times, and the twitching of Manzuki's body began to increase. His seemingly strong body began to change. The cold white skin gradually turned dark, and the streamlined muscles flattened bit by bit, as if something terrible was draining the energy from his body. Tisk. Just like the first time Nagato used the power of the Rinnegan, a healthy person was almost squeezed into a mummy. If it weren't for the fact that the Uzumaki clan's bloodline was strong enough, Nagato would have died countless times. There is a reason why Uchiha Madara specifically chose Nagato. Ordinary people cannot withstand the pressure of the Rinnegan. Only the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan can do so. The huge vitality and chakra can satisfy the pressure of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan was dug out from Nagato's eye socket by Shizue, and was transplanted to Manjutsu Kazuna's body a few days later. Chapter 514 Genius, nothing more than that. As soon as the Rinnegan is successfully transplanted, it will instinctively absorb the vitality and chakra of the host body. Then, Manjutsu Kazuna's body began to flatten. Facts have proved that not everyone can withstand the pressure of the Rinnegan. If one wants to use these eyes smoothly, one must either have a huge vitality and chakra like Nagato to activate the Rinnegan, or rely on bloodline. But Guidang Manu fails to meet these 2 conditions. He did not have huge vitality and chakra, nor did he have Uchiha blood. There was only one outcome left for him, and that was to be sucked dry by the Rinnegan. Seeing that Manu Kazuna's body was on the verge of collapse, Jing-ai acted quickly and easily dug out the Rinnegan that had just been transplanted. In less than 2 minutes, Manu had turned into a bone monster covered with a layer of skin. Hiss. Jing-ai calmly put away the Rinnegan. The 5 Kage who were watching couldn't help but gasp. Even Ching, who was also an experimental subject, was no exception. His reaction was even greater than the 5 Kage. If Manjutsu Kazuna hadn't stepped forward first, he would be the one who turned into a bone monster now. The legendary immortal's eye is so terrifying. It took about 2 minutes from the time the eye was transplanted to the time Jing-ai dug the eye out. In such a short time, Manu Kazuna was almost sucked into a mummy. If Jing-ai had moved a little slower, this guy would really have turned into a mummy. The Samsara eye returned to its original glass bottle. After Jing-ai added nutrient solution to Manjutsu, he picked up the glass bottle and pointed it at the 5 Kage. Who else wants to try it? We just transplanted only one Rinnegan. If we transplant both together, the effect is doubled. The corners of Tsunade's mouth twitched a few times. Everyone else's first reaction was to step back a few steps. Manjutsu looked so scary in this ghostly manner. Mizukage, do you want to try again? You are a 3-dimensional Jinchuriki, so your chakra is more abundant. How about you give it a try? Yagura, try your uncle. Now Yagura was completely convinced. No wonder Jing-ai is not worried about someone transplanting the Rinnegan, because this thing is really not something that ordinary people can control. It's too damn scary. With just one Rinnegan, it almost sucked Manjutsu to death in less than 2 minutes. If there were 2 of them together, we could have prepared Manjutsu's funeral by now. Although Manu Kazuna did not die, his body was seriously injured and it is almost impossible to recover. This guy is dead. It depends on how long you can last. The genius of the Mist Village is gone just like that. Yes, Mizukage, you are the Jinchuriki, you should be able to handle it. Uniki was not afraid of the trouble and kept urging Yagura to give it a try. The 3rd Raikage laughed strangely and said, Mizukage, I think what the old Suchikage said makes sense. You can give it a try. Anyway, you will die if you try. As long as you don't do it yourself, it'll be fine. Humph. Two old guys who are sarcastic and always adding fuel to the fire. Yagura, whose face was as red as a pot, snorted coldly and turned his head away without paying any attention to the two of them. Yagura said that he didn't want to bother with you. What would happen if it was an Uchiha? Glancing at Yagura, who was saying one thing and thinking another, Jingai smiled playfully. If we let the Uchiha elite Jonin try, the result might not be so bad, but the opponent can only be a low-quality nutrient at best, and it is unlikely that he can use the Rinnegan. The current Uchiha has Mangekyo? No, even Uchiha Fugaku doesn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. If he wants to get the Rinnegan without the Mangekyo Sharingan, he must be thinking too much about his life. However, since the Uchiha are related by blood, you won't be drained by the Rinnegan, unless you seek death. What time is it that you are still thinking about these? Tsunade's eyes became somewhat uncomfortable when she looked at Yagura. She walked forward, stared at Hojiki Manjutsu for a while, and couldn't help shaking her head. This guy won't hold on for long. Mizukage, prepare for his funeral as soon as possible. Kitsune Manjutsu is not dead yet, but he is not far from death. Even if he uses various means to keep himself alive, he won't be able to keep it for long. As the best medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade has the right to speak. Tsunade really couldn't understand what Yagura was thinking as he sacrificed a talented ninja of the village for an experiment. In response to Tsunade's reminder, Yagura just nodded calmly. Does it worth? For Yagura and Manjutsu, it might be worth it. Yagura got the answer he wanted, and Manjutsu Kazuki also got the promise he wanted. Although he died, the hatred and grudges between the Kazuna clan and Yagura were wiped out. Fortunately, although Yagura is cold-blooded and a butcher, his promise is still valid, and even if Manjutsu Hojiki dies, he can die peacefully. From now on, as long as the Kazuki clan does not take the initiative to commit suicide and provoke Yagura, Yagura will most likely not target the Kazuki clan again. It is unlikely that they will be reused, so it is a blessing that they are not targeted. With the case of Manjutsu Kazuki, no one doubted Jingai's words anymore, and no one wanted to try whether transplanting the Rinnegan would result in death. Chin was thus saved from danger and saved his life. Goei dang man, you couldn't hold on, and the same result would happen if he went up, free of charge. In the conference room of the Hokage office building, the 5 Kage and Shizuichi were sitting in the conference room. Does each village need to gather its people and prepare for battle? The Rinnegan was successfully taken away, and now everyone has to face the question of when Uchiha Madara's revenge will come. The initiative is not in our hands. There was no new action from Uchiha Madara's side, and it was useless for each village to gather its elite troops, as they were instead tied down. Let's take our time. The 5 Kage should negotiate first and make their own arrangements and preparations. You can discuss these matters among yourselves. I will not get involved. Jingai can control the general direction, but as for those troublesome things involving rules and regulations, he really doesn't want to interfere. How many ninjas and supplies each village needs to mobilize, how to mobilize them, and how to prepare them all need to be negotiated step by step. This takes a relatively long time and you will have to wear out your tongue. This is exactly the trouble that Jingai hates the most. Just throw it to Tsunade and let her deal with it. Even if Tsunade is too busy, she can still get Nara Shikakoshi and Mito Kato and to help her. In Uchiha Madara's temporary lair, Black Zetsu, who had made preparations, used the Impure World Reincarnation technique. However, since he was not sure whether the Impure World Reincarnation technique was perfected, Black Zetsu could only try to use it first. When the captured sacrifice was wrapped in confetti, Uchiha Madara, who had already entered the Pure Land, returned to the ninja world. Forehead. Seeing Uchiha Madara returning to the ninja world, White Zetsu, who was watching the fun, froze, while Black Zetsu felt like 1,000 divine beasts were galloping through his heart. This period was still long before the Fourth Ninja World War in the original work. Orochimaru had not continued to study the Impure World Reincarnation technique, nor had he become a rebel ninja and joined the Akatsuki organization, so the Impure World Reincarnation technique had not yet been perfected. Black Zetsu alone is not enough. Even though Black Zetsu is very smart, to do these things, you need talent. Ahem, has the Impure World Reincarnation technique not been perfected yet? Chapter 515. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. The resurrected Uchiha Madara was about to stand up, but found that his body was terribly weak. He couldn't help coughing and looked at his palms, which were almost the same as when he died. In other words, the Impure World Reincarnation failed to restore him to his peak state. Instead, he was resurrected in his old age. Madara-sama, it may take a few more attempts. Uchiha Madara stared at Black Zetsu coldly for a long time, which made Black Zetsu feel nervous. ASAP. Uchiha Madara, who kept coughing, raised his hand and clenched his fist. Although his body was full of strength, his body was too weak to withstand the fierce battle. Even in the impure world reincarnation mode, he was not afraid of death and possessed unlimited chakra and physical strength. In his old condition, let alone fighting, he would probably break his waist if he made the slightest movement. This made Uchiha Madara very dissatisfied. He didn't want to control his old body to fight. Yes. Black Zetsu agreed obediently. Release it. Yes, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu cancelled the impure world reincarnation technique, and Uchiha Madara turned into pieces of paper and gradually disappeared. When Uchiha Madara left, Black Zetsu couldn't help but want to curse. Noticing White Zetsu standing beside him, Black Zetsu managed to hold back. White Zetsu, go get a few more sacrifices and bring them back as soon as possible. So, Black Zetsu sent White Zetsu out, and asked White Zetsu to catch the sacrifice. White Zetsu went obediently because he knew that if he could not catch the sacrifice, he would become the sacrifice. After White Zetsu left, Black Zetsu finally didn't need to endure it anymore and started cursing on the spot. After cursing for a long time, he finally calmed down and began to rack his brains to perfect the impure world reincarnation technique. It would definitely not be possible to revive senile Madara to fight. Not only would his body hold him back, but Uchiha Madara also didn't like such a body. Not to mention bringing up Uchiha Madara in his peak state, he would have to be at least in his prime. When he thought of the complicated ninjutsu of impure world reincarnation, Black Zetsu once again felt the urge to curse. Fortunately, as an old monster who has lived for countless years, even if Black Zetsu does not have outstanding talent, at least he has the knowledge he has accumulated, and he dares to try. Practice is the best teacher. It just takes time. Isn't Heiju in a hurry? He was anxious, but he had no other choice but to try patiently. In the 5 major ninja villages, the 5 Kage felt very strange. Why had Uchiha Madara remained silent for these days after the Rinnegan was taken away? Everyone, we can't stay in Konoha forever, right? Uchiha Madara doesn't seem to come to us directly as we thought. Onoki was somewhat impatient. The stubborn old man's patience was almost worn out. He had been waiting to see Uchiha Madara, but there was no movement from the other party. Does Uchiha Madara not care about the Rinnegan? It shouldn't be. When you are in doubt, go find Jingai directly. After all, he was the initiator of all this, and it was he who took away the Rinnegan, and now the eye is still in his possession. Since everyone is getting impatient, let's just go find Jingai and ask her clearly. So Onoki, the 3rd Raikage, the 3rd Kazekage, and Yagura discussed together and went to the door. As long as Onoki and the 3rd Raikage work together, the 3rd Kazekage will go with the flow, but Yagura, he has not yet integrated into the circle of the 5 Kage. As the Mizukage, he gives people the impression of being an outsider among the 5 Kage circle. At Jing's house, looking at seeing who came uninvited, Jingai, who had originally planned to have a cup of coffee, had to take out the tea set and make some tea. Honestly, he didn't understand any of this. I just watched Hayaga Hayashi's research, so I learned a little. Jingai, we're not here for tea. Seeing Jingai calmly making tea and not looking anxious at all, Onoki became a little impatient. I know. Jingai looked up and glanced at him. I used to think that you, Sachikage, were stubborn, but I didn't expect that you were the most impatient among the 5 Kage. Onoki. Nonsense, am I such an impatient person? I just can't wait to meet Uchiha Madara, and I'm definitely not the kind of person who is impatient. Ha ha ha, you're right, that Sachikage is indeed an impatient person. The 3rd Raikage laughed. Onoki stared at him with a cold, expressionless face. How dare you talk about this old man? Which of us is more impatient? You mountain barbarian. Being stared at expressionlessly by Onoki like this, anyone else might feel nervous, but the 3rd Raikage was not like that. He poured the tea out slowly. Jingai tried a sip and sighed. Still tastes as bad as ever. Still as troublesome as ever. I really don't understand why Hayaga Hayashi likes to study these things. As the leader of the Hayaga clan, is he too bored to death, so he's looking for something boring to kill time? Don't be anxious, senior. If you are anxious, there are people who are more anxious than you. Putting the teacup on the table, Jingai raised her hand and snapped her fingers, signaling Yitsong, who was busy in the kitchen, to make her some coffee. If I'm not mistaken, Uchiha Madara's people should be working hard to pull him out of the Pure Land. Don't they know the technique of impure world reincarnation? Why are they dragging their feet? Onoki looked confused. Is there any other way to perform the impure world reincarnation technique? In response, Jingai had no choice but to explain. The impure world reincarnation technique is magical and terrifying, but this technique is not perfect yet. After the dead are resurrected, they will be in the stage before their death. In other words, even if Uchiha Madara is resurrected, he will be an old man who can break his waist when walking. Can he fight in such a physical state? Even if you are not afraid of death or exhaustion, your body will become a burden. Oh, just like that Setsukage. The third Raikage nodded, not quite understanding. You fart. Onoki's face turned green with anger. Although he was old and prone to spraining his waist, he would never be so unreliable. The third Raikage was deliberately teasing him and exposing his shortcomings. Anxious. The third Raikage chuckled, and Onoki wanted to fight him to the death. So Uchiha Madara wants to fight using a young body. The third Kazekage didn't care about the internal conflict between the third Raikage and Onoki. Correct. Shizuka agreed with the words of the third Kazekage. After staring at the third Raikage for a while, Onoki said angrily, "We can't just sit there and wait forever." Chapter 516 Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, can you do it? If not. Jingai looked at Onoki with strange eyes and asked in confusion, "Senior, I remember that you are not the kind of impatient person, why are you so anxious? Could it be that something big happened in your village? You are the one who is anxious." Upon hearing this, Onoki was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Just as he thought, the third Raikage next to him started laughing. Someone else might be able to endure it, but the third Kazekage and Yagura, for example, acted as if they didn't hear it, and their facial expressions didn't change at all. But the third Raikage is different. This guy will directly laugh at Onoki. Or the kind that happens face to face. Anxious? Tisk why not hungry and thirsty? The third Raikage laughed and was confused at the same time. Onoki's face was dark and his eyes revealed murderous intent as he stared at the third Raikage. Unfortunately, the trick of killing with eyes doesn't work on the third Raikage. Facing Onoki's almost murderous gaze, the third Raikage smiled and waved his hands, mockingly saying, "Onoki, if you are worried about the village, you can go back first and stop wasting time like a woman." Bullshit. I just don't want to just sit there and wait like this. The furious Onoki cursed directly. The third Raikage also fought back. It started again. The Sandaime Kazekage's mouth twitched, and he pretended not to see it, then quietly walked to the side and sat down. Yagura glanced at the people who were about to fight, and swallowed back the words of persuasion that were on the tip of his tongue. Shizuka doesn't care, the third Kazekage doesn't care, so why should Yagura go and persuade them? Besides, can you persuade him? Aren't you worried that they will fight? Compared to the calmness of the third Kazekage, Yagura was a little worried. After all, the third Raikage's fist was almost hitting Onoki's face. As for why the fist was hitting Onoki, it was because Onoki was quite excited when he was cursing, and his saliva sprayed on the third Raikage's face. Go ahead and fight. It's good to have a fight. It's better than worrying about this and that all day long. Jingai didn't care about it at all. He dared to conclude that Onoki and the third Raikage were just pretending and would not really fight. Even if they really fought, they would not fight in his house. Hope so. Since Jingai is not afraid of fighting, why should he worry about it? Jingai, don't we need to make other preparations? The third Kazekage asked at this time. If we are not prepared, once the enemy comes to attack, Konoha may suffer relatively large losses. It's highly unlikely, so don't worry, senior. Jingai knew very well who Uchiha Madara was. Although he connected the 5 major ninja villages and seized the Rinnegan, given Uchiha Madara's arrogant and proud character, his first reaction after resurrection was not to attack directly. It is certain that they will come to his door, but they won't beat him down. They will probably try to win him over. Join forces to create a new world? Okay, as long as you have an idea. Having said all, the third Kazekage said no more. Onoki and the third Raikage had a fierce quarrel, and then they calmed down completely. They no longer thought about Uchiha Madara, and they were no longer as irritable as before. Hidden underground base. Black Zetsu uses the impure world reincarnation technique once again. The results are not ideal yet, but compared to when I first started using it, it has been a big improvement. Uchiha Madara frowned and looked at his body, feeling very dissatisfied. Master Madara, after several attempts, I feel that this technique has been perfected. It's just because of the problem of sacrifice, so. Oh, because the sacrifice is not okay. The resurrected Uchiha Madara looks much younger than the original old Madara, but he is still an old man. Fortunately, his physical condition is not so bad that he will break bones if he moves. When Uchiha Madara heard Black Zetsu say that the sacrifice was not acceptable, his eyes fell on White Zetsu. Baiju, who was standing aside, was suddenly startled and showed a horrified expression. Ignoring the dramatic White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara retracted his gaze, stretched his body, and asked, "How's the intelligence gathering going?" "It's been slow." Black Zetsu replied in a serious tone, after White Zetsu made with the energy of the Outer Path demon statue sneaked into Konoha, they basically disappeared. According to my guess, they should have been captured by Konoha. I think Konoha must have a way to find the hidden White Zetsu. It seems that our enemy is not that simple. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara knew that the enemy he was facing was not simple. It is already amazing that the other party can see through White Zetsu's hidden abilities. You have to know that White Zetsu's infiltration ability is first class. He runs around the entire ninja world without any trouble, but this time he failed in Konoha. This is enough to judge that Konoha has means to target White Zetsu's infiltration. Use White Zetsu. I don't have much time. I need to go to Konoha as soon as possible to talk to these juniors. Yes. Black Zetsu quickly agreed and then cancelled the impure world reincarnation technique. Finally some progress. Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief. Turning back, he saw Baizetsu still staring at him, so he asked, "You want to be a sacrifice?" No, Lord Black Zetsu can find someone else. I am not suitable." Baizetsu quickly waved his hand to refuse. The first few White Zetsu created by Uchiha Madara were obviously smarter than those mass-produced later, and their strength and abilities were also greater. If you don't want to be a sacrifice, then why are you still staying here? As a sixth man who has been hiding for many years, Black Zetsu will not allow his secret to be exposed, even when facing White Zetsu. White Zetsu slipped away. The expression on Black Zetsu's face changed. Fortunately, he didn't curse this time. Hope everything goes well. It is obvious that there is still room for improvement in the impure world reincarnation technique, but Black Zetsu can't wait, and neither can Uchiha Madara. They need to act now. Fortunately, although the impure world reincarnation technique has not been perfected, at least it can minimize the impact and at least cannot limit Uchiha Madara's strength. If even Uchiha Madara's strength is restricted, then what's the point of talking about infinite Tsukuyomi? He might as well just run away as soon as possible. As long as his own secrets are not exposed, as long as he preserves Hashirama Senju's cells, and as long as the Uchiha clan is not extinct, Black Zetsu dares to conclude that sooner or later a second Uchiha Madara will appear. Isn't he the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura Chakra? Every generation has it. With experience, it is not impossible to bring out a second Uchiha Madara. Compared to Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu thought about these issues carefully after calming down. Uchiha Madara can fail, but his Black Zetsu's secret cannot be exposed. Thus, an unlucky person became a sacrifice. With many experiences and after several improvements, the impure world reincarnation technique has been greatly improved. As the confetti devoured the sacrifice and amidst the screams of White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara once again returned to the base. Still not back to the top. Uchiha Madara looked slightly displeased. Chapter 517. He is coming. What he wants is a young body, preferably one in his 30s and in his prime. Unfortunately, although Black Zetsu tried again and again and the impure world reincarnation technique was improved a lot, it still failed to meet his expectations. If Black Zetsu is given enough time and enough opportunities to experiment, I believe he can perfect this ninjutsu. But he no longer had time. At this time, Uchiha Madara looked like an old man in his 50s. Although his physical fitness at this time is not as good as his peak period, it is much better than the previous outdated state. Black Zetsu said, "Master Madara, the time is too tight. Unless there is enough time and enough experimental opportunities, this technique can be further improved and changed. Forget it, you've tried hard enough." Uchiha Madara did not blame Black Zetsu. He believed that if Black Zetsu was given time and opportunities, he could do it, but he could not wait. So be it. Clenching his fists and feeling the surging power in his body, Uchiha Madara nodded, not very satisfied. He was ready to set off immediately to Konoha to talk to his juniors. Before leaving, Uchiha Madara said to Black Zetsu, "Hurry up and use Hashirama's cells to cultivate all the White Zetsu. We may need them next." "Yes." Heizetsu agreed quickly. With a loud bang, a big hole appeared in the underground base, and Uchiha Madara had disappeared in the base. Although he can use the ability of White Zetsu to pass through walls, he doesn't like to do this. He, Uchiha Madara, is not White Zetsu. He would rather make a big hole in the underground base and then jump out. As for the big hole, Black Zetsu will take care of it. After leaving the underground base, Uchiha Madara, in the state of impure world reincarnation, headed decisively towards Konoha. Will it go well? Through the cave entrance, Black Zetsu looked in the direction where Uchiha Madara disappeared. He was also not sure whether Uchiha Madara could successfully retrieve the Rinnegan, then find a way to resurrect, and then promote the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. The plan that could have been slowly pushed forward changed from the moment the 5 major ninja villages united to take away the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara was forced to come out of the shadows. Because he couldn't help it. because the Rinnegan was taken away. Thinking about all the bad things that happened during this period, Black Zetsu felt extremely upset. Coming. In Konoha, the puppet that Jingai placed outside captured someone's figure. What's coming? Recently, Seeing, who has nothing to do, likes to run to Jing's house to join in the fun, drink tea, chat, and quarrel. Noticing that something was wrong with Jingai, the four shadows turned around. Sachikage, the person you've been waiting for is here. Shizuka patted Onaki's shoulder and stood up. Everyone, the master of the Rinnegan is here and will probably arrive in Konoha in the afternoon. We should make preparations. Finally here. Onoki was full of fighting spirit. The third Raikage was also very curious about how powerful the old ghost Uchiha Madara was. The third Kazekage remained the same, expressionless. Yagura has little presence. Uchiha Madara has arrived, and this is no small matter. Shizuka sent someone to inform Tsunade, and then left Konoha with the four Kage. He would not be stupid enough to wait for Uchiha Madara to arrive in Konoha. If a war breaks out due to a disagreement, Konoha will be in trouble. Such a small village could not withstand the turmoil caused by Jingai and Uchiha Madara. The half-dead Nagato could have destroyed Konoha even if he came to resist. If a battle broke out between him and Uchiha Madara in Konoha, Konoha would most likely be wiped off the map of the ninja world. So it's better to meet outside. Puppet. Uchiha Madara, who entered the land of fire, suddenly stopped. Two puppets blocked the way in his direction. Through the information collected by Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara knew that these puppets were all controlled by Shizue. Uchiha Madara didn't care at all about his whereabouts being discovered. There was no intention to continue on the journey. Since the opponent's puppet has discovered him, the puppet's master will rush over as soon as possible. As long as the people of Konoha do not want the village to be destroyed, they will not choose the meeting place as Konoha Village, because once the war breaks out, Konoha Village will be in danger. Sitting on a rock and waiting, Uchiha Madara looked in the direction of Konoha and said with emotion, Hashirama, the village you and I once protected has changed a lot. Once upon a time, Uchiha Madara, like Senju Hashirama, had the mission and sense of responsibility to protect the village. Unfortunately, this sense of responsibility and mission eventually ended because of his falling out with Hashirama Senju. When the Uchiha abandoned Uchiha Madara changed completely. The wait wasn't long. Onoki took Shizuka and others and flew to the border of the land of fire, where he once again met the person who had humiliated him. Coming, Uchiha Madara, who was sitting cross-legged on the rock, stood up with a flame fan. When he fell out with Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara gave the Uchiha clan a chance. He hoped that all his clansmen would follow him and leave Konoha. Unfortunately, no one followed him away. Feeling betrayed and abandoned, Uchiha Madara took away the ninja tools held by the Uchiha clan leader. The flame fan is one of them. In the original work, during the Fourth Ninja World War, this fan hit Naruto in the face, blasting him into dust. Holding a flame fan in one hand and a battle sickle in the other, Uchiha Madara looked curiously at the 5 people falling from the sky. Uchiha Madara. Seeing this nightmare-like man again, Onoki's expression began to change, from calmness at the beginning to gritting teeth. It looked like he wanted to jump up and eat Uchiha Madara alive. Such a big resentment? The third Raikage expressed his admiration. The Sandaime Kazekage and Yagura couldn't help but shake their heads. Ever since he learned about Uchiha Madara, Onoki has become like this. He gets angry whenever he mentions Uchiha Madara. Needless to say, he was so angry when he saw him in person. Onoki? Uchiha Madara looked at him twice with the same eyes as if he were looking at a child, and then said lightly, "You are still as weak as you were decades ago." These few short words made Onoki stand still and recall that day decades ago. Jingai, Yagura, the third Raikage, the third Kazekage. Chapter 518. A world without war does not exist. Although in terms of age, Uchiha Madara is indeed an elder, there is nothing wrong with the way he looks at a child and speaks to him in a tone of teaching a child. But when you substitute their current appearances, it feels very strange. A man who has just entered old age looks at another old man with the eyes of a child and speaks to him in the same tone as he is educating a child. This look and tone combined is very strange. Uchiha Madara, I am no longer the same person I was decades ago. Feeling offended, Onoki got furious. Floating in the air, he aligned his eyes with Uchiha Madara. He really didn't want Uchiha Madara to look down at him like before. Really? Uchiha Madara did not comment on Onoki's words because he felt it was unnecessary. Even if it is stronger than it was decades ago, it is definitely not much stronger. He is qualified to say this. Not to mention that he can use the power of the Rinnegan. Even if he didn't have the Rinnegan, even if he was decades ago, he could beat the current Onoki. Uchiha Madara has absolute confidence in himself. Hateful. Uchiha Madara did not mock Onoki, nor did he give Onoki any self-recognition evaluation. He just asked back in a puzzled tone. It was precisely this indifferent, nonchalant tone that completely infuriated Onoki. Ahem, Tsuchikage, calm down. The third Raikage was also convinced. Although he didn't like the stubborn old man Onoki, no one else mocked you, so why were you so angry? As for what? You are a bit stronger than the previous two Raikages. Noting the third Raikage, Uchiha Madara gave a relatively pertinent comment. Since the establishment of the Cloud Village, there have been 3 Raikages. The strength and influence of the third Raikage are indeed far beyond the previous 2 Raikages. His eyes passed over the third Raikage, and Uchiha Madara glanced at the third Kazekage, and said to himself, Kazekage? Continue to skip. When we arrived at Yagura, Uchiha Madara's tone was slightly dissatisfied. Can such a person become the Mizukage? Yagura? What do you mean by fucking a horse? Look down on people? Although Yagura's presence is indeed low among the 5 Kage, and he has always been excluded by Onoki, the third Raikage, and the third Kazekage, Yagura does not care much about such exclusion. So what if I'm short? I, Yagura, am the Mizukage of the Mist Village. Don't you accept that? When it came to Uchiha Madara, things changed completely. Can someone like Yagura become the Mizukage? Jingai glanced at Yagura, whose face was gloomy, and wanted to laugh for some reason. He didn't expect that the famous dance king in the ninja world would also have a sharp tongue. With just one sentence, he stepped on Yagura's face and rubbed it hard. The third Kazekage was not much better. He and Yagura became brothers in distress. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara did not question him, otherwise, the third Kazekage would be even more embarrassed. Uchiha Madara, what do you mean, are you trying to sow discord? Although Onoki doesn't like Yagura and rejects Yagura, it doesn't mean that he wants to see Uchiha Madara belittle him in various ways. After all, the 5 major ninja villages are now united allies. He doesn't deserve it. After replying lightly, Uchiha Madara stared at Jingai with his eyes fixed, and his tone changed from disdain to praise. I didn't expect that a person like you would appear among the branch families of the Hyuga clan. You are stronger than the former Hyuga Tenin. In the Hyuga clan, powerful ninjas can be awarded the title of Hyuga Tenin. Hyuga Tenin is not a name, it just represents the powerful ninja in the family. Unfortunately, you are from a branch family. A family as arrogant and corrupt as the Hyuga clan is not worth your loyalty and protection. Join me, let's join forces and create a world that belongs only to us, without war, harm and death, so that the entire ninja world can have peace. Uchiha Madara first commented on Jingai, then criticized the Hyuga clan's shortcomings and bad habits, and finally extended an invitation. What? After sending the invitation, Uchiha Madara originally wanted to pull Jingai into his consciousness space, and then explain to Jingai in detail the new world he wanted to create, a new world without war. Compared to face-to-face, brainwashing in the conscious space is more intuitive. What Uchiha Madara didn't expect was that he couldn't pull Shizuka's consciousness. What the hell? Although his body is not in peak condition, Uchiha Madara's mental strength will not deteriorate due to physical age. In addition, due to the Rinnegan and the Uchiha bloodline and other factors, it is difficult to find someone in the entire ninja world whose mental strength is stronger than his. As a result, I hit a snag as soon as I made my move. If his mental power cannot affect the other party, it means that the other party is no worse than him. Even if there is a gap, it will not be very big. This is outrageous. Your eyes are special. I think it's special, too. Jingai smiled at Uchiha Madara and shook her head to reject the invitation. I'm sorry, although the new world you described sounds great, I'm not interested in creating such a world. As long as people have 7 emotions and 6 desires, fighting and war are inevitable. A world without war cannot exist. This cake is a little big and a little hard. Hinata Shizuka, can't chew it and don't want to chew it, so forget about the invitation. Seeing that Uchiha Madara wanted to continue speaking, Jingai interrupted him forcibly. Uchiha Madara, what you can see, I can see too. I have no interest in your plan. Jingai simply chose to refuse. Uchiha Madara was not angry about this, but stared at Jingai curiously. So, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can also clearly see the contents of the stone tablet in the Uchiha shrine. It turns out that Uchiha isn't the only one. But wasn't this stone tablet left to the Uchiha by the Sage of 6 Paths? Why can the Hyuga clan see the contents clearly? Your eyes are not white. I guess the information about you having blood disease is also false. Roll your eyes? What kind of rubbish can be compared to the Sharingan? Even the Sharingan needs to reach the Mangekyo level to see part of the contents of the stone tablet, and the Eternal Eye can see more. A mere Byakugan, not even as good as the Sharingan, not worth mentioning. Correct. Jingai smiled and took off the forehead protector. I've been wearing this thing for so many years, and I'm still a little uncomfortable taking it off. The information that I have blood disease is indeed false, and these eyes are not Byakugan, but Samsaragan. Tenseigan? Never heard of that. Uchiha Madara looked suspicious, but his eyes were fixed on Jingai's forehead. There is no caged bird curse. Chapter 519 Uchiha Madara. When it comes to showing off, no one can be my enemy. If I'm not mistaken, the caged bird seal on your forehead disappeared because of the Samsara eye, right? Although he had never heard of the eye technique called the Samsara eye, Jingai's powerful mental strength had made Uchiha Madara realize that these eyes were not simple. Considering Jingai's smooth forehead, he had some immature guesses. That is, the caged bird seal on Jingai's forehead disappeared because of the Samsara eye. After all, he is from the branch family. According to the intelligence collected by Baizetsu, he had the caged bird curse after being quiet for an hour, but now he doesn't have it. Instead, he has a pair of special eyes. So the answer is not difficult to guess. All of this is brought about by the Rinnegan. These are just personal speculations. What really concerns Uchiha Madara is that Jingai said that the Samsara eye can clearly see the contents on the stone tablet in the Uchiha shrine. This alone is enough to show that this pair of reincarnation eyes is not simple. Yes. Jingai smiled and nodded, admitting it. It really is. Uchiha Madara looked at Jingai's unique eyes curiously. There should be a connection between the Samsara eye and the Byakugan, right? As the owner of the Sharingan, he is very clear about how his eyes change from ordinary Sharingan to Mangekyo and Eternal Mangekyo. According to intelligence information, Jingai was injured while performing a mission, which led to the outbreak of the hemorrhagic disease. So is there a possibility that the Hyuga clan's Byakugan can also evolve like the Uchiha's Sharingan, but the Hyuga clan just failed to find the exact method? Uchiha Madara, if the Sharingan can be related to the Samsara eye, why can't the Byakugan be related to the Samsara eye? Onoki, who had always been treated as heir, began to lose his patience. 5 of us came here, and Shizuka replaced Tsunade, the Hokage. But you, Uchiha Madara, only have eyes for Hyuga Shizuka. What does this mean? Do you look down on us? The connection between the Sharingan and the Samsara eye, and the connection between the Byakugan and the Samsara eye. Uchiha Madara still ignored Onoki, but Onoki's words entered his heart. Needless to say, after having a reference for comparison, the guess became clear. Uchiha Madara, who had thought of something, looked at Jingai deeply. So, what about my eyes? As Uchiha Madara's tone changed, the atmosphere on the scene immediately became tense. Onoki, the third Raikage, the third Kazekage, and Yagura all stared at each other vigilantly. As long as the other party made any move, they would attack without hesitation. Facing Uchiha Madara's question, Jingai replied calmly, "It's on me, but given the special nature of the Samsara eye, I won't show it to you. The eyes of the Rinnegan are so special and so comprehensive. If I really took out the glass bottle containing the eyes in front of Uchiha Madara, who knows if Uchiha Madara would snatch it away immediately. This risk cannot be taken. It seems that a war is inevitable." After hearing what Jing said, Uchiha Madara knew that it was impossible to get his eyes back by sneak attack. The good news was that the Rinnegan was intact and had not been damaged or sealed. "Come on, Uchiha Madara, I also want to see how big the gap in strength is between you and me." Oniki felt mixed emotions and was full of fighting spirit. He was like a combination of contradictions. He was afraid of Uchiha Madara, but also full of fighting spirit and wanted to defeat his opponent. When the two sides started fighting, Oniki was definitely the first one who couldn't help himself. Would an old man compare himself to a child? In response to Oniki's provocation, Uchiha Madara said something that almost angered the other party to death. Compare with a child? In terms of age, this is absolutely correct and there is nothing wrong with it, but can Oniki still be called a child? What about the others? Among the 5, Oniki is the oldest and the most senior one, followed by the third Raikage, followed closely by the third Kazekage, with Shizuichi and Yagura at the bottom. In the eyes of the old monster Uchiha Madara, Shizuka and Yagura are completely grandchildren. "No, you're old too." As if realizing that his words were a little inappropriate, Uchiha Madara corrected himself. "Although you are old, I have no interest in defeating my defeated opponent. It's a rare opportunity to move your body, so warm up first." "What do you mean?" Although Oniki was angry when Uchiha Madara jokingly called him a defeated general, he was able to control his emotions because to Uchiha Madara, he, Oniki, was just a junior and a defeated general, and there was nothing to be proud of. "If you are not as strong as others, don't pretend." Onoki had no intention of pretending in front of Uchiha Madara. He just wanted to fight with the opponent to wash away the humiliating defeat for himself and his teacher. As a result, Uchiha Madara suddenly came to warm up. You want to go to war with the 5 major ninja villages? Uchiha Madara is not Uchiha Obito, but their styles of doing things are very similar. They like to pretend whether there is something to do or not. Uchiha Obito is like this, and Uchiha Madara is also like this. It's like the 4th Ninja World War in the original work. That's how it's pretended. The difference is that Uchiha Obito learned his equipment from Uchiha Madara. When it comes to showing off, Uchiha Madara is the best. Uchiha Madara appeared in the Impure World reincarnation mode, but he failed to win over others and still wanted to warm up. This is quite interesting. Ordinary battles are not worth Uchiha Madara's warming up for. Moreover, this guy is a lunatic. Uchiha Obito can directly declare war on the 5 major ninja villages. Uchiha Madara can definitely do such a pretentious thing. After all, he is Uchiha Obito's teacher, correct? Uchiha Madara, who seemed a little bored and had a lack of interest in his tone, crossed his arms and said, "Before I get my eyes back, I'll have some fun with the 5 major ninja villages. The time is 1 month, and the location is..." I don't know if Uchiha Madara did it on purpose, but after his gaze swept over Shizuchi and others, it finally fell on Onoki. "Since you are so eager to fight me, let's win this warm-up match first. The battle will take place in the Land of Earth." Uchiha Madara definitely did it on purpose. Although he chose to ignore Onoki again and again, setting the location of the war in the Land of Earth was his revenge. "Aren't you, Onoki, very lively? Then let's use a war to cool you down. Hinata Shizuka, protect my eyes. If they are gone, I will personally destroy the entire ninja world." A world without Hashirama Senju would be very boring for Uchiha Madara. Chapter 520, I would rather kill one by mistake than let one go. He wanted to have some fun, but was afraid that he might go too far and cause the 5 major ninja villages to tamper with the Rinnegan, so after declaring war, he left a threatening message. "Be it a war or a big battle, you can fight however you want, but you can't touch the Rinnegan. If there is a problem with the Rinnegan, I will destroy the 5 major ninja villages and the entire ninja world in the state of Impure World reincarnation." If this kind of words were said to someone else, it might just be a threat, but if it were said to Uchiha Madara, he would be able to do it. For someone like him, if the plan is ruined, what's the point of keeping this world? Hateful. Looking at the empty rock in front of him, Onoki punched the rock to pieces, but unfortunately Uchiha Madara had already disappeared. No one paid any attention to the furious Onoki. The 3rd Raikage frowned and asked, "Are we just going to be led by the other side?" The 3rd Raikage admitted that Uchiha Madara was very powerful, but the 5 major ninja villages combined were not weak either. Why should they be led by the nose by the other side? Because the opponent has such strength, we are not afraid of a face-to-face confrontation with him. On the contrary, if the opponent stands in the open, it will only benefit us, not harm us. This old guy is a proud man. When he is willing to stand on the stage, we should cooperate with him. Jingai knew very well what kind of person Uchiha Madara was. When his Tsundere syndrome came on, just cooperate with him. There was no need to do anything fancy, otherwise when the other party started to act like a Tsundere, you would be the only one who felt uncomfortable. But Yagura took over the conversation and asked in confusion, "Uchiha Madara declared war on our 5 major ninja villages like this, so where are his people? He can't go to war with our 5 major ninja villages alone, right?" "Yes," others agreed. Uchiha Madara declared war. How to declare war? One person challenges the 5 major ninja villages? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Jingai shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that, but since Uchiha Madara wants to go to war with us, it means he has enough manpower. Maybe his men combined are more than the elites of our 5 major ninja villages. Anyway, everyone, get ready. Uchiha Madara's willingness to start a war is actually a good thing for us. If this guy launches a sneak attack from the dark, it will be the most troublesome. Just imagine, if a strong man who possesses the Rinnegan and is not afraid of death or consumption is sneaking around and attacking everywhere in the ninja world, how exciting that scene would be. You don't even know who he will attack next, to what extent, or how many people he will kill. Uchiha Madara, who is in the state of Impure World reincarnation, can still use the power of the Rinnegan. He said that he can flatten the ninja world, and he can really do it, he is not joking. So, we need to gather the elite troops of the village and concentrate them in the Land of Earth? The 3rd Raikage was a little unhappy. He felt that this was too passive. What if Uchiha Madara is just talking nonsense? Isn't it a bit too much of a joke to mobilize all the elite troops of the village and concentrate them in the Land of Earth just because of Uchiha Madara's seemingly playful declaration of war? The reason why the third Reikage was unhappy was whether Uchiha Madara really wanted to start a war. If it was true, he would be happy to accompany her, but if it was false, the 5 major ninja villages had gone through so much trouble, but in the end, they didn't even see a hair of Uchiha Madara. If this news were to spread, the 5 major ninja villages would be laughed to death. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Anyway, Konoha will not take such a declaration of war as a joke, unless Uchiha Madara no longer wants his Samsara eye. Would Uchiha Madara play such a joke on you? If you really think so, then you are kidding yourself. Where are the supplies? Out of trust in Shizuoka, the third Kazekage didn't bother to think about what Uchiha Madara was trying to do. Since Konoha was serious, he just followed suit and placed his bets. Mobilizing the village's ninja army is not a problem, but supplies. Although it has developed steadily for several years, the Sand Village is still poor. Yes, supplies. The angry Onoki seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and he came to his senses. The Sand Village is poor, so how much better can the Rock Village be? At this moment, even the wealthy Third Reikage looked unhappy. After several years of war, the Cloud Village is not well off, and the situation in the Mist Village is slightly better, but it is impossible for them to produce enough supplies to supply several villages. Can Konoha do it? Since everyone is poor, we will find the richest one with the most financial resources to find a solution. So, Oniki, Yagura, the third Reikage, and the third Kazekage couldn't help but look at Shizuka. Jingai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't look at me. Konoha has recovered well in the past few years. Even so, it is impossible to come up with supplies to supply the 5 major ninja villages to start a war. Besides, these supplies may not necessarily need us to supply. What do you mean? The 5 major ninja villages cannot provide so many supplies. Who has this ability? Seeing that the 4 people didn't think of it, Jingai gave them a little hint. This war concerns the entire ninja world. It is not just a matter for our 5 major ninja villages. What do you think? Maybe those small countries and villages in the ninja world are relatively weak, and some are relatively poor, but some small countries and villages are very wealthy. Besides, when it comes to major events concerning the entire ninja world, shouldn't it be just the 5 major ninja villages that should lead the charge? Shouldn't you small villages and small countries do something to help? It would be good if some people could provide manpower and if no one could provide supplies. Yup, how could I have forgotten them? This is a major event concerning the entire ninja world. Can you small villages and small countries run away? The most correct choice is to cooperate with the 5 major ninja villages to wage war. Chapter 521, Return and Win Over Again. Ahem, let's have the 5 major ninja villages go to the Land of Iron to hold a 5 Kage summit and invite the leaders of each village as well. The third Reikage thought of a more reliable method. Since the 5 major ninja villages are poor, then all the countries and villages in the ninja world should be brought together to hold a meeting in the Iron Kingdom, and the Iron Kingdom will come forward to persuade these people. The 5 major ninja villages are the main force, and you just need to do odd jobs and deliver some supplies. I agree. Uniki was the first to respond. The Uegakure is really poor and it's impossible not to agree. The third Kazekage and Yagura also nodded repeatedly. Then let's part ways now. It will take quite some time to mobilize the ninjas in the village. Let's schedule the meeting in a week. After making the agreement, the 5 people dispersed, returned to their villages, and began to deploy their troops. Unexpectedly, even if the infinite Tsukuyomi plan was exposed in advance, a ninja world war would still be inevitable. This was something Jingai had not expected. However, considering Uchiha Madara's proud and stubborn character, it is understandable that he started the ninja world war. This guy doesn't care how many people will die. Besides, if he starts a ninja war and more people die, it means less resistance for him. Although the resistance from the 5 major ninja villages was nothing in his opinion. Oniki left in a hurry, the third Kazekage and Yagura also left, and the third Reikage was the last to leave. He had planned to ask Oniki to see him off, but Oniki ignored him at all. He flew up into the sky on his own and headed towards the Uegakure village. The battlefield of the Ninja World War was set in the Land of Earth. Onoki was now running towards the village in a hurry in order to reach the Uegakure as early as possible and make arrangements earlier. He also had to go to the Land of Iron to hold the Ninja World talks in 7 days. How could he have the time to see the third Reikage off? Besides, why should I, Oniki, give it to you? If it weren't for the powerful enemy Uchiha Madara, I really want to kill you first. With no one to send him off, the third Reikage could only travel on his own in frustration. Fortunately, he had Yagura to accompany him. The third Kazekage and Oniki can fly, but Yagura can't, so he can only walk south. Soon, all 4 shadows disappeared. Jingai, who was still standing there without moving, had green chakra emanating from his body and entered the Rinnegan chakra mode. A golden lightsaber appeared in Jingai's right hand. The length of the lightsaber gradually lengthened and touched the ground from midair. Aren't you coming out yet? You are much more vigilant than I thought. Samsara? What a terrifying pair of eyes. It's a pity that the Hyuga clan of all generations didn't know the power of the Byakugan. Uchiha Madara, who was supposed to leave, appeared again. With his arms folded in front of his chest, he looked at Jingai in the Samsara Eye chakra mode with admiration, praising him repeatedly. If you and I can join forces, no one in the ninja world will be our opponent. Stop. Jingai raised the lightsaber in his hand and pointed it at Uchiha Madara, who was talking at length and trying to convince himself. I have no interest in your plan, nor in creating a new world. If you plan to play a game, then your idea will not succeed. Since you have started a war, then fight according to the rules. Otherwise I will destroy the Samsara Eye. Even if I can't destroy it, I can seal it and send it to a place where you can't find it. Uchiha Madara, don't doubt my ability. What the Rinnegan can do, the Samsara Eye can do too. The impure world reincarnation mode is not omnipotent. I think you know that if you are hit by certain forces, the impure world reincarnation mode cannot recover. As you wish. There was no chance of a sneak attack, nor was there any way to win over the enemy, and he also needed to be on guard against sudden attacks from the enemy. Uchiha Madara, whose face had turned serious, said no more words, dived underground, and disappeared. After Uchiha Madara left, Shizuichi released the Samsara Eye chakra mode. I secretly complained in my heart, you Uchiha Madara with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are you trying to come back and win over others? It's really yours. Uchiha Madara returned not only to win him over, but also to find an opportunity for a sneak attack to see if he could deal a fatal blow to Shizuka. If you succeed, that's great. If you don't, that's fine too. Just try. As a result, he underestimated Jingai's level of vigilance. It was confirmed that Uchiha Madara was really gone. Jingai took out a sealing scroll, released the giant eagle puppet in the scroll, stood on the puppet's back, and returned to Konoha. He didn't want to follow the example of the 3rd Raikage and Yagura and take the number 11 bus. After Shizue returned to the village, she went straight to the Hokage's office. At this time, there was a group of people waiting in the Hokage's office for a long time. How's the situation? Seeing the real boss coming back, Tsunade, who was sitting in the chair with a gloomy face, stood up immediately. It was rare for Orochimaru to put down such a rare material as white zetsu. Jiraiya looked nervous, Mito Kato and had a frown on his face, and even the 3rd Hokage, the old man, came. No fight. Jingai shook her head and said, after inviting me and being rejected by me, he declared war on the 5 major ninja villages. The land of Earth will become the battlefield of this war, and the time will be 1 month later. Next, Jingai gave a general account of her meeting with Uchiha Madara. After hearing this, everyone in the Hokage's office fell silent. The 3rd Hokage sighed and said with some self-blame, over the years, I have been keeping the scroll of forbidden techniques. I never thought that someone like Uchiha Madara would know a forbidden technique like the fire and earth reincarnation technique. The 3rd Hokage's self-blaming words made Orochimaru laugh. Looking at the sighing 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru couldn't help but joked. Old man, the scroll of forbidden techniques is in your hands. It doesn't seem to make much difference whether it is hidden or not. How many of you could read it at any time? In theory, the scroll of forbidden techniques is managed by the Hokage, and anyone who wants to read it needs to seek the Hokage's consent. At least Senju Tobirama, who came up with this rule, abided by it. Unfortunately, after the death of Tobirama Senju, Sarutobi Hiruzen became the Hokage, and there was no difference between having this rule or not. As long as the relationship is right, anyone can watch it. The 3rd Hokage didn't expect that Orochimaru, his filial disciple, would say such words at this time. He was caught off guard and choked. Jiraiya also chuckled, and it was self-evident what this laughter meant. Enough of you two, you're talking as if the old man is at fault and we are not. Tsunade glared at the 2 men. Let them be in peace. Since we are all beneficiaries, what else is there to say? Others can say that they can't. Because the 3rd Hokage did not follow the rules, they gained a lot of benefits. Okay, I won't say anything more. Jiraiya quickly put away the smile on his face. Orochimaru smiled and said nothing more. You are really talking about things that are not related to the topic. Mizuto Minen looked at the 3rd Hokage speechlessly and tried to change the subject. Otherwise, if this matter is pursued further, it will be embarrassing for the 3rd Hokage, and it will also be embarrassing for Mito Kato because he is also one of the beneficiaries. No one in the entire Hokage's office could escape, including Shizue. Although Jingai did not look through the scroll of forbidden techniques, he looked through it through Tsunade in order to help his disciple copy the Flying Thunder God technique. Theoretically speaking, Jing'ai also benefited from it. Therefore, no one in the office has the right to blame the third Hokage for this matter. Why does Uchiha Madara want to start a great war in the ninja world? Isn't he afraid that the 5 major ninja villages will unite to deal with him? What he wants is for the 5 major ninja villages to unite to deal with him. Only in this way, Uchiha Madara and we will act within the rules. He wants to ensure the safety of the Samsara. Jing'ai sat on the sofa and took over the conversation. Another reason for starting a war is probably that he wants to weaken the power of the 5 major ninja villages through war. Secondly, he is really bored and wants to do some warm-up exercises. To be more precise, Uchiha Madara wanted to hold a grand dance party. Let the entire ninja world dance with him. Uchiha Dance King's nickname is not for nothing. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Uchiha Madara, who has been hiding his identity for many years for the sake of the Rinnegan, can't wait to dance. Chapter 522. The third Hokage is the best candidate. Is this Uchiha Madara a psychopath? How can you still have the mind to do warm-up exercises at this time? Whose warm-up exercise is to start a ninja world war with the 5 major ninja villages? This is too outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that this outrageous thing actually happened. It's simply outrageous that his grandfather opened the door for his outrageous grandson. It's so outrageous that it's even included in the family tree. But such an outrageous thing happened to him. Fortunately, Shimura Danzo is dead, and Yuting Koharu has completely returned to retirement mode. Otherwise, if these two were still alive, they would definitely slam the table and yell, "I've long said that all Uchiha people are evil. Look, from top to bottom, they are a typical bunch of psychopaths. A bunch of lunatics. This madman is terrifyingly powerful. Even if someone is a madman or a psychopath, he has the capital to be crazy. Is it still appropriate for the 5 major ninja villages to start a war?" The third Hokage's face, which was beginning to develop age spots, was filled with worry. Among the 5 major ninja villages today, only Konoha is slightly better. The other 4 villages are all poor. The 5 major ninja villages can mobilize many people to start a war, but they just lack war materials. But it doesn't matter. This is a matter for the entire ninja world. It's not just our 5 major ninja villages that need to step forward. Countries and small villages also need to participate. With their participation, the pressure on the 5 major ninja villages can be reduced. The strength of these small countries and villages is not that great, but they can still gather supplies. If they gather supplies and act as porters, won't the problem be solved? Who will go to the Iron Kingdom talks in 7 days? This is the question Tsunade was thinking about. She clearly didn't want to go to the Iron Kingdom. It would be better for her to stay in Konoha than to go through all the trouble and talk. "Don't look at me. I'm not going." Jing'ai took the lead in clarifying his attitude. "I don't care whether you go or not, but I myself will not go. Hasn't the Sandaime come back? Then let him go. It's just talking, which is what the third Hokage is good at. Let him play to his strengths. By the way, Elder Menyen, come along too. The village will be left to us." "Maidamanen? Is it really appropriate for you to do this?" The third Hokage looked at Jing'ai in surprise. He thought he could only be a spectator, but he didn't expect Jing'ai to give him such an important task. He thought he would be excluded. "What are you doing?" Tsunade looked over suspiciously. Jing'ai gave her a reassuring look. He asked, "Sandaime, can Tsunade and I trust you again?" "Can." The third Hokage solemnly promised, "I will represent the village to participate in the talks in the Iron Kingdom, and do my best to unite the various countries and villages in the ninja world, and concentrate everyone's strength to fight against Uchiha Madara together. Well, this important task will be handed over to the Sandaime, and Elder Menyen will be responsible for cooperating with the Sandaime. If you dare to take this task, I will give it to you." "Great." The third Hokage couldn't help but clench his fists. He felt that his silent heart became active again. After everything was decided, the third Hokage left with a breeze in his steps. "What the hell are you doing?" After the old partners, the third Hokage and Maidamanen, left, Tsunade couldn't help but slammed the table and asked, "Why did you pull the old man in at this time?" "Yeah, why did you bring the old man in?" Jiraiya chuckled and started climbing up the pole. Ever since the 3 disciples came to Konoha, Nagato's life was guaranteed, and Jiraiya returned to his previous cheerful personality. "Idiot." Orochimaru wanted to roll his eyes. Shizuka unhappily pushed aside Jiraiya's hand that was extended to pet him into the gang. "If you don't let the Sandaime go to the Land of Iron, then who will go, you or me?" "I'm not going." Tsunade's first reaction was to shake her head and refuse. "That's right." Jing'ai made a gesture of spreading his hands like a little bear. "If you don't go, I don't want to go either. Can we let Jiraiya or Orochimaru go? Will they be willing?" Orochimaru folded his hands over his chest, leaning against the wall, his silence expressing his attitude. This kind of verbal task is not suitable for him. Jiraiya shook his head like a rattle. He didn't want to leave Konoha, because he was afraid that something might happen to his 3 disciples. So, since no one wants to go, isn't the Sandaime the best candidate? In addition, he is good at verbal battles, and with Mightymanen's help, there will be absolutely no problem for him to represent the village in the talks. We have to trust him. Even in a major war, he can be asked to fight on behalf of the village. Although the Sandaime is old, his strength is still guaranteed. Don't come into the center of power. If there is a time when you are needed to be the boss, you will be needed to step out. As long as you are not afraid of hard work, just go. We will have no objection. Hearing this, Tsunade was frowning. He felt that this sentence sounded familiar. It's not that the words sound familiar, but the pattern of arrangement sounds a little familiar. It's very similar to how the F4 group treated the Uchiha clan, except that the same method is now used on the 3rd Hokage. This boomerang that flew out and circled outside for decades now flew back and stabbed the 3rd Hokage. Forget it, why bother with all this? It's a fight between 2 people, so just let them be. Jingai likes to make arrangements, the 3rd Hokage likes to be arranged, and is afraid that he will be left out. If he is willing to be the boss, then let him go. Even if you want to pull it, you may not be able to do so. Why waste your energy worrying about these things? Shaking her head, Tsunade threw the 3rd Hokage's matter out of her mind and asked doubtfully, what do you think is the basis for Uchiha Madara to launch a war against the 5 major ninja villages? Since it is a war, it certainly cannot be that Uchiha Madara alone challenges the 5 major ninja villages. Even if he is very powerful, this is not called a war. War is when both sides bring out their troops and fight on the battlefield. So the question is there anyone like Uchiha Madara? It should be White Zetsu. Jingai gave a guess that was not very certain but absolutely correct. There will be many White Zetsu on the battlefield. Orochimaru, who had no interest in anything just now, subconsciously stood up straight and put down his hands that were folded in front of his chest. There was no doubt that Orochimaru had become interested. Uchiha Madara's confidence in launching a war is White Zetsu, which means that there will be many White Zetsu on the battlefield. These are excellent experimental subjects on the move. Orochimaru, who originally had no idea about the Ninja World War, suddenly felt that he could also fight on behalf of the village. He just wanted to do his part for the village and had absolutely no intention of capturing White Zetsu. Absolutely not. You must have gone crazy studying White Zetsu. Tsunade really wanted to punch Orochimaru. After giving Orochimaru a warning look, Tsunade continued, in that case, let's send someone to notify the surrounding countries and villages. The 5 major ninja villages all had targets for invitation, and Konoha invited more of them, because Shizuoka had a lot of flying puppets, and these puppets were most suitable to be messengers and errand runners. So Konoha took on the main communication role. Jingai sent out a number of puppet teams to notify all villages and countries in the ninja world, and sent them invitation letters. As for whether the other party would arrive in the Iron Kingdom on time, he didn't need to worry about it. The 5 major ninja villages may not remember who came, but if someone did not come, the 5 major ninja villages would definitely remember it clearly in their little notebooks. If you want to die, just refuse. The 5 major ninja villages don't mind destroying you before the war breaks out. Chapter 523. What's the point of assassinating the daimyo? It is not easy to kill Uchiha Madara, but it is easy to destroy a small country or a small village. No matter which of the 5 major ninja villages is dispatched, they can be easily captured. With the notification from the 5 major ninja villages and the arrival of the invitation letters, Uchiha Madara's conspiracy spread throughout the ninja world like the wind, and everyone in the ninja world was shocked. If the 5 major ninja villages had not joined forces, such news would definitely be fake news, and not many people would be willing to believe it. But the 5 major ninja villages have all been mobilized, so how can they not believe it? They have sent out invitations, inviting everyone to the Iron Country to attend talks. How could it be fake? Therefore, the leaders of each village took their people and rushed to the Iron Kingdom as soon as possible, especially those small villages in remote countries. They needed to run faster, otherwise they might be late. Thus, a Grand Ninja World Conference was officially held in the Land of Iron. Among the 5 major ninja villages, only the 3rd Fuse of Sand Village, the 3rd Raikage of Cloud Village, and Yagura of Mist Village personally attended the talks. Oniki of Uegakure and Tsunade of Konoha did not participate. Representatives were sent from both villages. It's normal that Onoki didn't go, because the Land of Earth will become a battlefield and Onoki has too many things to worry about. The situation in Konoha is almost the same. Although the Fire Country will not become a battlefield, Konoha has become the leader of the 5 major ninja villages. As the leader, there are too many preparations to be done. Plus Tsunade is lazy, so the third Hokage represents Konoha. The third Hokage appeared and represented Konoha, and no one would say anything. So the style of the ninja world became that the 5 major ninja villages took the lead and quickly mobilized the elite ninjas from each village to form a ninja coalition. At the same time, the necessary war supplies were sent to the coalition camp built by the Uegakuer and Konoha in the Land of Earth. Many small countries and villages also tried their best to send the stored supplies to the nearest large ninja village, and then transported them to the frontline camps. The entire ninja world became busy. On Uchiha Madara's side, Black Zetsu was working overtime to create White Zetsu, while Uchiha Madara himself was idly speculating on how the Samsara Eye appeared. The Samsara Eye is an unfamiliar word to Uchiha Madara. Not only him, but Black Zetsu also felt unfamiliar with it. During the period when the Six-Path Sage brothers fought against their mother Kagaya at Satsuki, the concept of the Samsara Eye had not yet existed. At that time, the Six-Path Sage used the power of the Rinnegan, while his younger brother Hamura used the highly pure Byakugan. The Samsara Eye never appeared at all. The Samsara Eye was created after Hamura and his descendants protected the moon, and he only appeared after Hamura's death. Therefore, Uchiha Madara's information about the Samsara Eye is vague, and Black Zetsu is no exception. However, Black Zetsu guessed that the origin of the Samsara Eye should be related to Hamura, the younger brother of the Six-Path Sage. Guessing this possibility, Black Zetsu couldn't help but curse in his heart. You two brothers have done enough. One has the Rinnegan and the other has the Rinnegan. In order to fight against their mother, they beat up their old mother and their mutations become more and more outrageous. At this point, it's useless to say anything. We can only try our best to help Uchiha Madara. I hope that Uchiha Madara can rise up, defeat the 5 major ninja villages, kill Shizuka, and then capture the tailed beast and start the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. As long as Uchiha Madara becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki, as long as Uchiha Madara activates the infinite Tsukuyomi, it will be time for Uchiha Madara to sacrifice himself. At that time, his Heiju's mother broke the seal and came out. Black Zetsu, how long will it take? The entire base was densely packed with White Zetsu, and the strength of these White Zetsu seemed to be average, at least not in line with Uchiha Madara's expectations. Master Madara, before the war breaks out, all White Zetsu can be activated, but the strength of these White Zetsu activated in batches is much weaker than those activated individually. Black Zetsu still acts as the will of Uchiha Madara, just like a puppet, doing whatever Uchiha Madara tells him to do. It doesn't matter. Although Uchiha Madara despised the White Zetsu for being too weak, it really didn't make much difference to him whether a White Zetsu was stronger or weaker. As for why the White Zetsu activated in batches is weak, this is related to the consumption of Hashirama Senju's cells. Fortunately, as long as a little bit of Hashirama Senju's cells exist, they will continue to multiply and grow, just like cancer cells. Without this characteristic, even with the many White Zetsu brought by the Outer Path Demon statue, there is no way to activate all of them. The sight of tens of thousands of White Zetsu appearing on the battlefield must be spectacular, and it will definitely give the people of the 5 major ninja villages a little shock. I'm working so hard here, and this is what you want? You don't think about how much damage the White Zetsu army can cause to the enemy, or how many ninjas they can kill, you just want the excitement, right? Black Zetsu was helpless to deal with such a tool. But Uchiha Madara is such a tool with such a unique personality. Don't be angry, don't be angry. The other party is just a tool to resurrect your mother. It's not worth being angry with him. While Black Zetsu was working hard, he kept comforting himself in his heart. At present, Uchiha Madara is the best and most suitable tool. Without Uchiha Madara, resurrecting the mother is just empty talk. No matter how dissatisfied Black Zetsu was, he could only hold it in and try his best to help Uchiha Madara to make things happen. The actions of the ninja world are vigorous, and all of this cannot be hidden from Uchiha Madara's eyes. If White Zetsu sneaks into Konoha, he will be caught by Shizuka. In other places in the ninja world, the probability of being discovered is low. It is difficult for White Zetsu to find out any intelligence in the entire ninja world that he cannot find out. It can be said that Uchiha Madara knew all the joint operations of the 5 major ninja villages and all kinds of intelligence clearly. Lord Madara, the Shinobi Alliance was able to gather so quickly, and the daimyo from each country contributed a lot. Do we need to target these daimyo? It is forbidden to attack daimyos at any time. This is the consensus and unspoken rule of all countries, but not of Black Zetsu. If killing these daimyos will help his plan, Black Zetsu doesn't mind killing them all. So he gave advice to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting in a daze on the chair, slowly turned his head. Can assassinating the daimyo destroy the coalition forces? Black Zetsu. What the hell are you dreaming of? Chapter 524, the first batch of cannon fodder, rebel ninjas from various countries. At most it would cause some chaos in the coalition forces and then increase some hatred value. If the daimyo is really that important, would there be a ninja village? I shouldn't have spoken, really. From here on, Black Zetsu will no longer talk nonsense or make any suggestions. He just started to play badly. Since Uchiha Madara doesn't listen to anything and only believes in himself, let him do whatever he wants and have fun, as long as the plan is still going on. This is how Black Zetsu comforted himself, because at this point, he had no other choice. As for worries about whether or not he would be discovered by the Sixth Path Sage, Black Zetsu no longer cared about them. After countless years of waiting and working hard, Uchiha Madara finally appeared. Uchiha Madara was his only hope. Indra and Ashura's chakra reincarnations exist in every generation, but Uchiha Madara only has one. If any reincarnation of Indra or Ashura's chakra could be used, why would Black Zetsu wait until today? The infinite Tsukuyomi plan has been successful 800 times already. Time passed day by day, and during this period Uchiha Madara did nothing except listening to the information collected by White Zetsu on a regular basis. Every day he sat in the base recalling the good memories with his good friend Senju Hashirama. When it comes to the ability of talking, the third Hokage is still quite good. As the representative of Konoha, he convinced people from many countries and villages at the Iron Kingdom Summit. Soon all forces in the ninja world reached a consensus, and the coalition against Uchiha Madara was successfully formed. The main force of the coalition forces is the elite selected from the 5 major ninja villages. In addition to the elite ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages, the number of ninjas from small villages that entered the coalition forces was very small. Most of the ninjas in these small villages serve as supply transporters. Even if they are used as cannon fodder, the 5 major ninja villages look down on the ninjas from these small villages. These ninjas with poor strength and quality will not only be cannon fodder on the battlefield, but may even become a drag. It is better to leave the war to the 5 major ninja villages. Even the samurai of the Iron Country are stronger than the ninjas of the small villages. Of course, small villages like Takanan village are an exception. For a ninja village of the level of Takigakure, the ninja strength is quite good. A group of combat ninjas with good strength can be selected. After everything was on track, Jingai brought the people of Konoha to the Earth Kingdom camp. Except for Uchiha Madara, no one knew from which direction the White Zetsu army would attack, so Konoha and Uegakure jointly built a large military camp on the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth, and the ninjas of the coalition forces would come here to meet up. In the Coalition Combat Command Headquarters, Jingai made a small suggestion, which made everyone sitting in the command center unable to sit still. Yagura was the first to stand up and object. Jingai, although those rebel ninjas are strong, they are not good people, otherwise they would not become rebel ninjas. I think recruiting them into the coalition will plant many hidden dangers of insecurity. Jingai wanted to bring some rebellious ninjas from various villages into the coalition forces. This suggestion directly touched Yagura's bottom line, because among the 5 major ninja villages, the Kurogakure has the most rebel ninjas. At the same time, the crimes committed by the rebel ninjas in the Mist Village are the most serious. Killing their own people, the rebel ninjas in the ninja village are best at doing this. The rebel ninjas from other villages are relatively better, at least their characters are not as bloody and cruel. Mizukage, this is just a suggestion, you don't have to worry. We all know that there are many traitorous ninjas in your Mist Village. The third Raikage laughed and couldn't help but poke Yagura's sore spot in order to watch the show. Yagura, if you can't speak, just shut up. It will make you look capable and as if there are no traitors in your Cloud Ninja Village. Fortunately, although Yagura was emotional, he did not lose his mind. Jingai shook her head helplessly. Mizukage, I made this suggestion to give these rebellious ninjas a chance to perform and make merit. There are many vicious rebellious ninjas imprisoned in the prisons of each village, right? Gather these people together and tell them that as long as they make merit, they can redeem their sins. They are a group of powerful cannon fodders. It would be a waste if we don't use them. As for the possibility that the rebel ninja will commit another crime, the Mizukage does not need to worry too much. We only need to send someone who is strong enough to take charge. Some traitorous ninjas commit crimes actively, while others do so passively. These people can be used as cannon fodder. As long as you have made contributions, we can forgive your past mistakes. I believe that most of the rebel ninjas would be happy to accept this option. As for whether the rebel ninja will take the opportunity to escape or cause trouble, it doesn't matter. As long as there are powerful people in charge, these people can be suppressed. As for those who run away, the 5 major ninja villages can just join forces to hunt them down afterwards. It's a small matter. I'll go, old man. The third Raikage said with a smile, since the Mizukage is worried that these rebellious ninjas and guilty people will continue to rebel, I will lead them. If anyone makes trouble under my nose, I will deal with him immediately. This plan seems good. Onoki was a little moved. The same goes for the third Kazekage. Not counting those who ran away, each village holds a group of ninjas who have made mistakes or committed serious crimes. If these ninjas are willing to make meritorious contributions while serving their sentences, why not give them a chance? With the third Raikage personally in charge, who could cause trouble? You guys are really enough. Yagura never expected that he would even target these prisoners, sinners, and traitorous ninjas. The weird thing is, everyone else thought this was a good suggestion. The most disgusting thing is that the ratio is 4-1, so opposition is ineffective. Yagura could only agree with a pinch of his nose. Yagura's objection was ineffective, so the coalition headquarters issued an announcement that day and spread it throughout the ninja world, telling those rebellious ninjas hiding from place to place that they could be given a chance to redeem themselves with meritorious service. As long as they joined the coalition, served the coalition, risked their lives for the coalition, and performed meritorious service, if their merit was great enough, they could wash away their past sins. Give these rebellious ninjas a chance to live in the sun again, without having to live in hiding like before. The prisoners held in the village jails were given the same opportunity. Thus, except for those who were afraid of death, most of the imprisoned ninjas accepted this choice. Chapter 525, Who Wants to Die When You Can Live? As the announcement spread throughout the ninja world, quite a few rebel ninjas who had been hiding and had long been fed up with the life of being treated like rats joined the coalition. These rebel ninjas originally came here with trepidation, fearing that this was a trap. Finally found out that it is true. The coalition forces really didn't make things difficult for them, they just had to sign an agreement with severe penalties before joining, and they received a warning from the third Raikage. With the presence of the big boss, the third Raikage, these prisoners and rebellious ninjas are more obedient than each other. No fool would jump out to seek death when facing the third Raikage. Otherwise, the third Hokage would have let him die after trying. Hey, this guy's here too? Looking at the list of people joining the Allied Forces Cannon Fodder Group, Jingai looked at a certain name in surprise. Kakuzu? Is this guy famous? Orochimaru tilted his head to take a look. He is indeed quite famous. I think you should learn from him. Jingai looked strange. Kakuzu was indeed very famous in the past. He was a traitor to Takanashi village and even dared to assassinate Senju Hashirama. Not every ninja would dare to accept this kind of assassination mission, but he did it and even escaped alive. This is the most amazing thing. It is likely that Hashirama Senju was too lazy to pay attention to him, otherwise Kakuzu would not have enough hearts to die even if he had more. Because the assassination took place too early, and Kakuzu had been lurking for years to avoid being hunted by Takigakure, and Hashirama Senju never paid attention to him, Kakuzu did not have a very big reputation in the ninja world. Study? Which aspect? Orochimaru had never paid attention to Kakuzu, so naturally he was not very clear about Kakuzu's outrageous behavior. It seems that Orochimaru really feels unfamiliar with Kakuzu. Shizuka had no choice but to explain, this guy named Kakuzu is a traitor from Takigakure. He once accepted a mission to assassinate the Shodaime Hokage, and after the mission failed, he successfully escaped. Are you kidding me? Orochimaru couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but after a few seconds he grasped the key point. He licked his lips subconsciously, and Orochimaru's vertical pupils lit up. You mean, this guy named Kakuzu is a ninja from the Shodaime era, an old antique in the ninja world? Correct. Jing nodded and said, until now, he still remains very young. Interesting. Orochimaru laughed. He started to have some ideas about the diagonal. Knowing that Orochimaru must have some thoughts, Jingai reminded him. The traitor Kakuzu of Takigakure village has a unique secret technique that allows him to steal other people's hearts and transplant them into his own body. As long as the heart in his body is not completely destroyed, he will not die. It is precisely because of the secret technique that Kakuzu can live to this day to replace his heart. This is the general information I know. You have to investigate the details yourself. By the way, don't underestimate him. This guy is very powerful. You may not be able to take him down smoothly. Orochimaru is quite powerful, but Kakuzu is also very strong. Orochimaru wants to target Kakuzu, but he may not be able to defeat him. I understand, I will be careful. Orochimaru smiled and gave Jingai a promise, I will not attack him during the coalition war, but I hope you can help me. Okay, I'll help you if I get a chance, provided there's a chance. Helping Orochimaru in taking down Kakuzu isn't a big deal, but it requires the right opportunity. After all, the coalition forces had announced that it would not be easy to persecute those rebel ninjas who joined the coalition forces. They had just promised not to do anything, but then they captured Kakuzu. It would not be good if this got out. After getting Shizuka's approval, Orochimaru left contentedly. He couldn't wait to observe this guy named Kakuzu. Jingai had no idea what Kakuzu was thinking or why he chose to join the coalition, and he was too lazy to investigate. At this time, he was more interested in the coalition's ninja army. Looking at the long list of ninjas participating in the coalition war, Jingai did not expect that the 5 major ninja villages only selected 40,000 elite troops. Only half the number of allied forces in the original work's 4th Ninja World War. Half is missing. What does this mean? 80,000 became 40,000. You have to know that the ninja army is not an ordinary army. Let alone half of them, even 10,000 or 20,000 are not the same concept. Jingai could guess why there were so many fewer ninjas in the allied forces. First of all, the current timeline is still many years away from the 4th Ninja World War in the original work. The development over the past 30 years has already greatly increased the number of ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages. Coupled with the subsequent Ninja World War, the number of elite ninjas in each village was greatly reduced. The 5 major ninja villages are all in this state. It's not just individual villages. Konoha and the Sand Village fought first, and the Uegakure village joined in the fun. After several years of war, both Konoha and the Sand Village suffered heavy losses. Soon, a war broke out again between the Uegakure, Kimagakure, and Mist villages, and Konoha and Sand villages also participated. This time, the losses of Konoha and Sand villages were not great, but the losses of the Uegakure, Kimagakure, and Mist villages were huge. The war had just ended when Uchiha Madara was pushed to the forefront. The villages had no time to recuperate and immediately began to form a coalition force. As a result, the number of elite troops in the coalition force would definitely be greatly reduced. The last point is that Jingai's requirement is to select the elite, and those ninjas who are just there to make up the numbers should not be crammed in. In the ninja world, many small villages can draw out many ninjas, and the number of these ninjas put together is not small. It's a pity that Jingai doesn't look down on them, and the number of ninjas from small villages joining the coalition combat forces is very small. Most of these ninjas are responsible for transportation and logistics and will not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. With nearly 30 years less time for development, the 5 major ninja villages were involved in a series of ninja world wars, and the ninjas from the small villages were basically not selected. These 3 reasons combined directly led to the coalition forces having only 40,000 combat troops. Compared to the 80,000 in the original work's 4th Ninja World War, it is half less. The White Zetsu army that appeared on the battlefield numbered 100,000, which was almost 2.5 times the number of the allied ninjas. Fortunately, except Shizue, no one in the coalition knew how many White Zetsu Uchiha Madara had. If they knew about the army of 100,000 White Zetsu, the cannon fodder from each village would probably be pulled into the combat forces. 40,000 to 100,000, this ratio is really a bit scary. Even though there are many ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages, they can kill a large number of White Zetsu and have a very high kill ratio. But when the number of White Zetsu army reaches a certain level, it will cause a qualitative change. To put it bluntly, let alone 100,000 pigs, it would take a while to kill them. It will definitely tire out a lot of people. White Zetsu is not a pig, these guys are very strong. And he has tricky abilities. A steady stream of ninja troops arrived at the camp, and a steady stream of supplies of all kinds were delivered to the front line. The ninjas from many small villages were deeply moved by the decision that the 5 major ninja villages only needed elite troops and no cannon fodder, which was also particularly beneficial for transporting supplies. No need to go to the battlefield, just move and transport supplies. Where can you find such a good thing? Although not being able to join the combat unit is a sign of a lack of recognition of one's own strength, entering the battlefield means people will die. Who would want to die if they can stay alive? Chapter 526, Cannon Fodder Army, Killing All 4. I think the enemy will attack from this direction. No, it should be the direction of the coastline. This way, this way. In the command room, a group of people were arguing non-stop. These people who were good at thinking became particularly hot-tempered when they sat together, and a small decision could make them argue for a long time. Jingai was very glad that she didn't need to get involved in these things. It's just a pity for the old military strategist Nara Luxon, who has to quarrel with a group of juniors all day long. Time passes in busyness. The time for war has come. There are ninjas on patrol everywhere in the land of Earth. Their mission is to patrol their assigned areas and look for traces of the enemy. Uchiha Madara only agreed on the time and place of the battle, but he did not say from which direction to attack and the specific time. The coalition forces can only rely on casting a wide net to capture the enemy's movements and traces. There are traces of a large number of enemies. White Zetsu, it's White Zetsu, a lot of White Zetsu, coming from the direction of Taki country. In addition to the combat forces of the 5 major ninja villages, most of the patrol and exploration tasks were given to the ninjas from the small villages. Just after the transportation of materials was completed, the ninjas from these small villages would be able to successfully perform similar reconnaissance tasks. The reconnaissance team responsible for the direction of Taki country was so frightened that they stuttered when they saw a large number of white Zetsu crawling out from the ground and running towards the direction of Earth country. Fortunately, the White Zetsu army did not care about the people in their reconnaissance team. Or rather, Uchiha Madara doesn't care. We have seen it, it doesn't matter, just push forward with an army of 100,000 White Zetsu. It doesn't matter if they can't push through. As long as they can inflict as many casualties as possible on the coalition forces, Uchiha Madara doesn't expect to rely on these White Zetsu to defeat the 5 major ninja villages. The frightened reconnaissance team screamed while holding the puppets in their hands. In the combat command room, on the huge round desk, the eyes of a small puppet suddenly lit up. What the reconnaissance team said was transmitted through the puppet. Everyone, the war is about to begin. It's my turn to appear. The third Raikage was the first to stand up. He needs to lead the cannon fodder group to meet the White Zetsu army first. As for how many of these cannon fodder members can survive, it is an unknown. They are called the cannon fodder members. The coalition forces did not bring these rebel ninjas and criminals in to serve as the main force. Just be a cannon fodder and die because you are unlucky, have bad luck or lack the strength. If you survive, then bygones be bygones. I'll go as well. The third Kazekage stood up as well. Compared to sitting in the combat command room, he prefers to go directly into the battlefield and lead the coalition ninjas to fight the enemy. After the third Kazekage, it was Yagura. It was obvious that Yagura had no intention of staying either. Ahem, old man. As soon as Onoki opened his mouth, Tsunade asked unhappily. So that Sachikage is going to leave everything to me? Onoki. Depend on. It's obviously a job for 5 people, but you didn't say anything when the 3 of them entered the battlefield. I, Onoki, just wanted to stand up, but you, Tsunade, were unhappy. What does this mean? Do you think that I'm old and in poor health? Let him go. We don't need too many people in the command room. Jingai was amused. Onoki's aggrieved look really makes people want to laugh. Ahem, then I won't be polite. Hokage, the command room is relying on you. This was exactly what Onoki was waiting for, but as soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Normally, the 5 Kage should be in the command room, and they will go out when support is needed. But the third Raikage couldn't sit still, and he was also leading the cannon fodder group, so it was reasonable for him to enter the battlefield first. The third Kazekage was a man of few words, so having him sit in the command room was like sitting like a statue. Yagura is too young, and his ideas are a bit narrow-minded. During this period, he was often criticized by the third Raikage, the third Kazekage, and Onoki. As time went on, Yagura gave up the idea of commanding. Instead of being criticized and despised, it is better to enter the battlefield and kill the enemy. Young? Being petty? A bunch of old bastards. Whenever he thought of the faces of Onoki and the third Raikage, Yagura cursed inwardly in anger. As a result, the third Raikage ran away, the third Kazekage also ran away, and Yagura followed. Logically, Onoki should have stayed as well, but the old guy was a little impatient. Do you want to tire me to death? Tsunade glared at Jingai viciously. Jingai smiled and shook her head, then left the command room decisively. With Tsunade, Orochimaru's assistants, and a group of military advisors, there will be no problems in this command room. It is better to leave as soon as possible, or... Seeing that Jingai had run away, Tsunade stood up and negotiated with Orochimaru in a negotiating tone, but before she could say anything, Orochimaru smiled and gave Tsunade a look that showed everyone understood. Damn it, arrogant Orochimaru. Tsunade, who was rejected miserably, sat back cursing. What's wrong with you being in charge of the headquarters? This is my trust in you, and you are not happy about it. Are you targeting White Zetsu on the battlefield? No wonder Jiraiya said you are a stinky snake, you are indeed stinky enough. What is there to study about White Zetsu? He is neither human nor ghost. Orochimaru ignored her, and Tsunade had no choice but to sit patiently in the command room. The border between Taki country and Earth country. Uchiha Madara was sitting on a rock on the mountain, with Black Zetsu standing beside him like a little follower. Seemingly feeling a little bored, Uchiha Madara raised his hand and rested his chin with his palm. Coming. It was unknown how long he maintained this action. When the cannon fodder appeared, Uchiha Madara finally perked up. The vanguard of the coalition forces? Looking at the cannon fodder group stepping into the battlefield, Uchiha Madara asked curiously. Black Zetsu, who was standing next to him, took the initiative to explain. Lord Madara, this is a cannon fodder group formed by the coalition forces. The people in it are all rebel ninjas from various villages and criminals imprisoned in prison. It is said that they were dragged to the battlefield at the suggestion of Hinata Shizuka. As long as they can survive, their past mistakes will be forgiven. Although they are in different camps, Black Zetsu still admires Shizue very much. It really makes the best use of everything. Even these criminals and rebel ninjas were included. Not to mention, these criminals and rebel ninjas are not ordinary ninjas. At least they have no problems with their mentality and strength, and are definitely stronger than ordinary ninjas. Ninjas with a bad mentality and weak strength will also do some lawless things. Interesting. Uchiha Madara, who was originally only slightly interested, began to look forward to this war. He was very curious about how the White Zetsu army would perform against the coalition forces. According to the intelligence obtained by White Zetsu, there are only about 40,000 ninjas on the coalition side, and the White Army is 2.5 times the size of the coalition. 40,000 versus 100,000, no matter how weak White Zetsu is, it is enough to give the coalition a hard time. Besides, frontal combat is only the basic ability of the White Army. What is really frightening about White Zetsu is spore attachment and camouflage. As long as these abilities are used well, the coalition forces will definitely be in a state of panic. That's a lot. The third Raikage led the cannon fodder group into the battlefield. Looking at the oncoming White Zetsu army, many ninjas in the cannon fodder group turned pale. If it weren't for the ruthless third Raikage, some of them would have started to run away. Everyone, the enemy is right before our eyes. Whether we can regain our freedom and live in the sunshine again depends on your efforts. Let's go. The third Raikage was too lazy to encourage these people. They were just a bunch of cannon fodder and not worthy of his attention. For the third Raikage, it doesn't matter how many White Zetsu this group of cannon fodder can kill, as long as the other party doesn't run away. If anyone dares to escape from the battlefield, I'm sorry, I will kill you first. Seeing the cannon fodders looking like they were facing a formidable enemy, almost thinking that they were doomed, the third Raikage tried to comfort them. Your mission is not to die. The first and second legions are coming from both sides. As long as you are strong enough and your luck is not so bad, you have a chance to survive. After hearing this, the cannon fodders finally felt relieved. They were equivalent to the vanguard. Although the coalition forces called them the cannon fodder regiment, they did not intend to let them all die. Since they are a cannon fodder group, their fate is to serve as cannon fodder to attract the enemy's attention. It will just leave these cannon fodder with a little hope of survival. Only in this way will others fight desperately to kill the enemy on the battlefield. If you block their way to survival, these cannon fodders will definitely not be happy. Boom boom boom. All I saw was a sea of white figures. Fortunately, Baizetsu did not have some special organs in the human body, otherwise, if Baizetsu ran out with their butts naked and charged forward with their birds swinging, the scene would be absolutely eye-catching. Tens of thousands of White Zetsu were running. The scene was so shocking that it felt like the entire earth was shaking. Fortunately, Taki country is close to the border of Earth country, with mountains blocking both sides. The road in the middle is not wide and cannot accommodate too many White Zetsu at one time. Otherwise, if 100,000 White Zetsu rushed over in an orderly manner, it would definitely scare a lot of people. Even if 100,000 Baiju couldn't rush over in unison, this scene had already made many members of the cannon fodder group look disheartened. Kill. The third Raikage didn't waste any time and led the charge. He was not the kind of person who would stand behind and give orders. He liked to lead the charge. The third Raikage, who entered the lightning chakra mode, was like a ferocious beast covered in lightning. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the army of White Zetsu. What was even more terrifying was that wherever the third Raikage went, White Zetsu turned into a pile of corpses and was constantly bounced away. Chapter 527. This is a competition of physical strength. For a ruthless guy like the third Raikage, killing White Zetsu is no different from crushing an ant. Not to mention that he was in lightning release chakra mode. Even in his normal state, White Zetsu's attack was just tickling him. The strongest spear and the strongest shield in the ninja world, facing the White Zetsu army on the battlefield, it was like entering an empty land, charging forward, and no enemy could stop him. The densely packed White Zetsu army was seen being plowed out a blank path by the third Raikage. The cannon fodder behind him was stunned for a while. Kill. Perhaps under the influence of the third Raikage, the blood in the cannon fodder group began to boil, and someone shouted first. The people in the cannon fodder group subconsciously followed suit and shouted. While shouting, he rushed towards the White Zetsu army. This kid is pretty good, much better than his two predecessors. Watching the situation on the battlefield below, Uchiha Madara gave the third Raikage a good evaluation. Compared with the first and second Raikage, the third Raikage is really strong, and he can be called the strongest Raikage of all generations. Black Zetsu was speechless. What time is it that you still have the energy to comment on others? That's right, for you, Uchiha Madara, the third Raikage, the strongest spear and the strongest shield, is just that. Master Madara, such an enemy may be difficult to deal with. Anyone would have a headache if they met a strong man like the third Raikage. Black Zetsu wants to test Uchiha Madara's attitude. Oh, difficult to deal with? Maybe. Uchiha Madara smiled calmly at this, but the disdain in his laughter was so strong that Black Zetsu could feel it even from a distance. After receiving such a reply, Black Zetsu decisively shut up and remained silent. Uchiha Madara was a little too arrogant. Although he had the capital to be proud, he only took Senju Hashirama seriously from beginning to end. The White Zetsu army still swarmed forward. The number of people in the cannon fodder group was not even worthy of carrying shoes for the White Zetsu army. Fortunately, on the coalition side, 2 legions of ninjas came to support from both sides. In the first battle, the coalition forces did not think of defending and waiting for the enemy to attack, but chose to fight head-on. Among them, Onoki and the third Raikage were very tough guys, and with the support of the third Kazekage, the first battle of the coalition forces became a cannon fodder group taking the lead, followed by the coalition ninjas of the 2 legions. The ninjas of the coalition forces did not have the same standard combat uniforms, nor did they have the same forehead protectors. Originally Tsunade and Yagura had this idea, but were rejected by Shizue. Unified standards? Is unification needed? It is enough for each village to bring its own forehead protector. Why make it so complicated? The same goes for combat uniforms. It doesn't matter if they are colorful. Anyway, the enemies are all White Zetsu. Even a color-blind person cannot mistake the enemy. After all, White Zetsu does not wear clothes. Unless you are blind, it is impossible to mistake the enemy for our own. Under such circumstances, what is the point of unification? Instead of making unified forehead protectors and combat uniforms, it would be better to create more ninja tools. As a result, the coalition forces appeared to be fighting in a variety of combat uniforms. Fortunately, the enemy was White Zetsu, so there was no possibility of mistaking him for someone else. If so, it is just a personal vendetta. The reason of accidental injury cannot explain your motive for attacking your own people. If anyone attacks one of your own people, don't doubt him and just take him down. Although the colorful combat uniforms are messy, they will not affect the strength of the allied ninjas. Although the number of allied ninjas is only over 40,000, their strength is really strong. After all, they have been screened, and it is impossible for ninjas with insufficient strength to be pulled up as cannon fodder. Oniki and the third Kazekage, who couldn't sit still and didn't want to stay in the command room, also entered the battlefield, and even Yagura came. Even though the coalition forces only dispatched 2 legions, under the leadership of the 4 Kage, the morale of the coalition forces was greatly boosted, and they forcibly blocked the attack of the White Zetsu army and stopped their offensive outside the border of the Land of Earth. The result was that Taki country became a battlefield. The people in Takanan village turned green in the face when they saw the result, but they didn't dare to say anything. But if Onoki didn't want the Land of Earth to become a battlefield, they could still blame Onoki. But the 4 Kage were all on the battlefield, and the White Zetsu army still attacked from the direction of Taki country. The White Zetsu army was blocked within the borders of Taki country, turning Taki country into a battlefield. No matter how unhappy the people of Taki village were, they did not dare to jump out and make comments. They could only watch their own land become the site of a war. The coalition forces' offensive was fierce. On a high mountain on the other side of the battlefield, Shizue and Orochimaru stood together, looking at the battlefield below. This offensive won't last long. Orochimaru, who is outstanding in all aspects and good at commanding battles, saw the problem at a glance. The coalition forces' offensive was fierce, but such momentum could not last long because people would get tired. When physical strength and chakra are almost consumed, the ninja has no strength to fight anymore and needs to rest. But what about the enemy? White Zetsu is not afraid of death at all, and does not know what tiredness or exhaustion means. As long as they can withstand this wave of attacks, the advantage will immediately return to the White Zetsu army. It will last an hour at most. Jingai gave a relatively reasonable estimated time. That should be about right. Orochimaru thought about it for a moment, nodded slightly, turned his head, looked at Jingai's profile, and asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to take action?" Jingai was speechless. How can you reveal your hidden card right at the beginning of the game? This is clearly a war that concerns everyone in the ninja world. Jingai does not want to turn such a war into a personal show. Unless the coalition forces can no longer hold on, he will not act too early. Is it? Orochimaru smiled, too lazy to expose Jingai's little thoughts. For him, it doesn't matter whether there is a war or not, as long as he can get what he wants. Experimental materials. There are many white zetsu on the battlefield, so just catch as many as you can when you get the chance. You can throw these things into the ceiling scroll without having to worry about being suffocated. As for Kakuzu, you can't escape. On the battlefield, Kakuzu suddenly shuddered and looked around in confusion, feeling as if someone was staring at him. Just as Jingai predicted. In less than an hour, the two armies of the coalition were beginning to feel exhausted. Most of the ninjas were not as physically strong as the third Raikage, and they did not feel tired even when fighting in and out of the enemy's army. For a normal ninja, a battle lasting several minutes, 10 minutes or so is already good. That would take an hour for a large number of ninjas to cooperate with each other and take turns attacking and defending. Fortunately, at this time, there were new developments on the coalition side. Chapter 528 Kushina, Capturing White Zetsu is my best skill. The Iron Kingdom's samurai corps entered the battlefield, and some tired ninjas on the coalition side began to withdraw from the battlefield. Although new troops arrived from the coalition, Uchiha Madara showed no intention of changing anything. He can accept this war no matter how White Zetsu fights. Besides, the advantage is still on the side of the White Zetsu army. Although the coalition forces were unstoppable at the beginning and killed a large number of White Zetsu, as time went on, the advantages of the White Zetsu army began to show. On the contrary, the morale of the coalition forces began to decline and their fighting will was gradually eroded. The most important point is that there are no wounded in the White Zetsu army, only living White Zetsu and dead White Zetsu. But the coalition forces can't do that. Injured ninjas need to be treated, exhausted ninjas need to rest, and the bodies of dead ninjas need to be brought back. Apart from anything else, the logistics alone is enough to cause trouble for the coalition forces. In the coalition camp, Kushina, who had received a special mission, had been patrolling the medical department accompanied by Yitsung. Kushina didn't need to go to the battlefield, but Shizuichi gave her a very important task. That is to patrol the camp. The medical department is the top priority. Once a White Zetsu infected with spores is found, there is no need to hesitate, just kill him directly. In the original work, during the Fourth Ninja World War, the White Zetsu infected by these spores did not cause any headaches for the coalition forces. It even made some people panic, and no one dared to trust each other, for fear that the other party was an enemy who had sneaked into their side and wanted to kill them when they were not paying attention. Jingai would definitely patch up such an obvious thing. It would be most appropriate to entrust such an important task to Kushina. If Kushina goes to the battlefield, there is a risk of being targeted by Uchiha Madara, so it is better for her to patrol back and forth and capture the parasitic White Zetsu. As for the battlefield, don't be in a hurry. The most important thing is to ensure the stability of the camp. As long as the camp is not in chaos, the presence of parasitic White Zetsu on the battlefield is just a small problem and can be cleaned up at any time. The situation on the battlefield expanded as the White Zetsu army and the coalition forces continued to join. The people of Takigakure were almost in tears because the land of Taki had really become a battlefield. When Uchiha Madara declared war, he said that the land of Earth had not become a battlefield between the two sides. But the coalition forces were prepared. When the White Zetsu army sneaked in from the land of Water Trap and attacked, they were blocked outside the land of Earth. This directly led to the land of Water Trap becoming a battlefield. Seeing that the White Zetsu army was unable to invade the Earth Kingdom, it was impossible for the 100,000 White Zetsu troops to all be crowded together. This would make it impossible for them to deploy their troops, nor would they be able to take advantage of the White Zetsu's large numbers. So the battlefield continued to expand, and as the battlefield expanded, Taki country was in trouble. Faced with such a tragic result, the leader of Takigakure was helpless and could only lead the village's ninjas to frantically fight against Baizetsu on the battlefield. If we kill more White Zetsu, there will be less damage to Taki country. As night fell, the four shadows who had entered the battlefield to fight handed over the command of the battlefield to the people in the village, then returned to the camp and came to the headquarters. After returning to the headquarters, Onoki immediately picked up the casualty report compiled by the coalition forces. Looking at the series of casualty reports, veins on Onoki's forehead popped out. The casualties seemed to be quite heavy. The third Kazekage frowned. Although we killed more White Zetsu, the number of the coalition forces is not as large as that of White Zetsu. Even though the coalition forces killed many White Zetsu, they also suffered a lot of casualties. Many died and many were injured. What is even more difficult to accept is that White Zetsu, who charged forward recklessly at the beginning, began to become tactful as the battlefield expanded. The way of fighting is no longer to charge forward desperately. These ghosts are really hard to deal with. I don't know where Uchiha Madara got so many white Zetsu from. We have no idea whether he is commanding the white Zetsu to fight. The third Raikage was somewhat dissatisfied. It was too difficult for the Alliance to collect information on white Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. On the contrary, Uchiha Madara could quickly find out what the coalition forces were doing. It is unlikely that Uchiha Madara is in command of the battle, but the white Zetsu captured by the village first is not the same as the cannon fodder white Zetsu now on the battlefield. The first white Zetsu captured were very smart and good at learning. I am afraid that this group of white Zetsu is acting as the commander, so the attack of the white Zetsu army has changed. It was no secret that Konoha captured white Zetsu first. Jingai decisively shared the information with the four Kage. As for the casualties, this is inevitable. Every village has suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, we killed more enemies. The number of white Zetsu is large, but it is not infinite. There will always be a time when they are all killed. Jingai, when will your puppet be deployed on the battlefield? Compared to the casualty report, the third Raikage was more concerned about when Jingai's puppet would appear. No rush. I need to stabilize our camp and position first. If nothing unexpected happens, tonight will be very lively. Hold our camp in our position? It's fine if it's on the battlefield. White Zetsu has strong hiding abilities, so it's understandable that he could sneak in, but can he sneak into the camp? At night, the camp gradually fell into silence. Most of the ninjas fell asleep. The battlefield was no exception. Except for a few places where battles were still breaking out, most of the areas were plunged into darkness. The white Zetsu army did not need to distinguish between day and night when attacking, but at night, the white Zetsu army stopped attacking. This seems suspicious. But the coalition forces could not guess what the white Zetsu army was planning, or what Uchiha Madara wanted to do. At night, a ninja wearing Konoha combat uniform and a Konoha forehead protector gave his companion a gloomy look. A kunai appeared in his hand. Just when the kunai was about to stab his companion, a golden light struck, and the Konoha ninja who attacked his companion groaned and fell to the ground. The attacked ninja was startled and looked at the kunai held tightly in the other party's hand. His mind went blank. He couldn't understand why his companions would kill him. With me, Kushina, here, you white Zetsu still want to jump around? Kushina's shadow clone walked out from behind the tent, humming, and stepped on white Zetsu. Similar examples appeared one after another in the camp. Similar backstabbing plots are even being played out on the battlefield. The medical department was the hardest hit area, and there were quite a few Byakugan caught by Kushina. Looking at the white Zetsu lying on the ground, the five Kage looked very unhappy. They now understood why Jingai said that tonight would be very lively. If Kushina hadn't been powerful enough and created a large number of shadow clones to patrol everywhere and capture white Zetsu, the coalition forces would probably have fallen into internal strife and suspicion in the first place. Chapter 529. No one wants to take the credit. Well done. Patting Kushina's little head, Jing turned to the five Kage and said, compared to being on the battlefield, white Zetsu's lurking ability and spore implantation ability are more frightening and terrifying, because you don't know what kind of person he will become, and if he suddenly attacks you, once panic is caused, the coalition's operations will be disintegrated. The damn thing. Onoki was furious and used dust release to decompose all the bodies of white Zetsu on the ground. Fortunately Jing had made arrangements early on, otherwise they would have been in big trouble. When I think about the allied ninjas attacking each other, causing panic among the people, and everyone even dared not trust their companions and comrades, and doubt took root in their hearts, could the allied forces still be able to resist the white Zetsu army at that time? Do you need me to call by over? The third Raikage looked very unhappy. The handout shook his head and refused. No need for that. The Nine Tails can sense hatred and evil, so Kushina can easily find the disguised white Zetsu, but the other Chururiki can't. Bring that funny guy Kiribi over here? This is just looking for trouble. When he was in Konoha, because of the threat of Kushina's fist, Killer Bee became more obedient than anyone else. However, not long after leaving Konoha, when they met again, he returned to his old ways. The first thing he did was sing. I really don't know how the Cloud Ninja Village did it. Jingai raised her head and looked in the direction of the battlefield. The enemy gave up the night attack, just waiting for us to cause chaos. But they didn't expect that we had made arrangements in advance. Now, there's nothing to watch. I don't know if Uchiha Madara will be disappointed, but there's a high probability that he will. After all, this proud lunatic just likes to stir up trouble and watch the fun. As a result, the expected excitement did not come. Have we made arrangements in advance? After hearing what Jing'ai said, the 4 Kages, except Tsunade, couldn't help but blush. They know shit. All of this was arranged by Shizuka himself. Even Tsunade only knew that Shizuka asked Kushina to patrol the camp and created a large number of shadow clones, but no one knew what they were for. Jing'ai arranged the matter alone, but in the end the credit goes to everyone. It would be fine if it were just some people who were greedy for credit, but the people who got the credit were Oniki, the 3rd Reikage, the 3rd Kazekage, and Yagura. Let's not talk about Yagura for now. After all, his presence in the 5 Kage circle is too low. Onoki, the 3rd Reikage, and the 3rd Kazekage are all seniors who have to maintain their reputation. Suddenly sharing such credit makes them feel itchy and uncomfortable, even though they have always treated Jing'ai on an equal footing. Ahem. Anyway, it was all arranged by Jing'ai. Now that Kushina is here, I feel relieved. The oldest, Oniki, coughed and quickly changed the subject. I won't talk about the credit or anything, really. What's yours is yours. Don't drag us old guys into this. It's embarrassing. I remember there's something else. The 3rd Reikage slapped his head and turned away. The 3rd Kazekage said nothing and followed. Yagura hesitated for a moment, but still left. No, what do you mean? So I'm too embarrassed to open my mouth to change the subject, and you just turn around and leave, right? If looks could kill, the 3rd Reikage and his ilk would have died hundreds of times. After Onoki left, Tsunade sighed helplessly. Why do I feel that these old guys are always a little bit dishonest? Ha ha ha, you're being unfair to Yagura when you say that. Yagura is not some old guy. Jing'ai couldn't help laughing. Tsunade glared at him. She knew what I was talking about, but she deliberately brought up Yagura. Yagura, well, Yagura was still a nobody. It's difficult to deal with people in the circle who are all seniors and big guys. If the people in a circle are all old veterans and strong people, it will be very difficult for young newcomers to integrate into the circle. Yagura is facing such a situation. Onoki, the 3rd Reikage, and the 3rd Kazekage obviously did not consider him as one of their own, and were keeping away from Yagura in both open and covert ways. Tsunade is a woman, and secondly, with Shizuka around, she won't encounter a similar situation. It's just that Yagura is a bit pitiful. Not only was his age a disadvantage, but his strength was also not enough to convince the 3 old guys, so he naturally became the one who was marginalized. I hope that by doing this, they won't cause conflicts among the people of the Mist Village within the coalition forces. This is what Tsunade is worried about, but she doesn't know how to put this matter on the table. Most likely not. Shizuka hugged Tsunade's waist and comforted her. Don't worry about this kind of thing. Just don't follow them in treating Yagura differently. Also, you underestimate Yagura. Even if he is marginalized, even if he can't fit in, Yagura won't get angry. He will endure it. Can Yagura endure it? If he had not been able to endure, he would not have become the 4th Mizukage. It is impossible for Yagura not to care about the different treatment and marginalization by Oniki, the 3rd Reikage, and the 3rd Kazekage, but he can endure it and chooses not to say anything. I'll write everything down in a small notebook first, and you can settle them later. This is Yagura's style of doing things. Others may just write it down in a little notebook, but if Yagura writes it down in a little notebook, he will really come to you to settle accounts. If the pace continues like this, if nothing unexpected happens, when the old guys like Oniki and the 3rd Reikage step down, it will not be easy for the new Reikage or the new Tsuchikage to integrate into the team. At that time, Yagura will become a stumbling block for them. As for the 3rd Kazekage, he is the youngest among the 3 old guys. Unless something unexpected happens, it is impossible for him to abdicate in a short period of time. I hope so. Be it Yagura Shinobu or the explosion, none of this matters. What Tsunade cares about is not causing internal conflicts during the war. When everything is over, it is up to you, Yagura, whether you continue to endure or explode. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Konoha. Every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. If you, Yagura, have any dissatisfaction, go find the Uegakur, Kumigakur, or Sangakur, and don't involve us, Konoha. Konoha will not get involved in matters like this. Outside the battlefield, Uchiha Madara, who had hoped to see a lively scene, was somewhat disappointed. It seems that the excitement of tonight is over. The coalition forces have made arrangements against White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on the rock, did not even change his posture. He still rested his chin on his hand and looked down at the battlefield below. Heizetsu's face didn't look very good, but fortunately his face had always been pitch black, so there was no visible change in his expression. It seems to be because of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. It is still unclear in the coalition camp, but a golden shadow flashed in the position, and the Ninetales chakra aura could be felt. It goes without saying that it is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Chapter 530, White Zetsu Army vs. Puppet Army. As a person who enjoys having fun, it's quite disappointing that the fun is gone. Without anything fun to watch, Uchiha Madara didn't even bother to pay attention to the war situation. Anyway, considering the size of the coalition formed by the 5 major ninja villages, even if they completely wiped out the White Zetsu army, the losses brought would be enough for the 5 major ninja villages to suffer. Uchiha Madara lost his desire to pay attention to the war, but Kuriko was the same. He was always keeping an eye on the development of the war. Since the night attacks and internal strife offensives are ineffective, we must grit our teeth and continue to attack. Anyway, there is no difference between day and night for the White Zetsu army, but it is not the same for the coalition forces. Not every ninja can walk fast in the dark. The strength of many ninjas will decline seriously at night. We must seize this advantage and launch a fierce attack on the coalition forces. Then the nightmare of the allied ninjas began. The White Zetsu army, which had originally stopped attacking at night, still swarmed in, like white grim reapers in the dark night, rushing towards the coalition forces' positions without regard for their lives. The inconvenience of fighting at night directly led to increased casualties on the coalition side. The command center was extremely busy due to the White Zetsu army's unethical attack method. The logistical pressure doubled, but fortunately, the ninjas in many small villages had formed a large number of logistical troops, which were able to effectively transport the wounded to the camp for treatment. Jingai knew that the enemy was getting anxious. This enemy is most likely Black Zetsu. As for Uchiha Madara, it is very likely that he is not even interested in commanding the White Zetsu army. Jingai was not wrong in his guess. Uchiha Madara indeed had no intention of commanding the White Zetsu army. He was very casual. He just wanted to attack and it didn't matter how the battle turned out. Uchiha Madara doesn't care about the results, but Black Zetsu does. As a result, the ninjas of the coalition forces suffered a lot. This can be seen from the strange faces of the 5 Kage. As casualties increase, everyone will feel the pain. Except for Tsunade, who was in charge of the command center, the other 4 Kage were basically running back and forth on the battlefield. Even so, they could not reverse the situation of increasing casualties. The coalition forces' positions were shrinking, and the White Zetsu army's offensive pace was getting faster and faster. When he saw that many positions were collapsing, Jingai knew that it was his turn to take the stage. On the battlefield, Heitake Sakumo kept waving the dagger White Fang in his hand. White sword light flashed, and White Zetsu, who was covered by the sword light, instantly turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. A brief vacuum zone appeared around Heitake Sakumo. Unfortunately, such a vacuum zone cannot last long, and will be filled by the White Zetsu army in less than 30 seconds. Hoo-hoo. Sweat flowed down his cheeks and Heitake Sakumo was breathing heavily. Since the battle between the two sides broke out, Heitake Sakumo had forgotten how many White Zetsu he had killed. These White Zetsu were like endless ants. After one batch was killed, another batch would rush up. As the battle lasted for a long time, even Heitake Sakumo was unable to hold on. There were not many people left standing in the ninja army he led. Those who fell down were either dead or injured, and a large number of them were so tired that they collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Heitake Sakumo was one of them, but he was strong enough to insist on standing. Feeling the little chakra left, Heitake Sakumo raised his sore hands and wiped the sweat off. This was the most tiring time he had ever fought on the battlefield since he became a ninja. Although the enemy is not strong, their numbers are so large that they can tire you to death. Sir, the enemy is coming again. The battlefield was littered with White Zetsu's corpses, and outside the battlefield, a large number of White Zetsu were still rushing up. We're not all going to die here, are we? These White Zetsu creatures are so annoying. There are so many of them that I can't kill them all. Looking at the endless influx of White Zetsu, this thought flashed through many people's minds. Get ready to fight. At this time, Heitake Sakumo could not say any encouraging words and could only grit his teeth and persevere. Once they retreated, this position would be occupied by White Zetsu. At this time, a group of ninjas wearing black combat uniforms appeared in the rear position. After these ninjas in black combat uniforms entered the position, they ignored everyone and rushed straight towards the oncoming White Zetsu. The deputy standing next to Heitake Sakumo asked doubtfully, "Sir, have our reinforcements arrived?" Heitake Sakumo lowered his raised hand and sat down on the ground in an ungraceful manner. "Finally I can take a break. They can be considered reinforcements, but these guys are not human. They are puppets of Master Jingai." As one of the newly appointed squadron leaders of the Umbu, Heitake Sakumo is too familiar with the attire of these puppets. In the entire Konoha, no, even in the entire ninja world, only Shizuichi's puppets would wear such combat uniforms. Master Jingai's puppet? White Zetsu has no emotions and is not afraid of death, and the same is true for puppets. Two teams that were not afraid of death and had no fear collided with each other, and a new round of fighting broke out. On the battlefields in various areas of Taki country, Jingai's puppets began to enter. Compared to Baizetsu's simple and crude attack method, Jingai's puppet combat is more outstanding, and these puppets can even cooperate with each other. What about using weapons and being strong in physical skills? These are the basic slots. In short, a new type of puppet holding a weapon can chase and chop a group of white zetsu. White zetsu are not afraid of getting tired, and the puppets are even less so. Even if he was surrounded by white zetsu and dismembered, it didn't matter. It would be enough to self-destruct and take a group of white zetsu with him to death. After a large number of puppets entered the battlefield, the situation on the battlefield began to change, and the fearless charge of the white zetsu army lost its original effect. A group of fearless humanoid creatures launched a desperate attack on the allied ninjas. This type of attack brought great pressure to the allied ninjas, but when the enemies they faced turned into puppets, the advantage of the white zetsu army disappeared in an instant. Are you not afraid of the charge of death? Coincidentally, the puppet is not afraid and can even restrain such attacks. All they need is a small number of puppets to face the charging white zetsu army, rush into the crowd of enemies and explode. No matter how fierce the white zetsu army's charge is, it will be blocked. Great! Master Shizuichi's puppet has been deployed. Brothers, follow the puppets. The appearance of a large number of puppets reversed the situation on the battlefield. The coalition ninjas, who had been fighting timidly, now rushed forward one by one as if they had been injected with chicken blood, roaring. The puppets rush in front to clear the way, and they are responsible for the harvest in the back. Chapter 531. It's only a matter of time before they are all killed. The puppets will be responsible for blocking the charge of the white zetsu army. The puppet will be responsible for rushing into the enemy group and self-destructing to disrupt the white zetsu's charge formation. All that remains is the harvest, which is as simple as that. If the coalition ninjas can't even do the job of harvesting, then they should stop being ninjas and the coalition should not be formed. They should just disband on the spot. Is this Hinata Shizuka's puppet? Looking at the puppets that appeared on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara suddenly became interested. Very good. His taijutsu is powerful, his body is strong, his strength far exceeds that of white zetsu, and he knows how to cooperate with others. If he dies or is dismembered, he will explode. Damn it. Black Zetsu cursed in his heart, but continued to remain calm on the surface. Madara-sama, such a puppet is only possessed by Hyuga Shizuichi in the entire ninja world. According to the information we have collected, such a puppet appeared after he contracted the blood disease, that is, after he possessed the Samsara eye. It made great contributions in the war between Konoha and Sand Village. Because it is a puppet, it can be placed in a sealing scroll. Hyuga Shizuka once dropped the puppet into the Sand Village camp by airdrop. With one wave of attacks, the Sand Village was forced to surrender. The Sand Village, the Rock Village, the Cloud Village, and the Mist Village have united to hold the 5 Kage summit to target his puppets. It's not that the other villages are narrow-minded, but if Jingai's puppets are not restricted, they will be too terrifying. Just giving you an airdrop can make you panic. Very unique ability. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Madara gave a rather unique response. Although unique, that's all. Jingai's puppets can make people from various villages in the ninja world feel scared, but they can't make Uchiha Madara take them seriously. Because such a puppet is just that to someone with his extraordinary strength. So what if you are not afraid of death? So what if he explodes after death? How about a joint attack? It's easy to kill a large group of them, so no matter how many there are, it's useless. Uchiha Madara was interested only because he felt it was novel, that's all. If he encountered such a puppet when he was young, he would definitely take it seriously, but now, it's good enough if he just gives it a higher regard. It seems that the war is coming soon. Uchiha Madara stood up from the rock. He hadn't changed his posture for several days. He folded his hands across his chest and looked at the battlefield below. The deployment of the puppet army means that the balance of victory has tipped towards the coalition forces. Faced with the puppets charging, breaking the formation, self-detonating to kill the enemy, and the coalition ninjas harvesting offensive, the white zetsu army could not stop it at all. Unless they could come up with a weakened version of would release like Yamato and play a pirated version of Senju Hashirama, the white zetsu army could not stop the coalition forces' coordinated attack with the puppets. They can't be stopped. No matter how many white zetsu there are, it's useless. It's only a matter of time before the coalition forces kill all the white zetsu. The demise of the white zetsu army means that the final war is about to begin. Have there been any improvements to the impure world reincarnation technique? While there was still some time, Uchiha Madara tilted his head and asked. Black Zetsu. The time is too short, what improvements can be made? He, Black Zetsu, is not a genius who is good at developing ninjutsu. It is already good enough for him to achieve this step. He would not dare to improve and perfect it casually even if he lived for countless years. Got it. No progress. Seeing that Black Zetsu remained silent, Uchiha Madara knew that he had asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. In that case, he was too lazy to say anything more. Although his current physical condition was not enough to satisfy him, it was better than when he was with the old man at the beginning. At least his current body allows him to display his full strength. With the help of puppets, the coalition forces' offensive was unstoppable and almost swept away the White Zetsu army on the battlefield. No matter how brave and fearless the White Zetsu army was, they could not withstand such an offensive. As more and more White Zetsu bodies appeared on the battlefield, this war that was enough to rewrite the history of the ninja world finally came to an end. There are only a few White Zetsu left on the entire Takikuni battlefield, and it is enough to leave them to the allied ninjas to slowly harvest them. The attention of the 5 Kage and Shizuichi will shift to Uchiha Madara. Jingai, did you suffer a heavy loss on your puppet? Even though there was still some White Zetsu that had not been harvested, the war was considered over for the 5 major ninja villages. The loss is quite big. Fortunately, I have been saving money in recent years, otherwise it would not be enough. Almost all of the White Zetsu were killed, and Jingai's puppets were also severely depleted. It was thanks to his hard work in making puppets in the past few years that he would not have been able to defeat the White Zetsu army so easily. When that time comes, Jingai will have to go to the battlefield himself. During the war, except for Tsunade who was in charge of the command center, the other 4 Kage were busy on the battlefield. Only Shizuichi was like nothing happened, wandering around and strolling everywhere. But none of the 5 Kage would care about Jingai wandering around. It seems that he is being lazy, but in fact his task is the most important. The fundamental reason why Jingai wandered around was to guard against the possibility that Uchiha Madara would take action personally. Theoretically speaking, it is unlikely that Uchiha Madara, such an arrogant guy, would personally launch a sneak attack. But you can't gamble on things that are against martial ethics. Jingai would rather take precautions in advance than gamble on Uchiha Madara's pride. As a result, his defenses were of no use. Uchiha Madara sat on the rock on the mountain like a husband-waiting stone, motionless, without even changing his sitting posture, until the puppet army entered. We will work together to compensate you for your loss when everything is over. Onoki said generously that these were minor issues and we could make up for them. The timing of Jingai's puppets' entry into the battlefield was too critical in this war. Without these large numbers of puppets, the coalition forces would have to lose countless ninjas before they could destroy the White Zetsu army. Regarding the resource compensation for Shizuka, Oniki, the 3rd Raikage, and the 3rd Kazekage had discussed in advance. As for Yagura, he was ignored once again. Jingai felt that after everything was over, the Mist Village would definitely never have any contact with the Sand Village, the Rock Village, and the Cloud Village. Especially the Uegakur and the Kimagakur. After all, when it comes to excluding Yagura, Onoki and the 3rd Raikage are the main forces, and the 3rd Kazekage is just going with the flow. It's just a small matter, just some materials, it's nothing. Jingai waved his hand and said seriously, the most important person next is Uchiha Madara. He is the strongest enemy we need to face. Jingyi didn't really care about the little puppet material. He had stockpiled a lot of it, but it just took time to make a puppet. The new type of puppet is pitifully cheap. Compared with the puppet's compensation, Uchiha Madara is more important. The 3rd Raikage nodded and said to the others, facing an enemy like Uchiha Madara, numbers are no longer effective. My suggestion is that we 5 Kage should just cooperate with Shizuka to fight. Chapter 532. Haven't you heard that you should kill the nurse first in a team battle? The 5 Kage don't need to go. Tsunade doesn't need to go. In a battle like this, the role of a medical ninja is too small. Shizuka's plan was to keep Tsunade. As for the rest, just follow what the 3rd Raikage said. When dealing with Uchiha Madara, the number of people really doesn't have much effect. Instead, it will arouse Uchiha Madara's murderous intent. Once this guy has the murderous intent, he will directly drop a few meteorites on you, and by then, it is unknown how many people in the coalition will die. Although he can control the orbits of these meteorites, it is very laborious. If it can be simple and direct, why make it so complicated and sacrifice so many people? The coalition forces had already suffered heavy losses in the fight against the White Zetsu army. I disagree. Tsunade rejected the proposal with a straight face. Even if the role of medical ninjas is small, they are indispensable. As the Hokage, I must go to the battle, but I can participate as a medical ninja. You do it yourself. The third Reikage gave Jing'ai a look that said, I can't help you. Others turned away as well. Shizuka hopes that Tsunade will stay, and they will not say anything if Tsunade really stays. After all, with Shizuka as the biggest main force, Konoha has already shown enough sincerity. As a result, Tsunade wanted to go out herself, and they couldn't persuade her. Jing'ai can only deal with it by himself. If you can convince Tsunade, then she can stay. If you can't, don't count on us. Looking at Tsunade, who was stubborn and said, don't even think about leaving me behind, Shizue started to have a headache. Idiot, don't you know how much hatred the medics of different parties would attract when they treated the wounded during a war? In a team fight, kill the nurse first. Do you think I'm joking? Even though Uchiha Madara didn't care much about Tsunade, Tsunade kept treating the injured, and in Uchiha Madara's eyes, this behavior was not much different from a provocation. It's a very close attack, the damage is not much, but the hatred value is very high. Do you think Uchiha Madara will kill you, the wet nurse, first? Anyway, I won't allow it. Either you stay here and take charge of the situation, or you go with them to fight Uchiha Madara and I'll stay. Jing'ai knew very well what Tsunade was thinking, but he would not let Tsunade take any risks. You can't do things like getting close to someone and making sarcastic remarks. No matter what, Jing'ai would not take such a risk with his woman. You. Tsunade was so angry that her teeth were itching. If I go, why don't you go? If you don't go, who will fight Uchiha Madara? Ahem, I think what Jing'ai said makes sense. Hokage, you should stay and take charge of the situation. The coalition forces need someone to keep an eye on them. When Uniki heard Jing'ai say he was not going, he started coughing on the spot. Although he believed that his strength had improved a lot, it would be better to be fully prepared when facing a ruthless person like Uchiha Madara. If Jing'ai doesn't go, will this group of people be enough to defeat Uchiha Madara? The third Reikage was completely speechless and could only join in the persuasion. Hokage, what the old man Onoki said is right. Besides, Shizuka himself is a medical ninja. If necessary, he will help us with treatment. That's it. Now is not the time for internal strife and quarrel. The third Kazekage decisively decided on this matter. Where are you going, Tsunade? The most important thing is to stay and look after the coalition forces. Yagura, am I the one who has no say? Jing'ai's arrangement seems unfair, but it is indeed unfair. But who will stand up and accuse it of being unfair? On the Konoha side, it was enough for Shizuka alone to appear, and Tsunade was just a byproduct. Although after Tsunade released the Yin seal, she was indeed able to carry on and fight. But what's the point? Make a sandbag? Jing'ai was not interested in watching Tsunade get beaten. Being beaten was the lightest thing. It would be a big trouble if she got hurt accidentally. It might be difficult for ordinary people to kill a medical ninja like Tsunade. Tsunade, who had unlocked the Yin seal, was completely an indestructible cockroach. But this ordinary person does not include Uchiha Madara. What's more, it's Uchiha Madara in the impure world reincarnation mode. Why take the risk? If Oniki and the others failed, Shizuchi wouldn't care, but if Tsunade failed, he would have the headache of pulling her back from the Pure Land. The embarrassing thing is that the Samsara Eye is not the Rinnegan, and there are certain things that the Rinnegan can do that the Samsara Eye cannot. By that time, it will be inevitable to replace a wave of eyes, and maybe even the 10 tails will have to be gathered together. For ordinary people, the price of using the Rinnegan to resurrect others is their own life. Only if one is strong enough can one offset such side effects. Jing'ai didn't know whether he would be killed if he resurrected someone after installing the Rinnegan. It's too risky to start directly. If the 10 tails is brought out, there's a chance that Kagaya Atsutsuki will break the seal again. Still an adventure. Therefore, the best way is for Tsunade to lead the group obediently and not take risks on the battlefield. I won't die that easily. Tsunade was moved, but also seemed helpless, angry and anxious, and she wanted to jump up and bite Jing once or twice. Don't make trouble. Ordinary people can't kill you, but Uchiha Madara is not an ordinary person. Stay still. If you really die, I will be the one who is busy in the end. Shizuchi didn't bother to listen to Tsunade's explanation. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Do we still need to work after a dead person dies? The four shadows didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Let's go. Without giving Tsunade a chance to speak again, Shizuchi went straight into the Samsara Eye chakra mode, taking Oniki and the others into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Is this the first time you take us flying? Flying in the sky, feeling the speed of flight, the third Reikage was a little curious. The third Kazekige's flying speed is very slow. Although his magnetic escape technique is a panacea, his abilities in all aspects are not outstanding. Onoki's flying speed is quite fast, but compared with Shizuchi, it is much slower. Because I don't like the color green. Jing'ai raised her eyebrows and said something. The third Reikage. Others, because you don't like the color green. When you are in the Samsara eye chakra mode, your whole body is green, so you don't like flying this way? What the hell is this excuse? Jing'ai didn't explain much, and the others didn't ask much either, mainly because there was not enough time. Because the flying speed was too fast, everyone had entered the battlefield and landed on the mountain where Uchiha Madara was. You're finally here. Uchiha Madara, who had his hands folded in front of his chest with a bored expression, put down his hands and stared at Jing'ai with his eyes. Is this the unique chakra mode of the Samsara eye? Quite handsome. Compared to the mediocre Rinnegan, the Samsara eye is indeed very cool in terms of visual appearance, both in terms of usage mode and the shape of the eyes. Compared to the Samsara eye's pupils that are like blooming blue stars, the Rinnegan is just a circular eye. It looks like some kind of lollipop. It's okay to have circular eyes, but they're also purple. Chapter 533 The Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explodes. In terms of the appearance of the pupil technique, the Sharingan has always been awesome, whether it is a single Magatama, double Magatama, triple Magatama, Mangekyo, or even the Eternal Eye, they are all very attractive. But when it comes to the Rinnegan, it becomes hard to describe. The green chakra on Jing'ai's body dissipated, and the 5 people successfully stood on the ground, confronting Uchiha Madara from a distance. As for Haika, he disappeared without a trace and no one knew where he was hiding. I hope your performance can please me. Just when Oniki was about to say a few harsh words, Uchiha Madara said, I hope your performance can please me, which made his old face freeze on the spot. The third Raikage and the third Kazekage were also stunned. Yagura scratched his head subconsciously, thinking he had heard it wrong. Jing'ai's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Very good, this is very Uchiha Madara. When it's time to install, you won't miss it even once. I wonder if this guy will say the following sentence. You guys wanna dance too? The Ninja World's Dance King is not just a title. It's just that the way you pretend is a bit embarrassing. One can dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with one's toes. Uchiha Madara, stop talking nonsense. With us here, your conspiracy will never come true. Oniki seemed to be humiliated, and his dark brown face turned red with anger. To please you? Why don't you just die? No, this guy is dead. Damn, it's been decades and it's still the same. Decades ago, one sentence could make people angry to death, and it is still the same decades later. Facing the miraculously furious Onoki, Uchiha Madara simply ignored him, turned his gaze to Jing'ai, and said with a regretful tone, I originally thought that you and I could work together to create a new world without war and death. Again, Jing'ai was too lazy to respond to Uchiha Madara's nonsense. You are already confused and want to drag others to die. Sorry, I won't fall into this trap. Jing'ai didn't say anything, but simply raised his hand and gave him the middle finger under Uchiha Madara's puzzled gaze. A middle finger is the best response to your lip service. Uchiha Madara? Pfft. The third Raikage, who had spent the longest time with Shizuka and knew him best, burst out laughing. The third Kazekage couldn't help laughing, but Oniki and Yagura were the only ones with question marks on their faces. What are you two laughing at? I don't quite understand the meaning of a middle finger, but this gesture is definitely not a good expression. Before his words of persuasion could have any effect, he was ridiculed. No matter how much Uchiha Madara liked to pretend, he couldn't hold it anymore. In that case, let us dance together. Boom. Dark purple chakra erupted with Uchiha Madara as the center, and purple bones condensed by chakra began to piece together. In the blink of an eye, a purple giant appeared in front of everyone, standing on the top of the mountain. With the appearance of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's eyes began to change. It quickly changes from normal eyes to Sharingan, and then to Eternal Mangekyo. Be careful, everyone. Jing'ai never thought about cooperating with the third Raikage and others. Facing the old guy Uchiha Madara, Onoki, the third Raikage, and the third Kazekage and others could only play supporting roles. Jing'ai didn't expect them to fight Uchiha Madara head-on. After reminding the Four Shadows, Jing'ai also entered the Samsara eye chakra mode. Compared to Uchiha Madara who activated Susanoo, he made very little movement, and his whole body was covered in the Samsara eye chakra. Uchiha Madara, standing in the mature form of Susanoo, subconsciously raised his hands and hugged them to his chest. It seemed that he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't pretend for a moment. My goodness, I've already entered the Samsara eye chakra mode, and you opened a mature Susanoo, and you entered the show-off mode? Ro, you are pretending. I'll see how long you can pretend. Uchiha Madara's attitude made Jing laugh. You like to pretend, right? I let you pretend. In his right hand, he tightly grasped the rosary condensed with the chakra of the Samsara eye. The rosary burst out with strong golden light in Jing'ai's hand, like a golden lightsaber tightly held in his hand. This move again, is the Samsara eye's attack method very simple? Looking at the lightsaber in Jingai's hand, this thought popped into Uchiha Madara's mind. Next second, Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. With a low shout from Jingai, the lightsaber in his hand instantly stretched out. As Jingai swung his hand, the golden lightsaber followed the rocks on the ground and slashed towards Uchiha Madara's Susanoo from bottom to top. Danger! Uchiha Madara, who grew up in battle all his life, suddenly twitched his eyelids. He didn't expect that a seemingly inconspicuous lightsaber could bring him a fatal threat. The mature form of Susanoo is unstoppable. Realizing this problem, Uchiha Madara's chakra burst out again, and the originally half-formed mature Susanoo instantly transformed into the complete Susanoo. Can you make it? Isn't it a bit late to think about activating the complete form of Susanoo now? The golden lightsaber slid across Susanoo's body along the rocks on the ground, and it looked like a ray of golden light shining from the bottom up. Apart from the fact that the golden lightsaber looked dazzling when swung, the attack actually seemed a bit mediocre. Compared to some of the grand ninjutsu or eye techniques in the ninja world, the attack of the Samsara eye is so simple and unpretentious. But the simple and unpretentious attack made the four shadows stand still, because they saw a scene that they could hardly accept. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, which had not yet transformed into its complete form, began to collapse as the lightsaber swept past, like a red-hot knife cutting butter, without any obstruction. The four Kage couldn't believe that the attack of the Samsara eye was so terrifying, and Uchiha Madara himself couldn't believe it either. If he had not equipped himself with the Rinnegan at the end and launched a powerful counterattack, he would probably have been split into two like Susanoo. The instantaneous outburst of Shinra Tensei caused Uchiha Madara's body to deflect the attack of the lightsaber. The only unlucky one was the Susanoo that he used for show, which was cut in half and then disintegrated. I was almost cut off. Susanoo disintegrated, but Uchiha Madara didn't care about it. It was just a product of chakra concentration and could be restarted at any time. What he cared about was that if he reacted a little bit slower, he would be cut like Susanoo. The feeling of a deadly threat looming over your mind is not a very pleasant one. Uchiha Madara didn't like this feeling either. Even when he was in Impure World reincarnation mode, he didn't want to be touched. Chapter 534. Is this the collision between the Samsara eye and the Rinnegan? With his Samsara eye open, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and stared at Jingai's hand. I can feel the threat this thing brings to me. Jingai, floating in the sky, looked down at Uchiha Madara, who remained calm, and said expressionlessly, "You're right. Although the Impure World reincarnation technique is terrifying, it also has many shortcomings, such as being afraid of attacks from certain things. For example, the Seeking Dao Jade. The Way Seeking Jade is not unique to the Rinnegan, the Tsunami Eye also has it. The rosary in Jingai's hand is actually the Way-Seeking Jade. It's just that there is a difference between the Truth-Seeking Jade of the Samsara Eye and the Truth-Seeking Jade of the Rinnegan, but the actual meaning is the same and has the same effect. Is that so?" Uchiha Madara was not flustered at all, but nodded with great interest. "When I am in the Impure World reincarnation mode, if I touch the Truth-Seeking Jade, my body will disintegrate. Black Zetsu thinks you are my biggest obstacle." It seems he is right. The Samsara Eye is indeed very powerful, but I am not a weak enemy either. The stronger the enemy, the more excited Uchiha Madara became. He found the second person who could make him feel the passion of fighting. Ha 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 ha, a showdown between the Rinnegan and the Samsaragan? It must be very interesting. Ha ha ha, come on, let's dance together. The leader of the four laughing heroes entered an excited state. In this excited state, he began to talk nonsense and laughed wildly with his head tilted back. Is this guy crazy? Seeing that Uchiha Madara was laughing more and more crazily, the third Raikage and others suspected that Uchiha Madara had become a madman, a complete madman. Boom! Purple chakra burst out again, and the complete form of Susanoo, which was completely different from the mature form, stood on the top of the mountain. After laughing for a long time, Uchiha Madara glanced at the third Raikage, Onoki and others, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Ants." I was scolded without knowing why. The third Raikage was so angry that his hair almost stood up. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to seek revenge on Uchiha Madara because Uchiha Madara raised his hand and quickly formed a seal. "I am making seals, and Susanoo is also making seals." Psychic art. Uchiha Madara did not use any powerful ninjutsu, but instead a very common and frequently used summoning technique in the ninja world. Accompanied by a thick smoke, a huge body appeared next to Susanoo. The huge body was exactly the Outer Path Demon statue that was summoned by Uchiha Madara. Roar! The Outer Path Demon statue that was summoned let out an angry roar, started running with big strides, and rushed towards the third Raikage and others. "Be careful." The four figures quickly dispersed, exchanged glances with each other, and ran away. Seeing this, the outer golem also chased after them. The 4 Kages were restrained by the outer path demon statue and left. Uchiha Madara looked at Shizuka happily. Without the influence of the little bugs, you and I can fight with all our might. As for Jingai didn't know how to complain about Uchiha Madara's actions. Just to create a battlefield where no one will disturb you, you pulled out the outer path golem. I don't know if Kagaya Atsutsuki, who is sealed in the moon, can see the outside world. If she can, I guess Kagaya Atsutsuki, the ancestor of chakra, will be so angry that she will jump up and down. Who taught you to use the outer golem like this? So, in your eyes, Uchiha Madara, the body of the 10 tails and the outer path statue are just tools to restrain small insects? Need a hand? Looking at the outer golem roaring and continuously attacking the 4 shadows, Jingyi thought for a while and gave up the idea. The 4 shadows were quite powerful, and if they cooperated with each other, even if they couldn't do anything to the outer golem, they could at least hold the other side back. The Samsara, I can pull out the stone statue of Hamura for a walk. This thing can be a lifesaver in an emergency. However, seeing the 4 shadows calmly working together to drag the outer path demon statue, Jingai gave up the idea of summoning the Yukin stone statue. Honestly speaking, Hamura's stone statue is just SOSO. Half of the 9-tailed fox can fight with it. This thing may not be able to withstand the damage of the outer path statue. Although Hamura's stone statue can be restored infinitely. Ha 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 ha, come on. Uchiha Madara laughed and raised his hand. Susanoo followed his movements, drew out the sword on his body, and strode toward Shizuka. The huge blade, which was hundreds of meters long and had a deep purple light, swept towards Jingai like a laser. Jingai raised his hand, raised the lightsaber in his hand, and slashed forward. Since you, Uchiha Madara, want to fight head-on, then come on. The Samsara eye is not as weak as you think. The purple knife light and the golden sword light collided in midair. 2 completely different forces collided, and a violent explosion occurred. Compared with Susanoo, Jingai's body was very small, and he quickly moved away from the explosion area. The huge complete form of Susanoo also took large steps backwards uncontrollably, and its heavy body left huge footprints on the ground. Boom! The terrible shock wave brought by the explosion swept in all directions, and the peak of the mountain was directly affected. Under the powerful shock wave, it was cut off a piece, as if someone had chopped off the peak of a mountain with a sharp weapon. Depend on. Looking at the rubble falling all over the mountain, the 3rd Raikage punched the outer path demon statue, looked up, turned around and ran. Exciting, really exciting. Is this the collision between the Rinnegan and the Samsaragan? Just a random strike could cause such a huge commotion. The 3rd Raikage turned and ran, Oniki simply and decisively flew up, and the 3rd Kazekage did the same. Both of them can fly, and the 3rd Raikage is extremely fast, and he escaped from the area affected by the war in the blink of an eye. Only Yagura looked depressed. You guys take me with you. Among the 4 Kage, Yagura is the typical type who is not particularly strong and has almost no mobility. When faced with such an emergency, the 3rd Raikage ran away in the blink of an eye because he is incredibly fast. Oniki and the 3rd Kazekage were more straightforward. They just flew into the sky and stayed away. Only Yagura can't run fast, and can't fly. Roar! The outer path demon statue had the same experience as Yagura. It was originally trying hard to attack the 4 Kages, but ended up being swept in by them in a daze. Rocks like rain kept hitting the outer golem, making the outer golem angry and bursting with rage. Seeing this, Yagura rushed to the bottom of the outer path statue at the fastest speed. He is not fast and he cannot fly, but he is not stupid. Seeing such a big guy who can protect him from wind and rain in front of him, he must hide under the other person first. You can't just resist this wave of rock rain and shock waves by yourself. A bunch of bastards. Not even me. Yagura, who was hiding under the outer path golem, cursed in his heart. All 18 generations of ancestors of Oniki and the 3rd Kazekage were cursed, and even the 3rd Raikage could not escape. Although the 3rd Raikage could not fly, he did not take Yagura with him when he ran away. Therefore, he also became the object of Yagura's greetings. Boom! Pieces of rocks fell and hit the outer golem, which roared continuously. The powerful shock wave that followed directly knocked the outer golem off the mountain and rolled down the mountain. Terrible. Looking at the top of the mountain that had turned into a platform, Onoki couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, he no longer had the desire to challenge Uchiha Madara. Damn, we are not even in the same league, there is no point in challenging each other. Chapter 535, The Power of the Samsara I will exceed your imagination. How could he fight back when he couldn't even use all his strength to deal with the terrible aftermath of someone else's casual attack? Can an ant kill an elephant? This elephant is a prehistoric mammoth, the kind that can kill an ant with just one fart. With such a huge gap, what's the point of challenging? It would be better for him to go to bed early. Just because he is an old man doesn't mean he wants to die. Stubbornness is just a personality trait. Being stubborn doesn't mean that Onoki will bang his head against the wall until he gets a bloody wound. Something even scarier is coming, run. The third Kazekage looked up and was so frightened by what he saw that he didn't bother to say anything else. He roared at Oniki and controlled Iron Sand to run away with him. What's more terrifying coming? Before Oniki could react, he subconsciously raised his head when he saw the third Kazekage running for his life with his tail between his legs. His reaction was the same as that of the third Kazekage. His whole body froze for 2 seconds, his pupils contracted, and the next moment he turned and ran. The third Raikage, who had already run a long way, turned around and looked towards the mountain. This Yagura brat, The third Raikage, who thought he was seeing things, rubbed his eyes quickly. After making sure that he was not seeing things, he no longer cared about whether it was Yagura or not. He instantly entered the lightning release chakra mode and wished he could grow 2 more legs so that he could run faster. At this moment, they wanted to curse their legs, dead legs, run. There was only one reason why they fled in such panic. The light in the sky suddenly dimmed. Anyone who looked up at the sky would find that a huge meteorite blocked the sky. The earth explodes and the stars explode. This is the gift that Uchiha Madara prepared for Shizuka. Shushu, I think I'm going to be in trouble this time. The outer path golem that blocked a lot of damage for Yagura suddenly disappeared. Yagura raised his head, and when he saw the meteorite that almost covered the sky, his heart skipped a beat. It's over. What are you standing there for, waiting to die? A green light passed by Yagura, and Yagura felt an invisible force lifting him up. Jingai condensed a chakra arm, grabbed Yagura and threw him out, along with a sealing scroll. Run away. I don't have time to pay attention to you. Onoki and others ran away directly, and the unlucky guy Yagura was forced to stay. Faced with the 6 path's powerful move like Chibuku Tensei, the outer path statue also retreated decisively. At this time, Yagura looked very embarrassed. If no one helps him, Yagura will die. He can't fly and can't run fast, which is so awkward. Plus, he can't fit in among the 5 Kage circle, so whenever he gets into trouble, others just run away without taking him with them. Not to mention bringing one, there wasn't even a reminder. Thank you. Giving Jingai a look of sincere gratitude, Yagura tore open the scroll, landed steadily on the back of the flying puppet, and moved away from the center of the battle at the fastest speed. You guys deserve to die. At this moment, the person Yagura hated the most was not Uchiha Madara, but the third Raikage, the third Kazekage, and Oniki. 3 old guys. Just wait, today's revenge will be paid tomorrow. Damn, is this the power of the Rinnegan? Looking at the huge meteorite blocking out the sun in the sky, Yagura's heart sank. Fortunately, although the meteorite was very large, with the help of the flying puppet, he was able to quickly escape from the center of the battle. Even if this fatal meteorite fell, he would most likely be able to escape. As for how to prevent this thing from falling, Yagura had never even thought about it. He never thought that his thin body could withstand the huge meteorite in the sky. In the original work, Oniki and Gaara fought with their lives, not because they wanted to, but because they had to. Even if they risked their lives, the final result was regrettable. The so-called coalition forces are so vulnerable in the face of the ultimate clearing move. This is still under the premise that Uchiha Madara is careless. If Uchiha Madara gets serious, even Onoki's old bones won't be able to withstand it. Can you bear this? Away from the center of the battle, the third Kazekage and Oniki stopped and stared blankly at the huge meteorite in the sky, their eyelids twitching. I couldn't help but feel lucky that I ran fast. Oniki's face turned dark. You asked me, who should I ask? Ha 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 ha. Looking at the rapidly falling meteorites, Uchiha Madara laughed. Hinata Shizuichi, do you want to dance too? Fuck you. The power of the Samsara eye is beyond your imagination. Jingai did not expect Uchiha Madara to use a big move to clear the field without saying a word. What shocked him was that this guy actually provoked him. Dance? What the hell, playing with meteorites in front of me? Do you want to dance too? Jing scolded him back, and Uchiha Madara's face suddenly darkened, although he didn't have much impression or emotion towards his mother. But for a proud person, being greeted by others about his mother is definitely not something to be happy about. Uchiha Madara, who was still laughing loudly the last second, suddenly stopped laughing. Wake me up. Uchiha Madara is good at talking, but when it comes to making vulgar remarks to greet other people's families, he is a little at a loss. If you ask him to do some tongue teasing, he can have a lot of fun, but if you ask him to speak, he will start to curse people in a vulgar way and he can't keep up with the pace. Uchiha Madara, whose spellcasting was forcibly interrupted by Jingai's genealogy greeting, was about to say a few harsh words, but he saw Jingai floating in the air, raising his hand towards the meteorite in the sky. Uchiha Madara? What the hell? I gave you 2 big meteorites, but you want to take them away? Under Uchiha Madara's astonished gaze, the 2 huge meteorites that were falling rapidly from the sky suddenly stopped falling. Rise. The meteorite that was quickly stopped from falling was actually lifted up and began to slowly rise upwards. It would be difficult for Jingai to use the Samsara Eye to create a few meteorites and smash them into the ninja world, because this is not what the Samsara Eye is good at. Only the Rinnegan is good at it. After all, Chibuku Tensei is good at doing these things. But when it comes to the ability to control meteorites, the Samsara Eye can say to the Rinnegan, give way. The inability to create meteorites does not mean that the Samsara Eye cannot be controlled. Meteorites in the orbit of planets can be controlled, not to mention the meteorites that were created by the Earth-shattering star. Of course, it is easier to control a meteorite from the space orbit to hit the ninja world, but it is more difficult to lift the meteorite and let it fly high. Fortunately, Jingai must make the meteorite fly high, so he only needs to slow down the meteorite's descent speed, and then control the direction of the meteorite's landing and hit it at other places. The coalition camp is not very far from the battle area, and one could easily get hurt accidentally. Otherwise, if 2 meteorites fell, Jingai would not need to control this thing at all, he just needed to dodge them himself. Is this reasonable? Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment as he watched the meteorite begin to lose control and fly away into the distance. Because the weather changed so quickly, Qianqian didn't change her clothes in time, which resulted in her having a fever and catching a cold and missing several days. Baby, please don't scold me, Qianqian knows I was wrong. Chapter 536 Taking advantage of your illness to kill you. Soon, he understood what Jingai wanted to do. In addition, Uchiha Madara was in a bad mood because Jingai asked about his old mother, so he would not let Jingai succeed easily. Don't you want to control the meteorite to fall somewhere else? Then you'll just fall with the meteorite. Earth Explosion Star. A black ball of light flew from Uchiha Madara's hand and sank into the meteorite. A powerful attraction suddenly burst out from the meteorite, causing Jingai, who was controlling the meteorite's moving trajectory, to stagger. Old man, you can't hold it back anymore. When Jingai found that Uchiha Madara wanted to pull him onto the meteorite, he increased his control over gravity and repulsion and started pulling against the other party. Then a horrifying scene happened. The powerful suction sucked up all the rocks, soil, plants, and animals on the ground and flew them towards the meteorites in the sky. Suddenly, the powerful suction disappeared, and the sucked-up things fell down quickly, but before these things hit the ground, the suction came again. The rocks, soil, and plants that were sucked up were fine, but the animals that were affected were scared to death. Sometimes I was sucked up into the sky, sometimes I was pulled down to the ground, my body was almost torn into pieces. 2 huge meteorites kept moving in the sky, flying up and falling down, emitting strong suction force and strong repulsion force. It seems that both meteorites are about to be broken. He was pulled back and forth and toyed with by 2 people who possessed the Rinnegan and the Samsaragan. Onoki and the 3rd Kazekage stared blankly at the sky, not knowing how to describe their feelings at the moment. The 3rd Reikage and Yagura, who had already run far away, also looked shocked. Is this serious? The meteorite that was like a natural disaster to us is just like a toy in your hands. You grab it and I grab it. You guys are having fun. Fortunately, the meteorite has no life, otherwise it would definitely point at Jingai and Uchiha Madara's noses and scold. You guys are making trouble, pulling and playing with each other. Can you please give me some pleasure? Hateful. Whenever he felt that the meteorite was out of his control, Uchiha Madara would increase his strength. At this time, he no longer looked down on Shizuoka. Jingai also forcibly pulled the meteorite in the sky, and did not forget to fire a few words at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, although the Samsara Eye is not good at making meteorites, the Samsara Eye is very good at controlling meteorites. Be careful, a new toy is coming. What do you mean? Do you, Hinata Shizuka, still have time to talk nonsense at this time? You don't really think that the Samsara Eye can control meteorites, and you can take away control of the meteorites, right? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said nothing, but increased the output on the Chibuku Tensei. Jingai on the opposite side sighed and kindly pointed to the sky. The gift has arrived. Oh, you ignorant little devil, trying to deceive me. Uchiha Madara, who had not taken it seriously, suddenly noticed something falling from the sky. When he looked up, he found that meteors with tail flames were falling in the sky, and these meteors seemed to be targeting him. Oops. The speed of the popular descent was already fast, and Uchiha Madara's increased power output of the Chibaku Tensei attracted. So the meteorite that was pulled down from orbit by Jingai was like hitting a magnet, and it rushed towards the direction where Uchiha Madara was at full speed. Pull? Only a person with a mental disorder would argue with you. It would be nice to give you some face and then take the opportunity to give you a gift. Don't you like playing Chibaku Tensei? Don't you like playing with meteorites? I'll give you a few. Although these meteorites are not as big as the ones you make yourself, they are definitely a big surprise. The speed of the falling meteorite plus the suction force of the earth-shattering star is a rhythm where 1 + 1 exceeds 2. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? You are in the fucking impure world reincarnation mode, with unlimited mana, and I am playing a game of tug-of-war with you. This is definitely a rip-off. So it is impossible to pull it. At most I can give you a big gift. Keep it well. When the gift was delivered, Jingai withdrew his control over the meteorite and left. Hinata Shizuka, you are despicable. Ignoring Uchiha Madara's scolding, Jingai ran very fast. Besides, being scolded as despicable, is it considered an insult? It just doesn't hurt or itch. It would be more intense to just greet the other person's mother directly. This kind of insulting words will only deduct a little damage at most, no more. Boom. The meteorites that fell from the sky collided with the meteorites created by the earth-shattering star. The scene was terrifying. Fortunately, the meteorites collided in the sky. If they had fallen to the ground, it would definitely have caused a major earthquake. I got scammed. Hinata Jingai, you little brat have no moral principles. They were clearly playing a tug-of-war, but in the end a gift was secretly delivered to him, and Uchiha Madara was furious. In the explosion of the meteorite, a ray of purple light flashed in the dust and fog. Seeing this, Jingai raised his right hand without hesitation and swept the lightsaber in his hand towards the purple light. While you are sick, I will kill you. Jingai would never talk about martial ethics with someone like Uchiha Madara. While the opponent is activating the Susanoo defense during the meteorite collision, launch an attack decisively. The golden lightsaber swept across like a laser, and the purple light disappeared, mixed with a few curses. However, the explosion was too loud, and Jingai didn't hear what Uchiha Madara was cursing. Most likely it's something despicable or shameless. After all, the other party only uses a few insults. If it were him, the other party's household registration book would definitely dance to his tune. The collision of multiple meteorites caused a huge explosion, but the good news is that the meteorites basically disintegrated in the sky and turned into pieces that kept falling down at any time, causing limited damage to the ninja world. What the hell? At this moment, Jingai's heart skipped a beat, and the lightsaber in his hand swept around himself, and the sense of crisis approaching him disappeared. The moment the sense of crisis disappeared, Jingai saw an inconspicuous transparent figure. Sure enough, he was not the only one who liked to play dirty. Uchiha Madara also did it, and he did it quietly. Unfortunately, this thing was useless to him. Chapter 537, Immortal Arts? I just happened to learn it. Will Tomb Border Prison. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan's unique Six Paths Eye technique can create several imperceptible shadows to attack the enemy. For most people, there is almost no solution to this problem. Unless you have the Rinnegan, you won't even be able to see where the shadow is. Although the Samsara Eye cannot see through directly, don't forget that the Samsara Eye is a counterpart to the Rinnegan. Even though it is impossible to see through it, it does not mean that there are no traces. As long as the slightest trace is seen, this Samsara Eye technique will be half useless. As the first shadow was forced back, Jingai discovered that 3 shadows appeared around him and were surrounding him. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Jingai didn't care about being surrounded and raised his hand to use his killing move. In terms of comprehensiveness, the Samsara Eye cannot compare to the Rinnegan, and in terms of attack. Although the attack methods of the Samsara Eye are very monotonous, it is either the Golden Wheel Samsara Explosion or the Silver Wheel Samsara Explosion. But I'm sorry, no matter which one it is, it has an explosive attack. Only in the movie version, when Tonari stole someone else's Byakugan and made a temporary Rinnegan, he looked so lame, and was actually defeated by Naruto. Jingai didn't understand how Sharan was defeated. Boom. The Dao-seeking Jades gathered together and spun rapidly. A terrifying whirlwind swept across everything around Jingai. The split shadow of the Samsara Eye was affected in an instant. Hateful. Uchiha Madara in the distance couldn't help but swear. I even had doubts in my mind. Wasn't it agreed that the Rinnegan and the Samsaragan would compete with each other? Why this guy uses such methods is incomprehensible. A Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The attack is ridiculously powerful. Even the complete form of Susanoo with the Rinnegan can hardly withstand it. Now there is a Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The attack method is still so ordinary, but the power is ridiculously strong. So what about the attacking ability of the Rinnegan? There seem to be quite a few different six paths techniques. Let's take them out separately and compare them with the Samsara Eye. If the shadow of the split Chakravartin rushed forward at this time, it would be an act of asking for death. Uchiha Madara's depression can be imagined. Forced back the shadow around him. Jingai floated in the sky, with the guidance jades arranged together behind him, looking down at Uchiha Madara. Maybe he doesn't like others looking down on him. Uchiha Madara, with a gloomy face, activated the complete form of Susanoo, trying to make the height of Susanoo reach the same level as Shizuoka. One of them was covered in green chakra, and the other one was standing in Susanoo, and the two looked at each other from a distance. It seems that I underestimated you and the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara's complexion has returned to normal, and even his tone of voice has returned to his usual calmness. Be careful. Jingai kindly reminded Uchiha Madara, and then pointed to the Seeking Truth jade floating beside him. Don't let this thing touch you, otherwise your impure world reincarnation body will not be able to recover. Uchiha Madara. Gone. Do you need to keep reminding me of this? No, this guy is disturbing my mind. Uchiha Madara wanted to curse, but then immediately realized something was wrong. Why did Jingai kindly remind him? He wanted to make him timid in battle, because once the body of the impure world reincarnation was touched by the truth-seeking orb, it would be impossible to recover. If his body cannot recover, it means he will become weaker and weaker, no matter how powerful he is, even if he has infinite mana. What a rubbish forbidden technique. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but start scolding the person who developed this ninjutsu, Senju Tobirama. Do you think you can defeat me with just this level of fighting? Uchiha Madara's emotions, which had just calmed down, were affected again. He raised his hand and quickly formed a seal. Would release, Tree World Advent. Want to use would release to influence me? It's a pity that you haven't absorbed the fairy chakra yet. Jingai closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. When he opened his eyes, two more lines appeared on his face, which was originally covered by green light. Something is wrong. Something is extremely wrong. What is this guy doing? Why are there two more lines on my face? Wait, lines? Uchiha Madara's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that Senju Hashirama had done the same thing before. However, the confident Hashirama was beaten to a pulp by the thousand-armed Buddha. Some not-so-good memories come to mind. In the past, when Uchiha Madara was at full power, his strength was almost equal to that of Senju Hashirama. Unfortunately, Senju Hashirama's recovery ability was always stronger than his, and he was defeated with a slight disadvantage in every battle. After the two fell out, Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails, and then confidently went to find Senju Hashirama. He believed that the combination of the Eternal Eye and the Nine Tails was definitely stronger than Senju Hashirama. His idea was correct. Under normal circumstances, Hashirama Senju could not withstand such a combination. After all, the Nine Tails is not weak, and with the control of Uchiha Madara, the combination of the two will cause Hashirama Senju to suffer a great loss. Normal would release can't block it at all, but Hashirama Senju also has a trick up his sleeve. Are you going to use the Nine Tails to deal with me? Okay, I have a sage mode, just wait. Then when the big Buddha appeared, Uchiha Madara was defeated head-on, and it was a complete defeat. Looking at the lines on Jingai's face at this moment, Uchiha Madara recalled these bad memories. He didn't even expect that the Rinnegan could be used in conjunction with Senjutsu Chakra. You are fucking cheating. Can would release be compared with Senjutsu? Maybe the comparison needs to be put with a question mark. But if the fairy technique and the Samsara Eye are combined, it is no longer a question mark. Looking at Uchiha Madara, whose face fell again, Jingai suddenly smiled. Sorry. I suddenly remembered that I had learned Senjutsu, and I forgot that Senjutsu and Samsara Eye's power can be used in combination. Unfortunately, there is no one in the ninja world who is worthy of me using these two powers together. Until you show up. You're using me as a test subject? Chapter 538, All kinds of tricks, I can break them with one sword. Uchiha Madara was very angry, but he didn't say anything. However, his hands never stopped making seals. The big crater originally created by the meteorite fragments has been replaced by countless plants, and these huge plants are even covered with beautiful flowers. With a roar, a large wooden dragon emerged from the dense forest, followed closely by a tall wooden man. The wooden dragon is huge and the tree man is tall. These are the data obtained by comparing with Jingai's height. If compared with Uchiha Madara's complete form of Susanoo, both of them become petite and cute little things. As for Susanoo, the Mangekyo can open half of its body, which is the mature stage, and the Eternal Eye can open its full body. If one possesses the Rinnegan, Susanoo can undergo a qualitative change. The former sage of six paths used the Rinnegan and Susanoo to fight with his old mother for several months. This shows how powerful the Rinnegan is in blessing Susanoo. The stronger the Susanoo, the larger its size. This resulted in the originally gigantic wooden dragons and wooden men becoming tiny. Isn't it boring? After activating the Sage mode and superimposing the Samsara Eye Chakra mode, Jingai's emotions changed slightly, and this change was affected by the Sage Chakra. Immortal Technique, Golden Wheel Explosion. The originally golden lightsaber was covered with a halo, and the lightsaber spread out, as gorgeous as a rainbow. This was something Jingai had not expected, because this was the first time he used two different modes in combination. Although it was stacked, he did not fight. Who would have thought that the combined attacks of Rinnegan mode and Sage mode would become so gorgeous? Even the green light on its body dimmed a lot and was replaced by the color of the rainbow. The light of the rainbow flashed by, and countless plants turned into pieces wherever it passed. The wooden dragon that had just been wrapped around the wooden man and was roaring disintegrated in an instant. The huge body of the wooden man shook a few times and turned into a pile of broken wood and fell to the ground. Oops, this guy's attacks are getting more terrifying. Uchiha Madara, you really don't understand the value of the Samsara Eye. Although they are both Rinnegan, Shizueka's Rinnegan and Tonari's Rinnegan in the movie are completely on two different levels. Everything in the universe. Now is not the time to talk big. Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo, raised his weapon and slashed towards Jingai. The purple knife light and the rainbow sword light collided with each other. The collision, which was originally a close one, became tilted. Under the cover of the rainbow-colored sword light, the purple blade light suddenly dissipated, and the sword light, which was still powerful, fell on Susanoo. Ah! Amid Uchiha Madara's roar, Susanoo's thick armor began to disintegrate, and Susanoo's flesh and bones were cut off. With the blessing of the Rinnegan, the strength of the complete form of Susanoo is really not to be underestimated. Shizuka originally wanted to attack Uchiha Madara with a sword, but the Senjutsu, Golden Wheel Explosion neutralized the opponent's attack and failed to destroy Susanoo. But it doesn't matter. If one sword doesn't work, then try another. Immortal Technique, Golden Wheel Explosion. Jingai doesn't do anything fancy. Golden Wheel Explosion is the most powerful attack method of the Samsara Eye, so don't be polite, just use it hard and you'll be done. But don't let your strongest means go unused, and instead be like that idiot Shiren, using all kinds of fancy tricks. Jingai didn't want to do anything fancy, and the first person to suffer was Uchiha Madara, because he didn't have a chance to breathe. In addition to having to deal with the terrifying Golden Wheel Reincarnation explosion, he also needs to be wary of the truth-seeking jade. In the impure world reincarnation state, if he is touched by the truth-seeking jade, his body will not be able to recover. The price of his body being unable to recover is that Uchiha Madara will be sealed. At that time, even if he had the impure world reincarnation technique, it would be useless because his soul could not return to the Pure Land. Even if Black Zetsu ran away, there was no way to pull him out again. Hateful. The same old insults came out of Uchiha Madara's mouth. He didn't care about protecting Susanoo. He raised his hand to the sky and roared, "Earthquake Star. Damn little brat, it's not just the Samsara Eye that can control meteorites." Some people got anxious. Jingai raised her head and looked at the sky, not giving the meteorite a chance to land. Compared with the control of the Rinnegan, the method of controlling the meteorite with the Rinnegan was a bit rough. But it's better not to drop this thing. Golden light shot from the ground to the sky, cutting and crushing the meteorites falling from the sky, turning the huge meteorites into a large number of meteorite showers, scattering in the ninja world. Looking at the meteorite rain all over the sky, Uchiha Madara felt like he was going crazy. The brat opposite him had actually forced him into a corner with no way out. No matter how many tricks you use, I can break them with one sword. No matter what means you use, I will just give you a sword. Is the Rinnegan really so terrible? No, I do not believe. Uchiha Madara's mood was affected, and Jingai knew that this guy was anxious. Come to think of it, anyone would be anxious in this situation. If Uchiha Madara was really resurrected, it would be fine. At most he could just hide and continue planning. But he couldn't hide because his Rinnegan was in Shizuka's hands. Without the Rinnegan in his hand, everything he does will be in vain. So what if he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation technique? There are so many ways to counter this ninjutsu. The powerful strength that was once thought to be unmatched is now hindered, which is also the fundamental reason for Uchiha Madara's unbalanced mentality. Before the battle broke out, Uchiha Madara thought he was the strongest. It didn't matter even if Shizuka had some kind of Samsara Eye, because he was the strongest after all. After the battle broke out, Uchiha Madara gradually discovered that things were not as simple as he had imagined. All of his methods were useless against the opponent. On the contrary, the opponent's attacks were terribly strong, impossible to defend against, and impossible to stop. He couldn't block it and didn't dare let the opponent's truth-seeking orb touch his body. The existence of the truth-seeking orb directly cut off Uchiha Madara's possibility of using physical techniques at close range. In addition, Shizuoka was still floating in the air. The Rinnegan is very powerful, but can it make you fly? It seems that you, Uchiha Madara, don't even have time to open the space channel. The Rinnegan has such ability, but Uchiha Madara dared to open a space channel, and Jingai dared to give him a sword. Let's see whether your space channel is faster or my sword is faster. Don't ever try to play yourself like Kagaya at Satsuki, or you'll end up killing yourself. With so many unfavorable factors stacking up, it was hard for Uchiha Madara to not have a breakdown in his mentality. Everything in the universe. Uchiha Madara, whose mentality began to lose balance, went berserk, not caring whether his attack could bring effective results or not, and just went for it while facing Susanoo. As expected, his attack was easily resolved by Jingai. Shizuo quickly approached Susanoo and followed the cut armor of Susanoo to get close to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't dare to get close to him because he was afraid of the truth-seeking jade. What Jingai wanted was to put the truth-seeking jade in front of his face. The truth-seeking jades began to spin rapidly around Uchiha Madara like a roulette wheel, further reducing the space for Uchiha Madara to hide. Shinra Tensei. In desperation, Uchiha Madara let out an angry roar and prepared to do an oversized rice-carrying move. A huge repulsive force erupted with him as the center. With the explosion of powerful repulsive force, the truth-seeking ornaments surrounding Uchiha Madara were bounced away one after another. However, at the moment the truth-seeking ornaments were bounced away, a ray of colorful light sank into it against the powerful repulsive force. Am I caught? Looking at the stabbed shoulder and the broken Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Madara found that the flow of chakra in his body became slow. I'm sorry, but the golden sword transformed by the golden wheel reincarnation explosion is an extension of the Dao-seeking jade. Looking down at his shoulder which showed no signs of recovery, Uchiha Madara's face was filled with astonishment. Shinra Tensei was also penetrated? Is this the result you want? After a delay of several seconds, the circle of the Samsara eye in Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly enlarged, Tinyin Wangxiang. Although the flow of chakra in the body is hindered, the six paths technique of the Rinnegan is not affected, at least Uchiha Madara will not become helpless because of this. Chapter 539 Uchiha Madara Black Zetsu is my backup. The powerful attraction pulled Jingai's body closer to Uchiha Madara. At this moment, a black light pounced towards Jingai and grabbed him. Almost, just a little bit. The black light that pounced towards Jingai was none other than the Black Zetsu hidden in Uchiha Madara. According to Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara's speculation, the scroll containing the Rinnegan is on Shizue's body. Shizue will definitely carry such an important thing with him, because no matter where the Rinnegan is hidden in the ninja world, Black Zetsu can find it. But what should I do when my eyes are on Jingai? After much thought, Black Zetsu believed that big brother Uchiha Madara needed to give a try. If he didn't give a try, Jing would most likely not get close. Only when Jingai gets close will he have a chance to get the thing. As long as he gets the Rinnegan, Black Zetsu will immediately flee the scene, even if Uchiha Madara is sealed. It doesn't matter, because with the Rinnegan in his hand, Black Zetsu can continue to wait. Without Uchiha Madara, he can find other suitable puppets and chess pieces to replace Uchiha Madara. As for Jingai's threat, I'm sorry, but Heiju never thought Jingai was that much of a threat. No matter how strong you are, you, Hinata Shizuka, are just a human being. People will eventually grow old and die. Even if you have the Samsara eye, which makes your life longer than that of ordinary people, you will definitely grow old and die. As soon as Shizue dies, it will be the time for Black Zetsu to appear in the ninja world again and continue to implement the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Uchiha Madara's plan is to seize the Rinnegan, but Black Zetsu looks further ahead. As long as Shizuka is in the ninja world, even resurrecting Uchiha Madara won't be of much use. Why not let him snatch the Rinnegan, then hide and wait for the opportunity slowly? Heiju never believed that Jingai could live longer than himself. Succeeded. Black Zetsu's speed was very fast, so fast that Jingai couldn't react. Black Zetsu had been enduring for a long time for this moment. He took the scroll from Shizuka and fled the scene like lightning, leaving Uchiha Madara laughing with his head raised. Pfft. Even though his eyes were pierced and he couldn't use his Samsara eye, Uchiha Madara continued to laugh. Hinata Shizuka, you can't imagine it, can you? You don't really think that I will fight you without any preparation and then accept the result of being sealed? Ha ha ha, it's useless. Black Zetsu is the embodiment of my will. He will leave with the Rinnegan. Once he goes into hiding, you won't be able to find him even if you search the entire ninja world. He will try to revive me. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan cannot be stopped just because of your appearance. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who was laughing wildly, Jingai raised his hand and pressed it on his head. Circles of ceiling patterns spread all over Uchiha Madara's body. The only part of Uchiha Madara's body that could move was his mouth. I did think that you would have other means waiting for me, but I didn't expect that you would be so decisive and leave all the opportunities in Black Zetsu's hands. Who is Uchiha Madara? A person who almost became crazy because of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Would he fight Jing without holding back? You have to know that he has many flaws in the impure world reincarnation mode, which Uchiha Madara must be aware of. If he is not careful, he will be sealed or even controlled. So he needs to keep a backup plan, and his backup plan is most likely Black Zetsu. After all, Uchiha Madara trusts Black Zetsu very much because he always believes that Black Zetsu is the embodiment of his will. If it weren't for this kind of trust, Uchiha Madara would not have been successfully stolen by Black Zetsu in the original work. Since he knew that Uchiha Madara would have a backup plan, which was most likely Black Zetsu, how could Shizue not target him? Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara laughed triumphantly. I failed this time, but so what? One day, Uchiha Madara, will make a comeback, but that time, I will not be in a body reborn from the impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Madara, will stand proudly in front of you, Hyaga Shizuka. Thinking of this scene that would happen in the future, Uchiha Madara laughed even more wildly. I think you may have misunderstood a little. You trust Black Zetsu so much, aren't you afraid that he may have other intentions towards you? Doesn't Uchiha Madara care about this problem? Jingai expressed his curiosity. Uchiha Madara's wild laughter was successfully interrupted. It's ridiculous. Black Zetsu is the embodiment of my will. The phrase incarnation of will can explain everything. Uchiha Madara didn't even bother to answer this kind of divisive question. If someone else asked this question, he would definitely ignore him. Oh, I see. I heard that Black Zetsu is the embodiment of Kagaya at Satsuki's will. He is active in the ninja world just to open the infinite Tsukuyomi and rescue his mother Kagaya at Satsuki. I'm glad you have such confidence. What do you mean? Do you think I would believe such a despicable plot to sow discord? And many more. Is this guy sympathizing with me? Wait a minute. Finish what you are saying. An ominous premonition came to his mind, and Uchiha Madara found that he could not speak, and suddenly became anxious. It's a pity that Jingai won't give him another chance. Just be sealed up obediently. Believe in Black Zetsu? I'm afraid that even if you, Uchiha Madara, had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to die. With the final step of the seal in place, the battle was completely over. Looking at the devastated land of Taki, Jingai couldn't help but shook his head. The people of land of Taki would have a headache for some time to come. Fortunately, the battle did not break out in the Fire Nation, otherwise the Fire Nation would have suffered directly. The most fortunate thing is that the Ten Tails was not born. If the Ten Tails really came out, it would be a big trouble. After throwing the sealed Uchiha Madara into the space crack to ensure that he would be difficult to find, Jingai followed the direction in which Black Zetsu escaped. Uchiha Madara's problem has been solved, but there is still a bigger threat, and that is Black Zetsu. If Black Zetsu is not dealt with, this guy will definitely hide underground more carefully and do things secretly. Are the more dangerous places safer? Chapter 540 Jingwon, your mother can't come out. Following the direction where the scroll disappeared, Jingai discovered that the old bastard Black Zetsu actually turned around and ran towards the territory of the Land of Fire, and the location was actually the Daimyo Prefecture. Maybe in his opinion, if he hides somewhere else, he will be found little by little. But the probability of it being the Fire Country Daimyo's mansion is extremely low, because this is the Daimyo's territory and a place for the Daimyo to enjoy. Black Zetsu's plan is to steal the Rinnegan and then hide in the basement of the royal palace in Daimyo Prefecture. He doesn't believe that Jingai can find him if he hides in such a haunted place. This is called darkness under the lamp. Even if he had any suspicions, Jingai would not have been able to demolish the Daimyo's palace to look for him without any evidence. Therefore, the Daimyo palace is much safer than those messy and remote places in the ninja world. At least that's what Black Zetsu thought. Only after arriving at the hidden base under the Daimyo Palace as quickly as possible did Black Zetsu breathe a sigh of relief. The underground base here was dug many years ago when he wanted to observe the growth of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. At that time, the daimyo's mansion of the Land of Fire was not yet so prosperous. It can be said that this is Black Zetsu's old base. He spent a very long time here. After all, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan live in the Fire Country. In order to observe the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura's chakras of each generation, Black Zetsu can only stay in the Fire Country as much as possible. And is there any place in the land of fire where there is rarely any disaster? The answer is obvious, Daming Prefecture. After making sure that everything was fine, Black Zetsu took out the stolen scroll. When he tore open the scroll and picked up the glass bottle containing the Rinnegan, Black Zetsu's heart could not help but be extremely excited. At this moment he even wanted to laugh out loud. Holding the glass bottle, Black Zetsu observed it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed the Rinnegan. His plan was effective. Uchiha Madara, since you have been sealed, for my mother's sake, I can only continue to lurk in the ninja world and wait for an opportunity. A gloomy laugh came out of Black Zetsu's mouth. He would not feel any guilt for selling out Uchiha Madara like this. After all, Uchiha Madara was just a chess piece in his hand, and he could always find another one if he lost it. As long as Black Zetsu is fine, as long as Black Zetsu hides well, the worst that can happen is that he won't meet Jing Ai and will hide obediently while Jing Ai is alive. Just like hiding from the Six Path Sage. All the Six Path Sages will die, and Jing Ai will certainly not be able to escape birth, old age, sickness and death. After the troublesome guy Jing Ai dies, it will be time for Black Zetsu to appear in the ninja world again. With the Rinnegan in hand, you don't have to be so frustrated the next time you take action. It is enough to directly train a chess piece to use the Rinnegan. There is no need to do anything weird. It is difficult to make a chess piece evolve the Rinnegan, but it is very easy to make a chess piece use the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu is confident that he can do it. Hinata Shizuka. Finally, Heizetsu sneered and raised the bottle in his hand. Looking at the glass bottle containing the Rinnegan, Black Zetsu found it an eyesore. Can't you people from Konoha find some high-quality equipment? Just use a glass bottle to hold the Rinnegan? What if the Rinnegan loses its vitality over time? What a bunch of bastards who don't know how to cherish. Black Zetsu became extremely angry at the thought that the Rinnegan might lose its vitality. Immediately, replace this thing and then throw the glass bottle far away, preferably to Konoha, as a disguised mockery of Hinata Shizuka. He believed that when Jing saw the glass bottle, the expression on her face would be very interesting. With an expectant and vengeful heart, Heiju opened the glass bottle and prepared to replace the instrument for the Rinnegan. He tried his best to preserve the vitality of the Rinnegan, and when everything was calm, he would use the little energy left in the Outer Path demon statue to nourish the Rinnegan. Using the blood of the Uzumaki clan to nourish the Samsara eye is simply stupid. After cursing Uchiha Madara in his heart, Black Zetsu looked at the glass bottle with the cap opened. The moment the glass bottle was opened, an accident happened. The green chakra seemed to be attracted by a magnet and instantly gushed out of the glass bottle, enveloping Black Zetsu. What? Black Zetsu, who was enveloped by green chakra, couldn't help but let out a scream, and the glass bottle in his hand fell to the ground, and his two Rinnegan rolled away. Hinata Shizuchi. You deserve to die. If Black Zetsu still doesn't realize that he has been tricked at this time, then he is too stupid. I can't guarantee whether I will die, but I believe that you are dying soon. Inside the hidden base, a space crack was torn open, and Jing Ai walked out of the crack. He took a look at the Samsara eye on the ground, picked it up, and held it in his hand. Then he looked at Black Zetsu who was screaming with interest. You know what? Before Uchiha Madara was about to be sealed, I asked him a question, which was why he was not worried that you had ulterior motives. As a result, he told me that you were the embodiment of his will and would not betray him. It seems that Uchiha Madara was wrong. That's a little too wrong. How did you find out? Black Zetsu was shocked and angry. He rolled on the ground while asking this question. He felt that Jing Ai had seen through his identity, so he deliberately kept a backup plan for him. Looking at the Black Zetsu who was constantly transforming on the ground but still unable to escape the burning of the Samsara Eye's chakra, Shizue sighed. Because I discovered that the contents of the stone tablet in the Uchiha shrine had been modified, although the traces of modification are difficult for ordinary people to detect. I can't possibly tell you, Black Zetsu, that I came from another world. When in doubt, just throw it to the stone tablet in the Uchiha shrine. It was you, Black Zetsu, who left a clue when you modified the content, which led to my discovery. So I followed the clues and finally locked on you. Damn it. Hinata Shizuka, you deserve to die. Why did you find this clue? Why? No, I remember that I completely repaired the stone tablet, and even Uchiha Madara couldn't find any problems. I'm not reconciled. I cannot be reconciled. Raising his foot and stepping on Heizetsu's body, which looked like a puddle of mud, Jing-yi said with disdain. Remember to pay more attention to the details in your next life. As for Kagaya Satsuki, I guess you won't be able to come out, at least not before I'm alive. It's a pity that if you die, who will be able to save your poor mother? Farewell. With a flash of golden light and a scream, Black Zetsu, the old bastard who had lived for countless years, completely disappeared from the ninja world. Looking at the remaining ashes on the ground, Jing'ai chose to scatter them all. All the dust has been thrown away by you, let's see how you can turn things around. Chapter 541, Grinding the Bones and Scattering the Ashes, Forever Eliminating the Trouble. After taking a look at the empty underground base, Jing'ai raised his hand, and the 2 Rinnegan that had fallen to the ground returned to his hand. Putting on the Rinnegan, Jing left this hidden underground base without looking back. The moment Jing'ai left, a roar came from the underground base. A large amount of rocks rose from the ground and filled the hidden base. Kill people, raise ashes, destroy bases, one-stop service. Jing'ai felt that his service was still very thoughtful, but it was a pity that Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu didn't feel it. These 2 unlucky guys, one was covered in dust, and the other was sealed and thrown into a space crack, and no one knew how long they would float in there. In order to prevent Uchiha Madara's body from being used and to prevent the impure world reincarnation from happening again, the best outcome for Uchiha Madara is to float in the space cracks. It's over, it's all over. When Shizuka returned to the coalition camp, Tsunade knew that everything was over. Is that okay? It's alright. Call back the 4 shadows, negotiate, and then everyone can go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. After a big battle, Jing'ai leaned lazily on the sofa, not wanting to move. As for the aftermath, just leave it to Tsunade and others. Jing'ai is not in the mood to get involved in these messy trivial matters. Okay, I'll take care of it. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Then he sent people to contact the 4 shadows who were still on the battlefield and didn't know whether to leave or stay. Uchiha Madara was nowhere to be seen, and neither was Shizuka. Oniki, the 3rd Raikage, the 3rd Kazekage, and Yagura, who looked very unhappy, returned to the battlefield. Looking at the devastated battlefield, the 4 of them fell silent for a while. They had always guessed that Jing'ai was very strong, but they never expected Jing'ai to be this strong. If Hashirama Senju was called the god of ninja in the past, then Shizuka at this moment could be called the true god of the ninja world. What a surprise, Mizukage. In order to break the silence, the 3rd Raikage turned his head and glanced at Yagura, who looked unhappy. Humph. The 4 Kages went into battle together, but the others just ran away with their heads in their hands, not caring about Yagura at all. Coupled with long-term rejection, Yagura had a very bad impression of these 3 old guys. Faced with the teasing of the 3rd Raikage, Yagura would not give him a good look at all. At this time, a ninja hawk fell from the sky. The 3rd Raikage raised his hand, and the ninja hawk landed steadily on his arm. The 3rd Raikage took the scroll from Ninja Hawk's feet, opened it and took a look. Everyone, everything is over. Jing'ai has returned to the coalition camp. The news was sent by the Hokage. We should go back and clean up the mess. Let's go. Oniki and the 3rd Kazekage didn't say anything. After nodding, the 2 of them took the 3rd Raikage to the allied camp. As for Yagura, he was ignored once again. Fortunately, Yagura had Shizuka's flying puppet, so he didn't need to run back to the coalition camp. The 4 Kages returned and an announcement was made in the camp. In an instant, the entire camp was in an uproar, and ninjas from all villages and countries cheered excitedly. If there weren't a large number of wounded in the camp, there would be a lot of things to deal with. I guess all 5 Kage would like to hold a banquet to celebrate. Unfortunately, there are too many things to do, so I can only shout a few times to celebrate. The most important thing is that the protagonist has already left, so there is no point in celebrating. Before the 4 shadows returned to the allied camp, Jing'ai had already left and returned directly to Konoha. Now that everything has calmed down, why stay in the camp? There are so many messes that it's enough to make one's scalp numb just thinking about them. It's better to leave these things to the 5 Kage to deal with. So Jing'ai decisively slipped away and returned to the village to rest. If the coalition forces want to gather, it will take a long time to recruit and dispatch them. The same goes for when they are separated. People from each village need to be gathered together. It's okay for small ninja villages, but there are many ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages, so it will take some time to gather them together. There are also wounded people who need to be cared for. Those with milder conditions can be sent away first, while those with serious conditions can only stay in the camp and continue to receive treatment. In addition, the cleaning and accounting of various materials is also a big project. All the supplies used by the coalition forces were brought by various villages in the ninja world. Even the impoverished villages such as the Uegakur and the Sangakur contributed a batch of supplies. Now that the war is over, the remaining supplies need to be distributed back to each village in proportion to the supplies they delivered. There is no way to deal with what has already been used up, but the remaining ones need to be distributed evenly. The 5 major ninja villages cannot take advantage of others at this time. When Jing'ai saw the 5 Kage again, a week had passed. Tisk, is there really so much going on in the camp? Looking at the 5 people in front of him with haggard faces and dark circles under their eyes, Jing'ai was very surprised. Although it is not easy to clean up the mess, there are many people in the camp who can be used. The 5 Kage only need to be responsible for command and arrangement, and do not need to handle everything personally. How could I be so tired? Don't mention it. There's a lot of shit going on, especially in Takigakure. It's all chaos. When I think of these things, I get angry. The war is over, and it's time to disband, but the Takigakure is not happy about it. Because Taki country inadvertently became the battlefield of the war, the result was that Taki village was beaten to pieces. Seeing that the coalition was about to disband, the people of Takigakure could no longer sit still and demanded compensation. The reason why Takigakure wanted compensation was also tenable. Tsunade originally planned to agree to it. Each village just needed to give Takigakure some compensation. After all, the damage to Taki country was indeed serious. There's nothing wrong with Tsunade's idea. However, when the compensation needed to be shared by everyone, problems began to emerge. More than half of the village was unwilling to give up their own things to compensate others. As for the fact that Taki country was destroyed, it can only be said that you are unlucky. If only the small ninja villages are unhappy, the 5 major ninja villages can step in and hold them down, and resolve the matter quickly and easily. However, Onoki, who was reported by Takanan village, was unhappy and refused to give compensation. So the 2 sides pulled each other and finally convinced Onoki, but Yagura changed his mind and wanted compensation. The Mist village will not accept it. Love so much. Because of this, Onoki had quarreled with Yagura many times, but no matter how Onoki quarreled, Yagura just said one thing: impossible. If there is any compensation, the Uegakure should do it themselves. It has nothing to do with the Kurogakure. After learning the whole story, Jing'ai smiled inexplicably. He knew that the actions of Onoki, the 3rd Raikage, and the 3rd Kazekage would bring revenge from Yagura. Yagura is a short man, but he holds a grudge very strongly. He was completely disappointed, and as long as he got a chance to confront the other 3 villages, he would not let go, no matter what. How was it finally resolved? Jing'ai laughed in front of the 5 shadows. Tsunade was speechless, and Onoki's mouth twitched, feeling very embarrassed. Yagura, you deserve to die. Damn you shorty, you didn't even give me any face. Give Konoha, Uegakure, Sand Village, and Kumagakure an extra portion of material compensation. The 3rd Kazekage calmly stated the outcome of the incident. Because of this, the conflict between the 3 old guys and Yagura deepened, but the 3rd Kazekage didn't want to reveal these things and kept it to himself no matter how angry he was. Interesting. Glancing at Yagura's indifferent expression, Jing'ai guessed that in the future in the ninja world, if anything in the Sand Village, Uegakure, and Cloud Village had anything that could be related to the Mist Village, they would definitely not be able to pass Yagura's test. Come to think of it, it's understandable. Yagura was quite restrained in not overturning the table on the spot. The way these 3 old guys exclude people is really inhumane. The biggest enemy of the ninja world has been dealt with. As for whether the ninja world will return to peace, Jing'ai doesn't care. He is not Naruto, and he has no idea of restricting the villages from fighting and war. Whether you want to fight or make trouble, it has nothing to do with me. Just don't involve Konoha. Even though it was very unpleasant, fortunately the matter was resolved in the end. However, except for the Mist Village, the other villages suffered a little bit. In order to deal with the matter as quickly as possible, Tsunade had no choice but to accept it. She could see that Yagura would not give in on this matter, not even if she was beaten to death. You usually target and exclude others, now you feel better, correct? Shaking her head to get rid of the annoyance in her heart, Tsunade said seriously. Jing'ai, the 5 Kage returned to Konoha to ask you about how to deal with the Rinnegan. If before the war, each village still coveted the Rinnegan, after the war, the greedy 4 Kage only wanted to find a stable way to get rid of the Rinnegan. It is better for such harmful things not to appear in the ninja world. Get rid of it, it must be gotten rid of. It is simply a pipe dream for them to use the power of the Rinnegan. On the contrary, it is Konoha that has this ability. Not to mention that the Uchiha people have this innate condition. If Shizuka can master the Rinnegan, he can definitely use the Rinnegan. A pair of reincarnation eyes can make everyone feel breathless. If you get another pair of Rinnegan, then all other villages will have no chance and you, Konoha, will be the only one that dominates. Therefore, when it comes to the matter of the Rinnegan, even if the 4 Kage have not communicated, their goal is the same: the Rinnegan needs to be disposed of and cannot be kept. After looking at the 5 people, Jing'ai expressed his thoughts. My idea is to send these eyes into the space crack, so that the space storm can destroy the Samsara eye. Without the Samsara eye, the ninja world can also reduce a lot of troubles and conspiracies. The four Kage were worried that if the Rinnegan were in Shizuoka's hands, it would strengthen Konoha's strength. In fact, Shizuoka was too lazy to keep the Rinnegan. This thing doesn't mean much to him and will instead bring him some unnecessary trouble. The five Kage had no objection to Jingai's suggestions for handling the situation. Since they had the same idea, there was no need to drag it out. Jingai decisively entered the Rinnegan chakra mode and flew into the sky with the five Kage. With the power of the Rinnegan, he tore open a space crack, and then in front of the five Kage, he sent the Rinnegan into the space crack. At this point, Uchiha Madara's conspiracy and the matter of the Rinnegan have finally come to an end. After the Rinnegan was dealt with, the four Kage decisively left Konoha and returned to their respective villages. After the war, there were still many things waiting for them to deal with in the village, and the four Kage had no time to waste in Konoha. After resting for a while, Tsunade increased her efforts to train a successor. Noeki and Minato Namikaze were tortured to the point of ecstasy. It's time to start. Orochimaru transplanted a pair of eyes grown from Nagato's body cells into the sleeping Nagato, and then performed an eye transplant surgery on Nagato. After the operation is over, the next step is Jingai's performance. In the operating room, Jiraiya, Yahiko, and Konan all looked at him nervously. Shizuka walked forward, raised his hand and placed it on Nagato's chest, and used the power of the Samsara eye to rebuild Nagato's shattered heart. The moment Nagato's heartbeat returned and he opened his eyes again, Yahiko and Konan burst into tears. Even Jiraiya started to burst into tears. Looking at the three members of the Akatsuki organization who were hugging each other and crying like children, Jingai smiled and asked, Orochimaru, isn't it very touching? You sure? Orochimaru, with a question mark on his face, tilted his head and looked at Shizuka. Orochimaru really had no idea whether the scene was touching or not. After resting for a period of time, Nagato recovered completely. The three members of the Akatsuki organization found Shizuka and expressed their sincere gratitude. Then the three members resolutely left Konoha and chose to return to the Land of Rain. The three of them still have the dream and goal of saving the Rain Kingdom, and they will not give up this dream. The ninja world returned to peace, and no one knew that Shizuka had secretly left Konoha to seal the Outer Path demon statue that was placed in an underground base somewhere. Uchiha Madara died, Black Zetsu died, the Rinnegan was thrown into the space crack, and the Outer Path statue was sealed again. I don't know how long this peace can last. Jingai felt that, at least as long as he was alive, even if a war broke out in the ninja world and the fighting was dire, it would not cause a devastating disaster. End of full text. Maybe because I have written several books about Naruto, I always wanted to write something new, but due to physical and family reasons, I have been unable to update the book, but fortunately it has finally come to an end. Thank you Beizai for your company along the way. Qian should start a new journey soon. I look forward to seeing you on our new journey. I love you.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.